Hello travelers and welcome to the Astro Carnival Prince Cup Atlantic Tournament. My name is Aaliyah Windflower Leah.
And this is Blep, Dean of Invocation Academy. So happy to be here for day 3, really excited.
Really excited, we're gonna do the finals for Group A, right?
Yeah.
And for those of you watching on the Genshin Impact official channel, first of all, welcome. So we are gonna be having welcome raffles on the Astro Carnival Twitch. We are also live there, but here is our bracket for the regular season. So we only have 4 players left.
Yes, we have knocked out 4 of the players. There were 8 players here in this bracket here, in this double elimination, meaning each of them had 2 chances to advance. And we see in the upper brackets, we have DVD and Hako today, who'll be playing as an upper bracket finalist, and then Robot Wizard and Shan in the lower brackets, who will eventually be facing off against whoever is knocked down from that first match.
Yes, so we are going to be casting these 3 best of 3s today, and then we're going to hand it over to Rin and Sumi to start Group B, right? Group B is also starting today. But...
Yeah, we still have 5 best of 3s, and for every game we're playing, we are still giving out raffles. You want to tell them about that?
Yeah, so it's every game, not every set between players.
Yes.
So every single time a match starts, if you head on over to the Astro Carnival Twitch channel, you will type !pick the player that you think is going to win that match, and then your UID in the same message. Make sure you send it before the match starts. And then we are going to be showing your UIDs on the screen for each winner at the end of the match, and then it's going to rinse and repeat until all of our matches are completed today. There are 5 best of 3s, so at most 15 matches, right?
Yeah, most 15. I mean, we had a lot of games yesterday do go to the 3rd round. Again, the competition here is pretty fierce, so it's quite likely. And again, you want to root for the games or the matches going for as long as possible to get more chances, because every game played is 3 blessings. Make sure to look out for the announcements in chat for when those raffles go live, because they're not on all the time. They'll end a little bit after the match begins.
Definitely. And you know, if you want to get involved, if you want a chance at playing in a tournament like this and appearing on Genshin Impact Official, head on over to the Genshin Impact Tavern Discord server. Actually, the Cat Sales Gathering tournament with $1,000 for first place prize, and it's how you get seeded into this big Prince Cup tournament, has already begun its registration for Season 3 2024. So definitely don't miss out on that. Head on over to the Tavern Discord server for that one.
Yeah, and I believe for this Group A bracket, we had, I believe, 7 players qualify through that Serious Showdown trajectory, which is, you know, going through those Castile Gathering tournaments, placing highly and consistently as well in the top 16, and only 1 player from the wild card, and we'll see more of them as the tournament progresses for sure.
But here we go. I believe we're starting with our upper bracket final. So the winner of this best of 3 will actually advance to the top 8 to the Los Angeles Live Tournament. But DVD here with the stats.
Yeah, this is going to be a really important match, but we're starting to track these player statistics. The one I always love to focus on is the bottom one, the average number of effective dice in first 3 rounds, which is basically your luck stat, right? Actually, if you think about it, the top left is like your strength stat with the strong single stat. You have your luck stat down the bottom. Your burst could be, I don't know, some kind of intelligence stat. I don't know, the alchemy event lately has got me thinking about that kind of stuff.
Alchemy event was so fun, but
really
strongest single strike, I feel like a lot of the times we see the strongest strike being the very last hit, right?
It is,
but
yeah.
Here is Haku's statistics. So these are the statistics so far in the tournament. Of course, we're in the top 8 for Group A.
And yeah, five average effective dice is pretty average, so that's the baseline luck. If you see something lower, they're an unlucky person. If they're higher, they are lucky. And I am looking forward for the strong single strike record to be broken at some point by Crab. Crab is one of the new cards, but has the highest potential, I think, right now, at least for the competitive scene, to record a single heavy strike. We've only seen it once on camera, and DVDR was the one playing that deck, did win on it. So far, Crab has a 100% win rate on camera, but I wonder if Hako will be savvy to that and end up banning the deck. Because, of course, the players here in this best-of-3 Conquest format bring 3 decks that they choose. The players get to ban 1, and then each player has to win at least a game with the 2 remaining decks in order to progress.
1 game with 100% win rate. If you just don't play it
Look,
for the
the
rest
stats.
of the tournament,
Yeah.
then, it's going to be the highest win rate deck for sure. But, I mean, what's the highest hit on Crab so far? I don't think we're going to see the highest hit in competitive play because it takes so much setup. But...
Yeah, I tried breaking that record. I did not get very far. So 266 was highest for a while. I believe one of the community players here managed to get up to it was 296 or 298. It's just under 300, which is insane in a single hit. And that doesn't include the splash damage, by the way, the piercing damage on the side. But we'll have to see if Hako lets Crab through. I think a lot of players are scared of that. It's particularly in this very early version, because we are still playing on the original version 4.6 release.
296 in 1 hit anyway. So here is DVD's first deck.
Ooh.
This is the double animal Fatuizan, as Gleb has been calling it with Linny.
Yep.
This deck is very strong. Oh my gosh.
This deck is strong and very popular. Actually, we had some interesting attacks. So big shout out to Sumi, who will be casting later, who collated some of the statistics. But I was looking over it. So apparently one of the cards, the premier cards in this deck, is that Fatui Residence, Fatui Conspiracy. So the thing is, it can roll Pyro 25% of the time, which obviously doesn't give you any additional reactions. Every time it has rolled Pyro, the player playing Fatuizan has lost.
And I think I've been casting most of the games where it's rolled Pyro. So, yeah, it was, yeah.
Oh, I'm not done yet. Get this. Every time it doesn't roll Pyro, the Fatuizan player wins.
It's 100% win rate, right?
100%. 100% if it doesn't roll Pyro that they win, and 100% if they roll Pyro they lose.
Well, it's an animal deck, so you're going for swirls anyway. You're trying to swirl something that is not just Pyro. That's why you bring Fatui Conspiracy, so you get that Electro, Hydro, or
just saying.
Cryo. But anyway,
watch out for that.
So here's Haku's deck. We are playing with Yelan OTK, 1-turn kill. This is a combo deck. The goal of this deck is to charge up Yelan's burst and go for a whole lot of damage with Thunder Manifestation Electro Charge reactions, or to control your opponent with Freeze. It just is very matchup dependent. So I feel like, against a more aggressive deck, we might see more action on Signora if that is a big if Yelan does get her burst off.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of threat on the first turn from the Fatuizan deck, taking out Yelan before she bursts, but obviously I expect Hako to know this and try and avoid it if the dice and the cards make sense. But this Yelan deck is also a very popular pick for our players in this tournament. Of course, again, we are playing the original version 4.6 before any of the most recent adjustments. So Yelan's burst still doing 2 damage for every hit, and Treasure Hunt still costing 1. So both of those cards in this deck have been performing very well.
But here we go. We are getting into our first match. Hako versus DVD. Yelan OTK versus Double Animal with Linny. Fight.
Ooh, okay.
So, that Underwater Treasure Hunt card that we see in Haku's hand, we have seen so much of it this weekend, and of course, as you were saying, this is on the old changes. This is how the patch was released initially. So instead of it being 2 costs as it is in the live game, it is 1 cost event card. You play it and you get 6 treasures that get shuffled into your deck that effectively act as Wolvens that heal for 1 health. So it has been a very popular card to take even in Yelan OTK, which is traditionally a Magic deck with Gilded.
Yeah, very popular card with the players, as you've said several times on stream how much you love that card yesterday as well.
I love it.
It is so fun. It is really fun.
I'm gonna have the same reaction today, especially with Sitaria. You have 2 Sitarias on the field, and then you clear your entire hand after putting both treasures into your deck, and then it's just like treasure, treasure, treasure. But here we go. Hako playing Lumen Stone, followed by Cheng. Most certainly, Flowing Rings equipped, so that's going to draw a card upon a normal attack from Yelan. We're almost certainly going to see a skill first, though, right?
Yeah, we're going to see a skill first, followed by a normal attack. It'll be interesting to see. I believe we could see Underwater Treasure Hunt played this turn. Probably waiting to see what he draws, but Egg is not going to be coming to play. Ooh, there's a Fatui Conspiracy.
So Hako did not go for a skill, but yes.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah, it went for a normal attack without the NSC, which is interesting. But offer, double offer coming down for DVD.
Oh.
Giving DVD the perfect dice to work with this turn.
Yeah, DVD definitely has a lot of good dice. So Hakio going for the normal attack, I believe, in order to trigger Chang this round, we might just see a second follow-up normal attack, despite having the Hydro dice. I'm pretty curious about this opening. So one of the ways that the Yelan OTK deck can still come back if Yelan gets taken out early is applying Hydro to multiple characters. But if you don't do that, it really puts a lot of pressure on Yelan.
So Hakio just played Underwater Treasure Hunt. It procced Lumen Stone. So if you play 3 cards after playing Lumen Stone, it gives you an Omni dice and draws a card, and it was treasure. So that will give an additional elemental dice. It's a random element, and heal for 1 HP.
Yeah, and here we go. That second normal attack, like I said, very interesting choice.
Oh!
Another treasure? Wow.
And wait, NSC double treasure. You can
you
charge up Yelan's burst and protect her from first turn kill.
Oh, that's true. I guess you could go for that. Wow. Okay. That's quite the high roll from Hakio there. I'm sure that wasn't planned, but definitely favoring to trigger that chain. I'm not too sure. I mean, I think you give up one, let's say you give up 1 card draw here and some Hydro application in order to trigger chain a little bit earlier. But I feel like with the Swell deck, you're almost guaranteed that they'll help you trigger. Of course, Chain the Ninth going up in stacks every time there's an elemental reaction or physical damage that's triggered. And I think the Swell deck is going to react anyway. So I'm not sure I personally like that opening, but we'll have to see how this goes. Obviously worked out really well with that double treasure.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. So that must have been why we saw 2 normals instead of any skills. But yeah, here we go.
Ooh.
Double treasure being played. Yelan basically brought back to full HP. Did not roll a Hydro, but I think we're gonna see a tune here.
Yeah, this is really greedy. Okay, so one of the things I don't like about this play is look at how few cards Hakio has now. He's going to have to tune another 1. And next turn, he doesn't have any card draw other than the Lumen Stone. But Lumen Stone requires you to play 3 cards before it triggers. And only drawing 2 at the end of that round is going to leave him with no... There's basically no way to trigger because you're not going to play Egg, right?
Well, I mean, Hakio saved the Egg, probably just in case, something happens. Egg is a very 50-50 card, right?
Yeah, it revives one of your characters. It can be very good in matchups. I don't think this is the right matchup for Egg because Swell, of course, is very good at taking off characters off field. The second reason is, like I said, even if you have Egg now, it's not going to help you trigger that Lumen Stone. So Hakio has chosen an opening while pretty strong by getting Yelan burst out right away, is really kind of crippling their round 2 without any way to draw additional cards. And as we've said a few times, if you're familiar with this deck, card draw is really key to making things work.
But here we go. So Farazan used her skill earlier, and now we're seeing Covenant being played for those 2 dice. Of course, you can only play Covenant and Arcane when you're at 0 dice. Also using that Woven, I'm pretty curious about this because then it's no longer a charge attack.
Yeah, it's not like a charge attack. I mean, it's still the same amount of damage, and your opponent's already ending on Yelan, so maybe it's fine to just do a normal attack and not use up the charge attack. But I'm actually not too sure about that play either. Yeah, both sides choosing very, I would say, non-standard openings. I think for Tuizan, if you have the King Squire, which is one of the premier weapons for this deck to buff your damage, it makes sense to go for the normal attack there. But you're not taking out Yelan immediately, there's no way, and you're not even doing much damage without a bow equipped. So that was a lot of resources. Like that Covenant and Woven are actually pretty crucial for later turns, I think.
I wonder. Yeah, it's not really necessary to go for that damage, right? Because Yolana's gonna get her burst off anyway. But oh my gosh, all that animal. Hang on a second. But DVD rolling incredible animal. That is exactly what you want with Farazan. But I think DVD didn't want to tune the talent or Fatui Conspiracy. And probably wanted to preserve, you see that little status indicator at the bottom left of Farazan. That means that her next charge attack, which is, when you're on even dice, it's considered a charge attack when you do a normal attack.
Yep.
Probably wanted to preserve that.
Probably, but one of the problems, because you're not taking out Yelan anyway, it didn't seem that crucial to get that attack in right at that moment. Oh, here we go. What is it? Electro.
So,
ooh.
Yulan's burst came down, and now DVDia has played Fatui Conspiracy. It is Electro, which will be an overload reaction if it ever swirls or reacts with that Pyro. And Farazan's burst of talent is going to be giving an Enema dice at the start of every round.
Yeah, that's a very powerful card here. The talent is one of the premier reasons we are seeing Farazan played in this aggressive deck. You know, it effectively is free, right? It gives you 1 dice back immediately when you use her burst, and then 1 dice every single round. So even though it costs 3, you're basically getting that full refund.
Oh no! Hakio went for that normal attack here, but that's gonna apply Electro to Thunder Manifestation, enabling DVDia to immediately go for a swirl here. That is going to take up both Thunder Manifestation.
Actually, it is. This is, and yeah, the Gambler's Equip is going to be a double kill.
A double kill because Farazan's talent buffs animal damage by 1. That is just enough damage to get both Yulan and Thunder Manifestation. Signora is also about to flip, and Hakio's on 1 dice.
This is a round 2 because no, there's no, Hakio is just dead here. There's no way that he's going to be able to egg any characters, and as soon as Farazan makes a follow-up hit, the summon at the end of turn is going to take us. This is a round 2 kill.
Round 2 kill! Here's the storm! Tuizan, here we go, Farazan's Elemental Burst being refreshed, and no, because DVDia has the charge attack still.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter how DVDia goes about this. But Signora flips, and that Farazan burst summon is going to take Signora out. That is a very decisive match for DVDia. Wow.
That was blistering fast. Wow, round 2. We haven't... So, if you're a regular player of Genius Vacation, you know, round 3 is typically where games finish. We saw a lot of round 2 action in the previous patch where there was a lot of combo plays, but this is the first time we've seen a round 2 kill, especially on stream, happen. And that was just like the most insane. I will have to say though, Hakio chose a very strange way to open. I think they really gutted a lot of their card draw on Yilan and the Hydra application. You know, additional hits of Hydra there would have, I think, made a lot of difference to pressuring the Fatuizan deck a little bit more so they couldn't pull this off. But in the end, also playing into that Fatui Conspiracy like that, I'm not really sure what was going through their head. I think they were... It looked like Hakio thought they were in a losing position anyway, based on the hands and the cards in the hand, and they just want to get the game over with quickly, because I don't think it makes sense that they would play into the round 2 like that, because it was basically all face up, right? They could see this coming.
So if you consider, you know, the triangle meta, aggro does beat combo.
It's true.
That is a great example of how Fatuizan can be super, super fast and shut down Yulan OTK or any other combo deck before it even gets its combo off. But here is the deck lineup leading into this best of 3. Of course, DVDia taking the first match, and whoever makes it out will actually be top 8 and attend the live event in Los Angeles. So DVDia brought that Mona Thunder Manifestation Signora. It's not Yulan OTK because it doesn't have Yulan, but we saw it perform very well yesterday. And we've seen it at the Asia Invitational, right? But it was banned. And then Hakio also brought Linny for Tuizan. and that got banned. But ooh, look at the Sayu deck.
Yeah, so it looks like DVDia brought two aggressive decks and maybe hoping to queue well into combo. And then, we have Mona, Sayu, Eula, which is a variant of usually Wanderer in that spot. Sayu, I think, gives you a little bit more card draw. We've seen a couple players favor that, but if you're just joining us, you know, one of the things we're seeing evolve, this is our 3rd day of casting, and these players are bringing 3 decks, but they do get to choose new decks every single best of 3, and they've been changing it up. Like, those are not the same 3 decks that they've been playing since the beginning of the tournament. They've been looking at our opponent's deck. I think yesterday we even had Riku, who was knocked out, copy one of their opponent's decks
Robot Wizard,
a previous
I believe.
match. Robot Wizard, who's now in the lower bracket, actually knocked down by Hakio.
By Hakio.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Hakio was a previous Prince Cup participant who didn't make it to the live event, was actually top 8. And I feel like, you know, Hakio could be a dark horse of Group A.
Well, yeah, I mean, he could be a dark horse, but DVDia also, you know, the players that got to choose their personal tags, he listed dark horse as his own one. You can't really have too many dark horses in a tournament. If everyone's a dark horse, then no one is. But I do think so.
DVDia is the only participant in this group that
really?
did not participate in the Prince Cup last year. So Sean was top 4. Sean was top 4 and was knocked to lower bracket. Robot Wizard was actually the champion of Americas last year.
That's true.
And is probably the most favored, at least going into Group A, to make it out of Group A. And now he's in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
And Hako, of course,
later
was
for
top
sure.
8 EU, but DVDia here has not
True.
had any showings at all last year. I think DVDia's first Catskills Gathering placement was actually this year in Season 1 top 8 versus Lisbon.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, yeah, definitely out of these 4 remaining players, DVDia is definitely the dark horse, I guess, of this group. But proving that is very capable. I mean, you know, he did roll Electro on for Tuizan, which, as we know, gives you a 100% win rate. That statistic remains true up to this point, but definitely getting a round 2 is pretty impressive.
It is pretty impressive. I don't think we've seen it.
No, that's the first time on camera, I believe.
Camera. That is actually incredible.
Even during the previous metagame version 4.5, when Jet was still running around, even though round 2s were very common, I don't think we actually saw one happen on stream. I don't think it happened during the series showdown matches at all, in my recollection.
But here we go. Here is DVDia's second deck. So of course, if a player wins with the deck that they played, this is open deckless conquest format. So after a deck is banned, they have 2 to play. If they win with 1, they can no longer play it. And of course, you can have repeating characters. So you see a very different deck here. This is one that we've seen quite a lot, not just this patch. It's gone through some changes for sure, but look, I see Jet.
Yeah, there's one copy of Jet here. I think it's been played a couple of times with this specific deck, and only yesterday was the first time we actually saw Jet being used. Unfortunately,
it was so fun.
Yeah, it was a really fun match to watch. This is an interesting deck. It looks like, though, we saw a couple of different iterations before, but then Robot Wizard took this specific list into their game, I think won with it, and it seems like a lot of players have picked it up because I saw a couple of other versions lying around before.
Here we go, Hako bringing this Side Freeze Swirl deck. Is that... Oh, so there's 3 weapons here.
Yep.
But no Wagner. I guess you
no
have 3 unique weapons.
Yeah, I think the idea here is you don't really need to rely on Wagner. You just want 3 weapons because you're happy drawing almost any one of them. You know, Wolf's Gravestone typically is better for Eula, but you'll take it for Sayu. And then Sacrificial Greatsword, for the most part, will go on Sayu if possible because she will be the one skilling the most. I'm really excited to see this deck in action. It's very powerful. Makes great use of Golden House, which we saw in there, which is a card that discounts 3 cost both weapons and artifacts, which combos with multiple things.
But here we go, Hako versus DVDia going into match 2. Of course, DVDia already has 1 game down. So by the way, we have raffles going on, but I think the first game went by so quickly.
Yeah.
Make sure that you are entering the raffle on the Astro Carnival Twitch channel. Type !, pick the player you think is going to win, and your UID.
Yep. Yeah, make sure you get on that. And we look at the opening hand. So Hako... I'm going to look at Hako's hand first. So that Sayu talent is actually very important. One of the reasons this deck is so strong is Sayu talent, every time you trigger Swell while she is active, does draw you 2 extra cards.
Yes. DVDia going first here. Hako already having Sayu talent in Wolf's Gravestone is so huge, actually. And Ancient Courtyard.
Yeah.
No artifact.
No artifacts, but DVD also has a pretty decent opening hand. Is thinking hard, I think, now playing... Okay, gonna play the second Sealy. Had the option to play Dunyazad and Catherine, but probably wants to keep that Catherine hidden.
Almost certainly going to go for another normal attack on Tito, right?
Yep.
Nothing else really to do here.
No, I mean, you could just go for the skill, but I don't think you want to tune any of your cards. Yes, it's gonna be a normal attack.
I mean, the skill doesn't matter too much because you're the Hydro on you from Mona. But, yeah, so, I mean, Hako... I'm looking at Hako's hand, right? And with that Wolf's Gravestone and Sayu talent, so Wolf's Gravestone has a really unique interaction with Sayu's skill because it will buff the damage on both hits, right? Because it's a prepared skill?
Yep. Yeah, so Wolf's Gravestone, of course, buffing damage whenever a character is on less than 2 HP, but it applies to any individual attack. So because Sayu's attack hits twice, that lets it double up on that effect. So any character basically below 6 is just going to go down so fast to Sayu's skill.
Looks like Hako did not end up going for any Eclipse right now. Probably waiting for the Ancient Courtyard, right?
Yeah, gonna wait for the Ancient Courtyard. Unfortunately, getting stuck with 2 Gilded and 3 weapons. If he had any lower cost artifact, one of their 0 costs, it would have been a lot better because we do see that Liaison in their hand, which is able to return an artifact and discount the next one by 2. And combined with Ancient Courtyard, that would be powerful, but no other artifacts so far.
Hako noticeably has Seed Dispensary, which has gone through some changes.
True. Yeah, Seed Dispensary no longer can discount 1 cost, I believe. Got only discounts 2 cost supports, which you don't see any right now. It's mainly there for, I think, just Timaeus?
I think so.
It might just be
Draw into it,
Timaeus.
unfortunately. Hopefully
Yeah.
with Sayu's talent we'll see something, but DVD playing Junior Zod and then Timaeus for 1 cost, drawing a Gamblers from his deck and a Chink from Junior Zod's passive.
Yeah, Gambler's probably not the best draw here, but either way, I think we're going to see some cards tuned here in order to burst.
Tuning Junior Zod. What is the next tune gonna be? Chang.
Okay.
Makes sense, you have 2 Sealies. You need to tune anyway for the 6 cards that are about to come in. She just burst down!
Yeah, you definitely don't want to overdraw here. Ooh. Getting some pretty good cards there. The Senyata Flower there, obviously going to be very good at just generating extra value. Maybe we'll see a Lumen Stone played this turn.
There's the Gilded Equip onto Sayu. Quick swap from Mona. Are we gonna see Ancient Courtyard Wolf's Gravestone?
It could be Sacrificial Greatsword. Wolf's Gravestone won't let you do another attack unless you use that Liar Song, and I think you might want to save that for Eula, because your opponent's probably not going to stay on Xingqiu, which means your Wolf's Gravestone hit probably will not get the additional damage, and you don't really care too much. Oh, it is going to be Wolf's Gravestone. Okay.
No, Wolf's Gravestone.
Oh, that's still going to leave Xingqiu alive.
1 HP. Yeah, because it's not a normal attack, right?
No. Yeah, that should be fine. If it took out Xingqiu, I wouldn't like that, because usually that would give your opponent a free swap. But now, DVD is a super awkward position. If they swap off, they will get swallowed, not by this hit, but the Sayu's second hit is infused with Hydro right now. So we're not going to see a swell right away, but we're almost certainly going to see another follow-up attack after this, in which case it will take out Xingqiu off field. So
this Sayu deck is another aggressive type, right? It's aggro against combo. So once again, we're seeing the power of aggro in like the triangle meta.
Yeah, I mean,
really well against combo.
Yeah, the triangle definitely tells you what's favored, but of course, people like to exaggerate that. Oh, you know, combo can never win into aggro, but it's not quite the case. It's closer to like 60% favored for I guess aggro in this case. So Sayu deck definitely with the advantage, and it's probably why Hakio picked this deck to open. You know, in order to get a stronger matchup, because he knows DVD has to bring this deck as his last one.
DVD playing Lumen Stone, going for the Gilded Equip to fix his dice, and one more card being played. It is Catherine is going to generate a dice and draw another card for him, so he can now skill on Chongyun with no issues.
I guess I think this quick swap with Catherine is very important, because what's going to allow DVD to do is if we can get a normal attack in here to free Sayu, we'll prevent another follow-up attack. So I think if Sayu gets another skill off with is it just going to end? That's going to be pretty rough. I was going to say, if Sayu gets another skill off, yeah, it's going to take out 2 characters.
I think DVD is most likely going to sacrifice Chongyun here.
I mean, it's going to be both. I mean,
it has to be Chongyun and Shito, right? Because the swirl is going to take out Shito.
It's both.
And then the follow-up will take out Chongyun.
But the problem is, it's going to be left on Solo Razor with Hydro, and if you've played against Eula decks before with Wanderer and Mona, you'll know that if you have a Hydra in your character, Eula will just shut you out with freeze totally, and then you'll never really be able to make another action for the rest of the game. So I think this might be the checkmate move from Hakio.
And this is really painful too for DVD, because Hakio does have that quick swap in hand. Of course, you know, this is open deck list format as well, so before the game starts, they have access to each other's decks. These players are very high level. They are keeping track of every single resource that is used. DVD knows that quick swap is in Hakio's deck, but is it in hand?
Yeah, which is why I'm really surprised that DVD didn't go for another normal attack, right? That Catherine allowed him to have priority here, and if he had led with a normal attack here to freeze Sayu, this follow-up would not be possible.
I know.
Though I'm not sure
after all that
how another normal attack would have been possible. There's not too much dice generation here. I think there might be enough to swap off.
I think there was a Liaison Gilded at one point, plus a Board Princess. So depending on what the artifacts were, I think it would have been possible to at least do one normal. Maybe it wasn't. We'll have to see. I mean, if it wasn't possible, then the game was already over at that point.
yeah, here we go. This is going to be the decisive round. I think it might all be over here.
It might all be over. Yeah, there's really, I mean, Razor can free Sayu here, but all Hakio needs to do, and I'm kind of wishing Hakio pulled out, I think he had the opportunity to get one more dice off of that Golden House, which would have let him swap onto Mona preemptively, but all he has to do is be on Mona, and then quick swap to Eula, go with the freeze, and then maybe even equip a weapon, and Razor is no longer going to be an issue.
Evidia is probably going to play a third card just to see what is drawn from Lumenstone. Of course, we have Minty Neat Rolls played, which will discount each normal 3 normals by 1 cost, making it 6 dice for 3 normals. Gambler is coming down, and unfortunately does not draw any sort of sustain here.
No, I mean, the deck does run one of the Underwater Treasure Hunt, which can be used to heal the active character, because each treasure generates not only a random dice, but healing, part of why it's so powerful. But even healing's not going to get you out of this spot, because, again, we're about to see Eula just dish out a ton of damage through freeze as well, right after Razor makes this freeze attack.
Evidia is trying to play another 3 cards after putting down a second Lumenstone just to get that card draw out. It's actually so important. I think, you know, Evidia is painfully aware of the quick swap that is certainly in Hakio's hand.
Yeah.
It really needs to draw into some of that sustain.
Oh,
There's Underwater Treasure, but where's the card
it's not
draw?
gonna matter. Yeah, there's not enough card draw. I mean, I think you'll eventually draw some cards off of Chang, but I think by then you would have to already been forced to end turn. But yeah, that Leave It to Me in Hakio's hand is gonna seal this game, I think, very quickly.
Yeah, especially with playing Timaeus.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Oh.
Gilded onto Eula.
Yeah, so the interaction deck
with Golden House.
Yeah, Golden House discounts by 1, which makes Gilded 2, which is exactly what you need to play it off of Timaeus. So very astute there.
But here
Basically
we go.
going dice neutral.
All you have to do if you're Hakio is go for a skill and then either a normal to shatter or a second skill with that Grim Heart, and that's it. No Wolf's Gravestone needed. Treasure going into the deck for DVD. Draws a Flowing Rings. That is so unfortunate. That is not going to do it.
Yeah, and we see that chain there at 2 stacks. Like I said, even though it will probably trigger at some point from Eula, it's not going to do it so before DVD ends their turn. Gets one more draw.
Ah, he's really looking.
It's really interesting to me that this deck runs Timaeus, but then has so many 0-cost artifacts.
I think it's probably for 4 value and also card draw. They're all card draw artifacts.
Yeah.
And then Timaeus just discounts the higher cost artifacts that you have.
That's true, yeah. So you can avoid, I guess, using up the Timaeus stacks and letting it build up towards Gilded for your big combo turn, which is not going to come.
Which is not going to come. Eula's skill with Grimheart is going to be plenty to take out Razor there. And now we are 1-1 already in this first best of 3. This is the upper bracket, of course, both these players having 2 lives, but congratulations to Hakio.
Yeah, evening out the score. Very quick game once again. I think looking at Hakio's opening hand, that Sayu Talent is going to be one of the cards. If you want to try this deck at home, that's one of the cards you really want to dig for, because we see just how many cards Hakio was able to draw. They basically, it's actually really easy to draw through your entire deck with this build with Sayu just from her talent.
Yeah, these highlights here. We can go back over the match and see just what happened.
Yeah, I really want to go back and look over this turn a little bit more closely and analyze, did DVD have an opportunity to get an additional dice out and could have prevented this double kill on Sayu? Because you really want multiple characters alive when you face off against Eula.
So it might have been possible, but the problem is DVD was on 0 dice. The card that he played was Jade Chamber, which is 0 cost. So I think DVD, I might be wrong, unless, was there 2 liars in hand or just 1?
I think it might have been 2. I think there was opportunity, like, before playing or using some of the other skills to play out a liar with Gilded. But again, I might be wrong. You know, there's a lot to focus on during the match.
There is a lot to focus on.
Very tense situations for these players because, again, the winner of this match will make it out into the top 8.
And of course, we have our last match coming up with DVD winning on the Fatuizan double animal Linny deck and Hakio winning on that Sayu aggro deck with Freeze. We now have only 2 decks left to be played. Hilano TK versus that Chongyun Razor deck.
Yeah, both decks have been pretty popular. We've seen this matchup a couple of times on stream. I think who is favored in this matchup is like different depending on who you are. Some players will tell you it is the Yelan deck, definitely very powerful with the treasure at 1 cost, but some will tell you it is the Chongyun Razor deck. It really depends on who is better at playing around that freeze reaction, to shut out your opponents, because both decks are generating a ton of dice, but the key thing is, if all your characters are frozen, there's no way for you to spend that dice.
Yeah. Just as Blood was saying, both decks utilize that freeze. Of course, Yelan OTK, as I've heard from some of our players, is it's a bit faster, right? It's a bit faster. It can be. Yelan's burst being 3 energy makes it hard, though. But once you have it up, then you can just go.
Yeah, I mean, one of the good things facing off against that Chongyun Razor deck is they don't really threaten you at all round 1. Occasionally, we've seen players go for a freeze on Yelan after they go for Qingju Burst, but that relies on you having a Quick Swap effect like Leave It To Me or Catherine.
Here we go. DVD's Chongyun Razor deck with Xingqiu for that freeze. Of course, I want to see that Jet come into play again. Only 1 copy of Underwater Treasure Hunt. Is this identical to Robot Wizard's deck from yesterday?
It is. I believe it's an identical build. We saw one version without Jet, and then Robot Wizard brought one with Jet. I think since then we've only seen this version.
Yes, and I do believe we're meant to have raffles.
Yeah.
We're waiting for an update on that right now. The matches have been going by very quickly, so we'll give you an update once we know for sure. But yes, we are going into match 3 here.
Yeah, and Hako, of course, now.
OTK.
Yeah, and this is a very familiar list to us by now. It's almost the exact same setup for all the players so far. This is the premier version of Yelan Underwater, or I think people call it Underwater Yelan or something.
Underwater Yelan.
Yeah.
I mean, so Yelan OTK has been a very popular deck for a long time. It's gone through many different changes. It's, the core characters is what makes it strong. I feel like the core is actually more Thunder Manifestation Signora, right? Because we do see the variations with different Hydro characters. We've seen it with Child, with the Fatui Resonance. We've seen it with Mona. We actually have that Mona variant here today. We saw it yesterday. So while Yelan makes it more of a combo deck rather than an aggro deck, I feel like that core is still Thunder Manifestation and Signora, right?
Yeah, Thunder Manifestation Signora have very powerful individual abilities, and I think what I like to say is Yelan enables them to deal damage through catalyst reactions.
But here we go. This is game 3 of our first best of 3 upper bracket final. Hako versus DVDia. Let's get into it.
Who's our target?
Yeah, and hopefully the raffles are happening in chat. There will be announcements in chat if that is going on. Again, we'll get confirmation in a little bit once we hear back.
Definitely. Assuming the raffles are working as normal, it should be !pick. You put the name of the player you want to win or think is going to win, your UID, all in one message. Astro Carnival's Twitch channel. That is assuming the raffles are going on. We have to wait for an update on that, but
yeah. Here we go. This is the deciding match. So again, the player who wins this match will advance into the top 8, into that live event, and the loser still has one more chance. We'll be seeing them back playing again after we play our first decider round in the lower bracket.
Definitely. Oh, here are our raffle winners. So if you see your UID at the bottom left here, that means you've won a raffle for Welkin Moon. So we are having raffles here. If you head on over to the Aster Carnival Twitch channel, it has to be the Twitch, can't be the YouTube, and it can't be Genshin official Twitch. You can enter into these raffles by typing !pick, the player you think is going to win, and your UID. So these matches have been going a bit faster than we've expected, so I think we're just getting caught up right now. We should have 3 winners per match, I believe.
Yeah, the players definitely are playing very quickly. The games have been very one-sided, I think, at this point. Hopefully we see a little bit of a closer match so far. But yeah, we're used to players like deliberating a long time on actions and taking their time. I do hope these players slow down. We did see quite a few mistakes from players on camera yesterday, and part of that is fast play. Obviously, the players can't hear us, but slow down.
Well, also nerves, right? Like, I know, especially with Robot Wizard getting kicked down to the lower bracket, really excited for the next best of 3. But so many support cards on DVD's side. 2 Cheng the Ninths at 2 stacks each.
Yeah, this is a scary setup. Again, the cards to focus on for both of these decks being combo are the card draw cards. Hakio with a Lotus and an Egg in hand, very reactive, and a Gambler's not what you want in your opener. And it looks like based on bad dice rolls, is forced into this 3-attack opener from Yelan, which looks strong, but actually is not ideal.
So DVDia has Lumen Stone, has Treasure Seeking Sealy, Covenant Jet, Myas, Liar Song, Boar, so many different cards at its disposal in his hand going into next round. Of course, Xingqiu's Burst is up. Hakio, though, already has Yelan's Burst up, so this is going to be a battle of the freezes, as I like to call it.
Yeah, gonna be battle of the freezes, but, you know, in that battle, it's usually whoever has more resources will come out on top. And looking at the hand size, a DVD with a full set of, I think, 9 or 10 cards in hand, plus the ability to draw more via Sealy, whereas Hakio had honestly a very bad turn 1 opening. Mao is not what you want to see in your opener, and you definitely would like to have had some card draw off of Yelan's Breakthrough, but we're not going to even be able to see that now because he will have to go for that Yelan Burst.
Now the question is, so normally, I feel like in all these games for the past couple days, we've had Quick Swap in one of the players' hands when we get to this freeze battle. Neither player... No, wait, DVDia has Catherine on the board.
DVDia has Catherine, yeah, the face-up Quick Swap, which people always, every time this Catherine played on camera, people always turn around and look at me. It's like, you know, hey, and you said Catherine was bad, what's going on? I mean, a lot of players have opted to put in Catherine mostly because freeze is so prevalent, for one, and two, players are playing a lot of Passing of Judgments, one of the arcane cards. We're seeing less of it now with the changes to Jet, but a lot of decks are playing that, which blocks your event cards, which notably Catherine, being a companion, dodges that. You can play it through a Passing of Judgment or Fortress of Meripede effect, and you can maybe unexpectedly get a quick swap out for your opponent when they're not thinking about it.
Part of the problem I suspect DVDia is going to have, however, so that quick swap will be used up just going to Chongyun to get the Frost Field on the board. So, you know, if Hakio is able to freeze Chongyun or whatever active character DVDia is on, DVDia is not going to be able to quick swap away.
Yeah. The actually super awkward thing at this moment is, yeah, quick swapping over to Chongyun is actually bad for DVDia here. He actually doesn't want that Catherine because it will force Chongyun's Frostfield to take out Yelan. And while that sounds like a good thing, it's going to give Hakio a free swap onto Signora to immediately start freezing, or even Manifestation to start doing damage.
Right, because Chongyun's skill does 3, and then Freeze is going to make it 4. That will take out Yelan, and so Hakio is going to win the Freeze battle, especially with DVDia's Quick Swap gone. But here we go, Gilded Equip onto Chongyun. This is definitely a skill.
Yeah, but this is going to get countered right away by Signora with the Freeze, almost certainly. You don't want to, your opponent already has 3 dice, you don't want to give them another hit, especially with that Gilded. Oh, it is going to go to a Manifestation.
I feel like the reason for this is because both of these players are at really low dice counts right now. I think they're going to be looking to go for their freeze battle next round. So I think turn priority is going to be the most important thing here. Except that will refresh Catherine for DVDia.
Yeah, DVD is going to have access to another Catherine here. Yeah, I'm not sure I can... This is definitely a good position for DVD, and I think, again, the card draw early and the lack of it from Hakio is making the difference in these matchups. It's not so much about the characters or the matchup even at this moment in time, it's all about the cards.
Oh, wait, the Lotus play drew an Electro dice?
Oh yeah, it did get Electro. Nice. I mean, Hakio's gonna need that to really come back from this game because he is very behind, I think, right now with only 2 characters left alive, which is very crucial. So Freeze, one of the ways you can beat Freeze is just by having more characters alive, letting you swap to them, and then basically baiting out a kill to enable you to quickly swap to another character through a Freeze and then freeze back. We're going to see a lot of like Freeze versus Freeze here, but with 2 characters left alive, Hakio's in a much more precarious position.
Definitely. I think Hakio is thinking what he wants to do here. So he could go for that skill that takes Xingqiu up because that Lightning Rod is on Xingqiu. But does he want to do that? Does he want turn priority going to next round?
I think you want to take out Xingqiu. Again, playing around Freeze. Oh, it's going to be a normal attack. Okay. I think it's more important to take out the characters off field because you will have priority.
This is interesting. That normal attack did do a lot of damage onto Chongyun, but I'm not sure DVD going for normal attack to freeze Thunder Manifestation. I also wonder if that was the correct play. That is, I mean, so you only need 2 Rain Swords leading into next round.
Yeah, you only need 2 Rain Swords. I mean, I think you always freeze Thunder Manifestation there because if they still have 2 cards in hand. They're about to draw another one with Sealy. If they have additional dice, then that could put you in a bad spot if they take out your Chongyun and your Xingqiu in 1 round, which is very possible, I think, with the exact right combination of cards. So I like this play from Divya, playing it safe. He doesn't really need to end first because he's the one with freeze pressure right now with 3 characters alive and a quick swap face up on the table. So he's in a good spot going into round 3. Hakio is the one that's going to need to do something kind of good.
Here we go.
Ooh.
Covenant coming down. Flowing Rings equip onto Xingqiu with the Board Princess active, Refunds and Omni. And Sunyata, I wonder if DVD is going to go for it. Wait,
No, he's going to go for a
free
skill.
Opera.
I think he's going to go for another skill just to pile on more damage. I kind of like this. You know, you have extra die in hand. You have too many cards as well. You kind of need to burn a couple of them. So I could see him playing Opera and then tuning 1 card just to get another hit on Manifestation and do a little bit more damage.
I wonder if you play Lumenstone and then Opera, or... No.
No, it wouldn't have worked out because,
it doesn't work out that way. You have to play 3
that
cards.
way.
Yeah, it doesn't work out that way. Because you lose the discount. But tuning Junior's on to go for that skill.
Yep.
Chongyun's burst is ready to go for next round.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see a swap off at all at this point.
We might.
One of the main things to avoid here is something like a Gambler's kill on one of your characters. Xingqiu still has a Lightning Rod, so with priority, Hakio can actually opt to go for the skill next turn to take out Xingqiu off field.
I mean, I wonder with that Lightning Rod if you're DVDA, if you just swap to Xingqiu anyway.
No, I think you want to make sure you don't, like, you want to force your opponent to use a skill that's more dice intensive, right? It forces them to have 3 Electro, and they're really low on cards already, so they might not even have enough cards to tune for that skill, and then having to tune anyway would be a big downside. So I like forcing them to have the 3 Electro in order to take that Xingqiu kill.
DVDA putting down Jet. Of course, Jet having gone through some balance changes, no longer gives flat Omni when you use Elemental Burst, but instead gives you a free skill.
Yeah, it gives you free skill. Importantly, that free skill is tied to the active character, which is very awkward because you're going to see Chongyun here is the one with the burst ready, but at 6 HP is almost certainly going to go down right after using his burst, so he's not really going to even have time to make use of the Jet buff.
Now the question is, what does Hakio do here? Are we going to see a skill onto Xingqiu, or are we going to see a normal attack? That Gambler is on Manifestation.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a skill. If you just normal attack and leave your characters with 3 characters alive, you're just going to always lose from that position. But I think this is...
Rings, SSK, and Sealy.
Yeah, but I think even with that skill, it might not matter. As we're about to see, Hakio does have that quick swap, but of course, DVD has theirs too, and this is what happens in the Battle of Freezes, right? It's whoever gets that first freeze, and then forcing the opponent to quick swap first. And it's like whoever gets the last freeze on both characters is going to win. It will be up to DVD to see if they have enough dice to actually do enough damage to finish the game this round.
Parametric Transformer, replacing that Opera. Jet is at 5 stacks. What are we going to see put down now? Another Gilded onto Razor. Yep.
So DVD are very smart. They're playing the Gilded on Razor because he knows there's a chance Hakio does have a quick swap. And if he has that quick swap, we'll be able to go over to Razor, Signora right away.
Here we go. There is the 6 stats for Jet with Sealy, and Chongyun's burst comes down, taking out Manifestation. That will give Chongyun a free skill. But of course, he's about to be frozen.
Yeah, it's about to be frozen. Yeah, it's interesting that DVD went for that there because it does allow them a free swap to Signora, but I guess because you have that Catherine, there's really no way for Hakio to punish this. Maybe an egg, a revive on a character could make this play a little bit worse, but egg might be the exact thing needed for Hakio to get out of this, which he does not have right now.
Of course, I definitely think that Parametric Transformer is going to proc for DVDia after a
True.
Razor skill, or no, you go for a normal attack, right?
Yep, go for a normal attack.
And
That
freeze
will-
out Hakio.
It's gonna, so that will give Razor 2 attacks potentially, but that's actually going to fall short of being able to do another action. So I think Signora will survive. I believe she will flip though at the end of this round. And against an 8 HP Razor, and Signora's only gonna be at 1 energy. Yelan Burst is about to run out too. So the window's closing pretty fast on Hakio to try and make a comeback, because he is quite behind right now.
Yelan's Burst running out is going to be the really big thing, and also not having the
Mhm.
defensiveness from Signora's revive.
Yep.
But, you know, Hakio playing that Sealy, I think Hakio knows he's gonna get frozen here on Signora.
Exactly.
The question is, like, what do you do with your dice while you still have them and you still have an action take? Do you even go for the freeze? Do you go for... I think you have to go for the freeze because you don't want Chongyun to have that free skill.
Exactly. Yeah. Basically, the Jet there is forcing Hakio to play into this freeze here, but Chongyun being at 1 is going to be very important. I believe the Jet buff should stick around, so even in the next round, DVD can still capitalize on that Jet discount to give Chongyun an additional skill.
But yeah, here we go. Quick swap with Catherine to Razor. That freeze is going to come down and take out Signora. Well, not take out Signora, but take out Signora for the rest of the round at least.
Yeah.
She's not able to do anything. Those 2 Omni are not going to be used.
No, and the key thing here for DVD now is just to bring Signora below 4 HP, because that is or 4 at lower, because that is the threshold at which she flips into her Pyro form at the beginning of the next turn, which prevents her from reviving.
Yeah, I almost wonder if DVDia is going to go for a skill here rather than a normal, just to preserve
The Rain
that
Sword?
Rain Sword.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. If he can, the Chongyun Frostfield is running out though. That is the key thing here. So he won't be able to freeze at the beginning of the next round, but just applying the Electro there is more damage.
True, but there is Catherine on the field. But yeah, we do see another normal. It doesn't really matter. Just going for the extra damage. Signora is under 4 HP, so we'll flip to Crimson Witch of Emperor's State at the start of next round.
I think I would have preferred to just go for the skill there, because it is 1 more damage over the normal. You don't really need any of the cards in your hand anymore. And either way, you know, the Rain Swords into either a Cryo or an Electro Aura will do 1 additional damage, so you're not losing out on any damage at all.
Hakio has 1 more chance, I think, to really have any sort of comeback. Did draw Lumen Stone, a lot of card draw at Hakio's disposal here. The question is, can Hakio draw into any sort of sustain?
No, and unfortunately the chain being on 1, as well as the Sealy being at 1, they're not going to trigger this round. So I think this is lights out for Hakio. DVD is going to be able to take this one. Hakio is going to try his best, just playing all of his cards out to see what would happen. But I don't think there's anything to draw.
Strat?
We'll go again.
We go strat.
egg?
No, no
Not
egg,
egg. Chef
Cheng, no. Oh, that's it.
Well, I think Haki already tuned his egg, if I believe, like very early on. If we look back on this match, a lot of this came down to, you know, we saw Hakio's opener with 2 food in hand and a very little card draw into DVD, who has drawn through the entire deck. Wait. They drew through the entire deck.
But here we go, DVDia, Razor Burst is going to take out Signora. DVDia going 2-1 against Hakio. Congratulations to DVDia. DVDia is going to be making it to the Los Angeles event. Our first player that's going to make it to the top 8. Congratulations. Amazing.
Yeah, that's going to be so cool. You know, the live event was a lot of fun. Of course, you and I were both there at the very first North America and EU Prince Cups. This time, you know, one thing to point out, we have a combined top 32 right now from players both from the EU region and the Americas region, and they're all competing together in this one Prince Cup. So we have this Atlantic, a combined bracket that's a little bit different from last time, but yeah, going to be very exciting for these players to come to the live event in person.
And Hakio's run in Group A is not over yet, of course. Having 1 life left, getting knocked down to the lower bracket final. So up next, we're going to be having Sean versus Robot Wizard, both previous Prince Cup participants in America's server.
Hang on. So DVD is definitely the dark, because DVD now making it out is the only player out of the 4 in this group that had not previously attended or qualified for a top 8 in the Prince Cup. They're all in the lower bracket.
Hako qualified through wildcard.
EU. Top 8 EU.
No, Hako qualified through wildcard.
Oh, did he?
DVDia qualified through
Serious Showdown.
Serious Showdown. Actually beat Fufu, who's also in Group A. But here we go. Here's our bracket for Group A. So up next, we're gonna have Robot Wizard, our previous Prince Cup America's champion, knocked down to the lower bracket up against Sean, who actually lost to Robot Wizard in the top 4 in the previous Prince Cup. So this is a rematch of the century.
It is a rematch of the century, but unfortunately, it's going to be a very bittersweet rematch because it will mean one of them doesn't get to go to the live event, to the Prince Cup Atlantic. Their journey will be over, but of course, all the players in the lower bracket there you see now have already made it to the top 16, so they've already won $1,200 in prize money. That's one thing we haven't pointed out right now. This whole tournament has a $60,000 prize pool combined, and all the players in the top 32, including the ones that have already been knocked out from the lower bracket matches, have gone away with $600, but the players right now, $1,200 guaranteed.
But for now, we have our raffle winners from our last match. So if you see your UID in the bottom left here, I have gotten used to pointing in the right direction.
You got it.
You have won a Welkin. Congratulations. And if you want to be entered into the next Welkin raffle, please head over to Astro Carnival's Twitch channel, not the YouTube, not Genshin official, Astro Carnival's Twitch. You type !pick the person you think is going to win the player, and then your UID in the same message will be entered into that raffle. There should be 3 winners per match. Good luck, have fun. But
yeah, I'm kind of speechless.
$16,000 for the champion, right? And then I think top 32. So every player who's participating in his top 32 here that you are watching play has already won 600 USD. And I believe the top 16 is 1,200 USD. And then just for qualifying to the top 8, it's 1,600 USD.
Yes,
plus,
it goes up a little bit.
Plus traveling to Los Angeles for the live event.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's the most exciting thing. I mean, for you and I both, the Prince Cup, that very first Prince Cup that we attended was kind of a life-changing event here. Like, we wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for that event. We're almost at the anniversary of that event, which is kind of crazy to talk about. But I don't know, maybe we'll get a chance to chat about that more later. But we have 2 more best of 3s in this Group A, and then in the afternoon, of course, we'll be moving on to Group B, but we'll be finishing off this Group A bracket first and putting forward our first 2 players into the top 8. 1 more will advance out of the 3 remaining.
Will our previous Prince Cup champion Robot Wizard make it once again to the Prince Cup live event? Or will Sean, who was previously beaten by Robot Wizard, finishing top 4 in the previous Prince Cup, will he get his revenge?
Yeah, Robot Wizard, a player that I know since we've met them in person, loves to complain about their bad luck, but with 5 average effective dice, has pretty average luck. And I think that's generally true. They're a very consistent player, and you can tell that, if you're not familiar with this player, you should get familiar. They are kind of the favorite of this bracket. They have a very extensive tournament history. One of the things I was talking to Sumi yesterday about is they've been to every single possible qualifying competitive event since the start of Genius Invocation.
Sean, with the bloated stats here on the left, strongest single strike 9, average rounds 4. So I mean, the average rounds is gonna go up depending on what types of decks you play normally, and also how your luck goes. But normally we see this average rounds being about 3 or 4.
Yeah, 3 or 4 is very. I mean, the 4 here I think is pushed up because Shan is one of the few players who brought a stall deck, a slower deck based around healing, shields, and defense to this meta game, which is very heavy, as you saw with Yelan and that Xingqiu Razor deck, which are combo decks generally favored into that archetype.
So I wanted to say something about this. Sean tagged himself as round 15 enthusiast. That is the only tag he brought. So I wonder, he performed very well on that child stall deck.
He did.
The other day, so I wonder if we're gonna see a comeback of stall once again from Sean. As for Robot Wizard, he has Unlucky Roller and Professional Top Decker, which are they contradict each other.
Well, no, you can roll bad, but top deck good. I don't think that's a contradiction, right? Your dice could be horrible, but your cards are fine, and that makes it average. And then you
fix your dice, and then you fix your dice.
There you go.
The
yeah,
cards.
There's no contradiction there.
So you build a good deck, so that the dice rolls don't matter. You just need to draw good.
Exactly. Look, he's a robot, so if there was a logical contradiction, he would have already exploded.
Okay. He should have, he's a robot wizard, so he should have really put Dice Magician.
True. But anyway, coming back, so one of the points I want to come back to, you were talking about how Shan maybe he'll come back with the stall deck. So one of the things in his previous match, we saw he didn't bring a stall deck in his lineup. So he started off with that, but after taking a very punishing loss against the Yelan OTK deck, looks like might have gotten scared off of stall and maybe no longer trying to bring that against the current metagame. Because again, it is very unfavored, I think, to bring one of those slower decks.
I think also something to consider, so you mentioned this a bit earlier, right? These players are watching all of these matches and changing their deck lineups as the tournament goes on. Of course, they're all playing on the same balance changes in this weekend, right? So all of Group A is playing the same patch. So they are learning and evolving as the tournament goes on from their peers. So we're gonna have to see if Shan brings stall again, but no, this is aggro. It is Fatuizan.
Fatuizan.
Of course,
I'm pretty proud of that name.
Two decks. It's pretty good. I mean, it's Fatui because Linny Lynette, and then Zan because of Farazan.
Yeah, it kind of rolls right off the tongue. You know, I have to make, Starfire came up still, I think, with the best name so far for Genius Vacation in Fire Station. I'm really miffed that I didn't see that one first, so I gotta kind of step up my naming game here.
I love Fire Station. Fire Station has to be my favorite name. It's double pyro manifestation. But speaking of manifestation, Robot Wizard once again bringing this Mona variation of the Thunder Manifestation Signora deck.
This is such a curious deck because, of course, it is playing Underwater Treasure Hunt, but notably, it's not as focused on normal attack combos, which is traditionally what you want to do with Underwater Treasure Hunt, right? It generates random die, which are pretty hard to make use of, but he did win on this one, I think, and I think he thinks it's favored into the current metagame, so I have to see how it performs against Fatuizan.
Definitely. So, I mean, both of these decks are more aggro than combo, right? So, I mean, I wonder if Robot Wizard would be favored because he has the freeze available and freeze is so dominating in this meta, or if we're gonna see another round 2 win from Fatuizan.
Yeah, I mean, Fatuizan I think has the higher potential to run away with the game, right? It has draws which might be unbeatable for Robot Wizard's deck, but I think on average, Robot Wizard's deck is more consistent because it does have that quick swap built in. It can also avoid a lot of the swells, right? Like Mona's probably gonna take a hit early on, and then Pyro will be hard to swell for Shan.
But here we go, Shan versus Robot Wizard. 2 previous Prince Cup participants duking out again in our next best of 3. Who will win? Shan immediately drawing a King Squire in his opening hand.
And you know what a new game means? New raffle.
Oh yeah, we have a new raffle, so please type ! Pick the player you think is going to win, and your UID same message in Astro Carnival's Twitch channel. Yeah, make sure to pop over there if you're on the official. Of course, if you're on the official channel and this is your first time watching competitive Genius Vacation, welcome. It's a very good time to tune in. We are about to crown, or about to knock out one of these 2 players. Their tournament journey will be over. It's an honor to be here. After this best of 3. Yes, it will be completely over, but that is not to say that they haven't performed well or gone through a long journey. For sure. You know, everything starts with the Cattails Gathering. We've had Season 1, Season 2 this year already, and then it led into the Serious Showdown tournament, which was basically the Prince Cup qualifiers, and now we're here at the top 32 of both Americas and Europe combined. Yeah, it's already all the players in the top 32 have proven themselves very capable to even get here, so we are trying to weed out the best of the best here. Of course, we have 2 previous Prince Cup winners in this same top 32. Robot Wizard being one of them, the other one being Binzu, who we'll see later in a later group. But they are definitely the favorites to retake the crown, as it were. But only one of them can come away with it this time. Yeah, the kings of their regions, their respective regions. So. And we see Shan here does have, so that King Squire, that weapon on the very top left, on the far left there, that's one of the premier cards for this Fatuizan deck. It allows Farazan to output a lot of damage, and then combined with the other card on the right, the Unseen Razor, lets you replay it to discount a skill again, giving basically an extra die. So very good hand here from Shan. I think it's exactly what he needs to kind of come out on top in this matchup. Also, you know that Covenant with the charge attack is very, very good with Farazan. And the quick swap. Oh, Woven! But the quick swap basically, so the Animal Resonance gives you a free quick swap because it doesn't cost any dice to use, right? Actually, yeah, and the
the Anemia Resonance here is actually going to be huge. So what this is going to let Shan do is immediately swell the Pyro on Mona and then put it on Manifestation. But Robot Wizard almost certainly is also going to have to quick swap into a character with another Pyro Aura on them and then allow Farazan to double swell on that first round.
This is going to be so brutal for Robot Wizard because
Yeah.
like quick swap over to Farazan, King Squire, skill, Covenant. Like there's so much Shan could do here. We're going Lumen Stone coming down for Robot Wizard.
Yeah.
What are we looking for?
We're looking to see, so one of the things Robot Wizard could do, it looks like based on the cards he played, he's not going to swap this turn, which is actually going to work to his advantage. He doesn't want to swap off of Mona this round because that's going to enable Shan to swell for even more damage. So we're probably going to just see a skill here. Robot Wizard just deploying ramp and card draw. This is a really interesting deck because it's definitely aggressive, but it plays like a combo deck because you are trying to draw through your deck. You are playing Treasure Hunt, which normally, again, is a combo card, and this isn't the best deck to use it, but I think the healing is going to be pretty critical in
against
tanking
an aggressive
damage.
deck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I mean, if you want to survive against an aggressive deck, you need to draw out your healing. And you need to play it in the first place. So Robot Wizard playing Lumen Stone for the card draw and dice generation. Also, you know, Timaeus and Chang just getting set up for future rounds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll have to see what Shan decides to do here. I think he's going to want to slow swap. That Anemo Resonance would have been pretty good if Robot Wizard had not played so many support cards and was looking to swap onto Manifestation. But at this point, you want to save that because that Signora Freeze is something you'll need to get around in the later rounds.
He does have that Woven in hand, so he could still choose to go for a slow swap Farazan. And that's what we're gonna see here, slow swap.
Yep.
We could still see the King Squire equip into either Covenant skill or Woven skill.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see the King Squire equip. It really, like you said, it depends on the follow-up after that. Does he want to use the Woven? I think it's going to be the Woven. You might just save the Covenant for a later round.
So King Squire buffs your damage by 1 and also discounts your elemental skill by 2. So basically every 3 cost skill is only going to cost 1. So all Shan had to do was play that Woven to skill.
Yeah, one shortcut if you're confused about the interaction is you can think of King Squire effectively as just costing 1. It's a 1 cost weapon. Ooh!
Chandru Animal doesn't need to tune anything.
Oh.
Wow. But the breakpoints, Mona is just barely going to survive here.
Yeah, and in fact, you don't actually want to take out Mona here because, you know, once again, taking out a character for a lot of these high-level players is actually a bad thing, especially if you don't have something like Gambler, because it lets them swap for free onto a different character. But now Robot Wizard at least has to spend 1 die doing that at the start of his turn.
It also depends on, like, the board state, right? Like,
It really
there's some
does.
cases where you really want to do as much damage as possible and take out as many characters as you want, but there's some cases where it's bad. So how does Robot Wizard respond here?
Yeah, I think it's very likely Robot Wizard goes for the freeze. So I think one of the ways this deck beats the Fatuizan deck is the Fatuizan deck relies so much on getting Farazan's Burst Out round 2. And why that's important is because not only does her talent refund additional dice, but it does take a while for that burst to generate value. So if you can delay it by an entire round, it really reduces how much damage that Shan is able to put out. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a swap onto Signora here.
Yeah, I have to agree with you because, you know, Fatuizan's #1, I guess, strength is dealing a lot of damage at once. And I don't know if you want to duke it out. Like, you don't want to go into, like, who can out-damage each other battle if you're a Robot Wizard. You might want to play a little slower and control Shan's board with Freeze.
Yeah, that Gilded play on Signora almost certainly signaling that he is going to switch over. Because, of course, Gilded, whenever you trigger a reaction on that character, not only is it giving you dice, but it gives you a card draw as well. So that almost certainly tells me it will be a Signora swap.
Now, the question is Robot Wizard going to play that Underwater Treasure Hunt and try to draw into it now?
Very well is an option.
Draws another Sealy.
You know, I've been watching Robot Wizard play quite a lot, and one of the things he really favors is only playing Treasure Hunt below a certain density of deck. He waits to make sure that his deck is thinned out sufficiently so that when he does play Treasure Hunt, he's more likely to draw into the treasures. Like I said, he doesn't, despite being a professional top decker, he doesn't believe in his top decks.
Yeah, it's less that he's professionally top decking and more that he's professionally making sure that he gets all the cards he needs. Like it's done with intention, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's just playing well.
He's just playing well, but unfortunately Shan's dice not the greatest here, and with no gamblers in hand, he will better take out Mona with that swell hit, but it's not going to refund him any additional dice.
Yeah, it's not really going to do much here, and I fear that Shan is going to run out of steam here on Fatuizan because of that.
Well, it's that delay on the Farazan burst, right? Normally Farazan burst, when it comes down, is not only giving dice for the if you have her talent, but it does buff all Anemo damage, including, you know, Lynette's skill here by 1, and that slowly starts adding up. Ooh. Double treasure.
Double treasure. When do we play it though? Because like you said, these players, and I've heard this too from some players, that you don't want to play treasure immediately at the start because it's going to add 6 cards into your deck, and you want to draw out your setup first.
Exactly. Yeah, we're most likely going to see probably a Signora skill here, maybe even a swap off. Because Signora will be flipping to her pyro form if she takes 2 more damage here. But I think with another Sealy in hand, we're probably going to see Robot Wizard play those 2 treasures at the beginning of next turn, right before those Sealies draw into his deck.
So basically setting everything up for next round. I do believe that 2-cost food in his hand is egg, and I think it's going to come into play next round.
For sure.
The pale flame smolders.
Ooh,
I think it's going to be very important, actually. It's going for a skill here that will apply sheer cold as well.
That's actually really crucial. So Shan, of course, the opponents here can't see each other's dice. We know that Shan doesn't actually have any Anemo, and that ends up being really important here because now Robot Wizard can freeze Liddy and put his opponent out of actions for the turn.
Oof. But how do you do that? What do you play to get the dice generation?
You have the Laya Song, and I think with Laya Song and Tamias at 2, you will be able to do it because there's a Gilded on Signora. So
now,
you have that option.
Do we go for it, or I feel like I really like this actually. So Robot Wizard is saving Signora from flipping this round. And is saving that Hydro Aura on Linny for next round because, you know, with Mona already down, you don't have any more Hydro application other than that on Linny. I think Robot Wizard wants to use that to control the timing of the freezes going into next round. I think this is probably the best thing Robot Wizard could have done here.
He did return that Gilded, so he is going to do something with his last 2 dice. Maybe we will see these Underwater Treasures played. I think he's trying to reduce the number of cards in his hand because he has quite a lot right now. Oh, here we go.
There's 1 treasure.
So the
now
second
do we
one?
see a Sealy or treasure? It's a Sealy.
Okay.
Want all that card draw down on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, there's also no reason to reveal that second treasure anyway.
Oh, look at this. So another thing that Robot Wizard could do here, those 2 Cryo Auras, depending on the timing of the egg that he plays in the quick swap in hand, he could go for a freeze with Mona.
He could. Yeah, the old egg Mona quick swap play.
Robot Wizard has set this up so well.
Ooh, there's the Fatui Conspiracy finally.
What's it gonna roll? What's it gonna roll?
Look, I think Shan shouldn't play it. It's really too late. The game is not going to go beyond this round. And if you hit Pyro with that, you almost certainly will lose the game on the spot. So I don't think it is worth the risk.
It should be a 1 in 4 chance to roll Pyro though, right? But we've seen it so frequently this tournament. Okay,
here's the thing. I think Shan has a pretty good shot of not winning this game. So in order to preserve the statistic that not rolling Pyro is 100% win rate, he shouldn't play the Fatui Conspiracy because it will ruin those stats. I can't say that anymore.
Well, Blep really likes math.
I really like fun statistics. I would put mathematician down as one of my tags.
What should I put down for my tags, Blep?
Wow. I don't know. I have to look at all of the tags. Bird Kitchen, I think, is definitely.
Wow. Okay, no, but you're right.
You know, Bird Kitchen, Dark Horse.
Okay, I'm the one who created the deck Win, which is Wanderer, Ito, Nahida. Just think about that. I won't say anything else about it. Anyway, so Shan, I think that was a strategize jumping out of Shan. He has to think very carefully, which is why, you know, these actions are coming a bit slower from our players, right?
Yeah, he's in a tight spot for sure.
Yeah, this is a very crucial moment.
Yeah, Robot Wizard is quite favored, I think, at this point of the match.
Over here.
And we'll rest a quick swap onto Lynette. The skill will heal her, and she will take 2 piercing damage at the end of turn if she doesn't go under 6 HP.
That is correct. She most likely will get taken out pretty quickly here, but now I think those treasures are really going to start coming to play, where I'm predicting Robot Wizard is, before that treasure-seeking ceiling pops, going to play the second underwater treasure, maybe start playing treasures out of his hand to heal manifestation, crucially above 5, right?
Yeah.
We know that Shan runs that Lynette talent, I think, based on deck list, which will do 5 damage on a secondary hit. So Robot Wizard could be playing around that, and the 6 breakpoint is very important.
There's 1 treasure, and is Robot Wizard going to play the other underwater treasure hunt?
Almost certainly. Depends on how many deck cards he has left, but...
Noticeably, Tamaya is at 2 sacks, hasn't been used yet, has Shadow of the Sand King if he wants to go for more card draw, or if he's about to take a character out, he could equip Gamblers there instead. Honestly, Robot Wizard is super set up for this match.
Yeah, Robot Wizard has the perfect hand to counteract what Shan is putting out. And again, this is really coming down to that freeze in round 2. You know, I think might be a reason Robot Wizard specifically picked this deck. He's one of the few players that has switched into this mode of variation. I think as a response to seeing how much Fatuizan is being played, you can see why it's so favored in this matchup.
Definitely. I think, Robot Wizard is thinking very carefully. He's considering all of his options. Has he thinned his deck out enough to play the second underwater treasure? Does he card draw first with Shadow Sand King? Like, what do you do here? The specific order of everything matters so much, but it is going to be a Liar's Song to unequip the Gilded, and then the fast swap just to draw a card from Lumenstone.
Yep.
There's Boar.
Just playing out as many cards, because he's about to draw 3 cards from the silly. I feel like you want to play the other underwater treasure hunt, but maybe I'm wrong.
Gilded replace for another 3 dice. That is 1 more action. And we're going for a skill first with Thunder Manifestation.
Okay.
Draws another Gilded.
So another Gilded, not going to do too much.
Sunyata Treasure in 1 Shadow of the Sand King. I think Robot Wizard is safe to play the other treasure.
Yeah, he could definitely play the other treasure at this point. Again, it really depends on how many cards are left, but with that set, probably play it just before that second Sealy goes off. He's looking to thin his deck a little bit more of unwanted cards. We'll probably see a Sunyata Flower go down.
Here we go. Sean's True Motive coming out, playing Lynette's Burst. This will reduce damage Sean takes. I think he knows that this round is going to be very decisive for Robot Wizard, but Robot Wizard responding with Treasure, and with every treasure played, he gets 1 dice and 1 HP back.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Shannon. This is why it's in such a tough spot without that Lynette talent. Oh, wait.
Tamaya's reduced to dust.
Wait, the bonus library is huge. So Underwater Treasure gives you random dice, and usually that's really tough. But drawing that library, he can re-roll any off-element dice into Cryo or Electro.
You're right.
Look, this is what it means to be a professional top decker. Not only are you top decking off of the top of your deck, but also through Sunyata Flowers. It's crazy.
Wizard taking his time here, just going for another skill because he has all the time in the world with the dice generation he's about to have.
Yeah, he's under no threat from his opponents. Again, choosing his breakpoints very carefully here, right? Being at 5 HP, I believe, does put him out of range of most things. A Tandori could do it here, but with your opponent only at 4 dice, it's very unlikely. And yeah, I'm just looking at Shan's hand, and it's like all those cards could have been great a couple of rounds ago, but now, Farazan Burst is no longer even that good, even with the talent. Fatui Resonance Conspiracy is too late for that. He hasn't had a chance to play Unseen Razor.
I still think that Sean should play Fatui Conspiracy just so we see what element rolls, but Robot was playing both Junior Zods just to make sure all the companions are drawn out of his deck before playing that underwater treasure hunt and proccing that Sealy.
Surely you play Library to reroll. I want to see it.
So Sean swapped to Linny. Sean swapped to Liddy though, so I actually wonder if we're gonna see a quick swap onto Signora because he played a quick swap earlier and it hasn't been used yet. So Robot Wizard might actually quick swap to Signora to freeze Liddy.
That is true. Yeah, with 2 Pyrodie left, Shan would then have to tune their entire hand. It is very risky. We've seen flipping Signora to be a winning play sometimes, but it can sometimes be the wrong move to make. So we'll have to see. I think going for a burst here is actually pretty reasonable. Because you're not, like, if Signora stays alive at 5 at the end of this round, that's actually really good for you.
Well,
because she can still revive.
You have treasure, right? You're gonna draw into treasure.
You do.
So even if Signora somehow takes a hit, she would heal above the breakpoint, right?
Yeah. I still like doing the burst here, because Thunder Manifestation isn't at risk of going down to Linny anyway. And burst is just a lot of damage, but I guess we're going for the freeze.
Quick swap onto Signora. Now the question is actually, do you just burst here and go for the win?
Based on
because
the
you have cryo and electro auras on the other characters.
Actually, your opponent has already used both the Nemo resonances, so we might actually see the burst at this point, because I believe it is perfectly safe for Robot Wizard to go for it.
Rhythm. Slide in.
There's no reason. Oh, he's thinning out his hand because
he's about to draw 4 cards, 3 from Celia, 1 from Shadow Sacred.
Oh, no treasure. Okay.
Just a skill here. Treasure boar.
Okay, I wonder if he already knew that his deck was already full of treasures, and so playing another underwater treasure hunt wouldn't actually do anything. Right? Because if your whole deck is treasures, adding 6 more treasures doesn't. Oh,
it's Hydro.
It's Hydro.
It's Hydro. No. Your statistics are
no, but... Okay, I'm rooting for Shan to win now, just for the statistical equity.
You're rooting for Shan to win, but here we go. Robot Wizard is playing all of his treasures. 3 treasures is 1 more action, and still has Boar, another treasure in hand, and a bunch of card draw, and Gamblers. What are we gonna see here?
The Gamblers is going to get equipped, take out Linny. That's actually going to bring Robot Wizard back up to, I believe, 9 dice, and then 2 more hits on Farazan and Lynette is going to seal the victory. I believe this is checkmate now with Shan ending. Robot Wizard taking his time to make sure that he has the win in hand, but I don't think there's any losing from this position. In fact, he can play Shadow the Sand King or Gilded,
Gilded. It is a free Gilded equip.
It is a free Gilded. Replace it with a second Boar Princess, and then draw another treasure from his deck for a guaranteed 9 dice for certain.
Ooh, Gambler is coming down instead right now. So
but
here's the first. This is just enough to take out Linny. Where does Shan go? It is to Farazan. Of course, a Vaporize comes in from the Fatui Conspiracy Hydro, but his skill is more than enough to get Farazan as well. I think that's it. Lynette is going to fall just to a normal. All you have to do is blow on her, and here we go. Lynette falls to 1-turn kill OTK. Robot Wizard taking a very decisive victory against Shan.
Yeah, I think it really has come down to that freeze, but disappointed that I can no longer quote the Fatuizan not rolling Pyro as a 100% win rate, but you know, it is what it is. I think going for that play just in case something might happen from the Fatui Conspiracy was the right play in the end, but not enough to counteract all that treasure.
But, you know, it was very... Fatuizan's still at a high win rate, right? It doesn't have to be 100%. I feel like, you know, if it's at 100%, people are going to question if it's really at 100%, you know, or if it's just not a large enough sample size.
True.
It's fine.
Well, who cares about sample size? Fun statistics are always fun, like Crab being 100% win rate currently on stream. But yeah, this is proving to be a really powerful choice, I think, for the current metagame, because not only does it seem to be favored into Fatuizan, but I think he has a pretty good matchup into Yelan OTK as well. That freeze on Signora in round 2, very good at locking out key characters on the opposing side.
I just want to say how masterfully Robot Wizard set this game up, but here we go. Here's the deck lineups. Wow, both of them banning out the Tongue Razor combo deck. Both of them bringing a variation of the Thunder Manifestation Signora deck, and both of them bringing Fatuizan. So, of course, you know, Robot Wizard won with that Mona variation and can no longer use it because this is Conquest format. Now, Robot Wizard will be stuck on Fatuizan until he takes another win or loses completely.
Yeah, I mean, Fatuizan, having to play 2 games of Fatuizan is probably a good thing. It's definitely a deck that can roll well and roll poorly, so you want more opportunities to try and play it into its strength. So winning a game on his first deck can be very good, particularly because I think it does have a pretty decent matchup into that Yelan OTK deck, which Shan will be forced to play into at some point.
And of course, OTK meaning one turn kill, which is just what Robot Wizard did last game. But for now, we have our raffle winners. Congratulations.
This way? Yeah.
This way. So if you see your UID at the bottom left of your screen, you have won a Welkin. Congratulations. And if you want to be entered into the next Welkin raffle, please head on over to Aster Carnival's Twitch channel. You'll type !pick the player you think is going to win or the player you want to win and your UID in the same message before the game starts. You'll be entered into that raffle. So good luck, have fun.
Yeah, if you miss out on previous chances, don't go anywhere. We have so many matches coming up. Of course, we're not yet finished with this best of 3 series, but we have 3 more best of 3s left to go. And again, each game is a new opportunity to win a raffle just by watching.
Yeah,
imagine
definitely.
that.
And it's not just watching you can get rewarded, but you can also play. You can get into these big tournaments if you rise to the top. Of course, this is the top 32. They've gone through so many stages to get here, but the Catskills Gathering, where everything begins, is now open for registration for Season 3. So head on over to the Genshin Impact Tavern Discord server and sign up.
Yeah, I believe in Season 3 there was a point reset too. This current Prince Cup was a combination of your placements from seasons 1 and 2, but the points did reset, so we might be gearing up for some future events to come.
The points reset, so that means they're battling for more points, right? Like it resets so they can earn more points?
Well,
So
it
that
means
means-
that everyone's back to 0. So right now, any results from seasons 1 and 2 no longer matter for any future events. Those all have been incorporated into the current Prince Cup that we're watching. So Season 3 is a brand new slate. So if you're a new player, there's no advantages at the moment for any other players who have played in previous seasons. So this is your chance. This is your shot to make it onto the big stage.
Yeah, this is definitely your shot, so give it your best. And also, you can learn from watching these players play right now. Of course, we're not on the current patch. We have some slight adjustment changes that were added in a hotfix. We'll be seeing players play on the current patch next weekend or the weekend after. The next weekend we're streaming, whichever that is.
It's gonna be, I think it's a 2-week break after this one, so not directly next weekend, but we have a lot of games to come in this top 32, right? We're not even a quarter of the way through all of our matches so far.
But here we go. Sean playing Yelan OTK.
Yeah, switching it up.
I mean, so Sean could have went with the other deck, the Fatui's on deck that he just played. However, I guess he wanted to dodge the mirror and thinks that he has a good shot at beating Robot Wizard. The thing is, he has to win against Robot Wizard's Fatui's on, regardless of what deck he chooses. He has to beat it twice.
Yeah, it is a really interesting choice in this Conquest format. Like, do you go and stick with the same deck that you're comfortable with, or do you switch it up? For some play, like if you lost the first one, it doesn't matter because you have to play both matchups eventually. But it's also a bit of the mental aspect. Like, what are you more comfortable doing? The mirror matchup, because if you can win one, it's a very good for your momentum going into round 3.
So did you notice the one copy of Library in Robot Wizard's hand, and then
Wait, what was
also Library?
Oh, Library, yeah.
Yeah, one copy of Library if Fatui's on, and then Robot Wizard also choosing to take Lynette's Talent, one copy of it. Sean didn't, noticeably. So do you want to talk about the differences there? Robot Wizard investing a little bit more into Lynette.
Yeah, I mean, I think one card doesn't seem like a lot, but one of the things, of course, these are open deck lists. And so if you don't bring a card, your opponent knows that you don't have it, and so never has to play around it. But by including just a single copy, you're not guaranteed to draw it every game. But there's always that mental aspect of like, maybe he has it, and then your opponent has to play around it, which I think is very powerful. And Lynette Talent is very good at dealing out surprise damage.
Definitely, but here we go. Sean versus Robot Wizard. Top 4 previous Prince Cup participant Sean was actually knocked out in last year's tournament by Robot Wizard. This is a revenge match, but Robot Wizard is 1-0. Can Robot Wizard take another match, or will Sean get his revenge?
Yeah, really curious if Robot Wizard will keep that Fatui Conspiracy. My eyes are just like magnets to that card. As soon as I see it, I'm just like glued in, like what is gonna happen, because it is so fun to watch.
It's definitely been a highlight of the tournament. Just as casters, we're watching it, and it's rolled the pyro so many times. Actually, some players have joked that I've put a curse when I cast.
Well, I mean, Shan didn't roll pyro, so at the very least, with the breaking of the statistic of the 100% win rate when it doesn't roll pyro, I guess we broke the curse.
Broke the curse.
We did it.
Wow. We did it. Yes,
we did
let's
it.
go. I don't think we rolled pyro every time I was casting, to be fair, but it was most of the time.
Did put it away.
Who's our target this time?
Interesting.
Prepare to be amazed.
Yeah, I don't think it's very strong in the opener because you are more looking for that, you know, getting the bow, getting the ramp, and you can say Robot Wizard favoring those two things, the card draw and also the opera, in order to dig for not only Farazan talent but the King Squire.
But didn't really get any of them. Does have card draw with Willow and Strategize, so hopefully Robot Wizard will be able to draw into it going into next round. But Sean is most certainly going to be going for Yolan's burst here. If he can.
Yeah, if you can. I mean, one of the threats that you have to be aware of when you're playing on Shan's side is your opponent, if they have a King Squire, will be able to threaten Yilan on round 1, right? But the combination of Prop Arrow into Farazan's skill, Covenant, and the normal attack is enough to take out Yilan on that first turn.
We have seen it happen to, you know, Farazan going for the FTK first turn kill onto Yilan. Yeah, also, Fatuizan is the deck that won in round 2 today.
Oh, it is.
We have to think about that a bit, and Sean definitely has to think about that.
Yeah, I think Sean's hand is a lot better. Okay. Strategizing into that sector. That's pretty huge. I was about to say, Robots with dice weren't very good. Only one Omni for Lindy's Prop Arrow, but that double Opera is actually a huge opening. Not only is it going to give them the right amount of dice to Prop Arrow it out, but it's 2 extra dice into rounds 2 and 3.
According to the judgment of the Orchard's Picnic to Elise Cardinal, it looks like Robot Wizard is allowed to have good dice in this version.
Okay, hold on. You know, we might still get an Oratrice Mechanicia and Elise Cardinal card, and so when that happens, that's when we should be saying that, not
No, but the
just for
Oratrice
Opera.
is in the opera.
Well, true. Okay, I'm not as up to date on my lore apparently as you are.
Oh, haven't you not played? Okay. Anyway.
I did. I just forgot.
Yeah, this is a TCG stream. It's fine. Permitted. I'll allow it.
Look, I guarantee you, Robot Wizard does not know what the lore is behind the cards that he is playing.
I mean, a lot of these players are actually playing for the TCG, right? Like, Geniusification TCG has become, like, a game of its own in some ways. But here we go. Sean using Yolan's elemental skill.
This is a really strong opening. So Sean equipping that Lotus Crypt there will be able to block 3 damage. This protects him from any threat of a first turn kill. The only problem is because Yilan is only at 2 energy, he still needs to get an additional action on Yilan before her burst.
But Wizard most certainly gonna
We'll
go
see about
for
that.
skill here, and that's what we see.
Yep. And Sean must be breathing a sigh of relief. Not seeing the King Squire equipped there is pretty huge. He's going to pass the turn pretty safely at this point. I don't think there's a way for Robot Wizard to threaten. We might still see him go for the Covenant normal attack, but that does turn off the Willow angle.
But the problem is, like, how do you play Willow anyway? You still have to cover Willow.
Yeah, I guess even if he normal attacks here, Yilan will go down to 5, and with the King Squire equipment, the skill is not going to be enough.
I think we might see a Willow, honestly. Like, I know you want to go for the damage, but getting the card draw for the King Squire and the talent feels like it's really important for Robot Wizard, so I suspect it's going to be a Willow.
I have to see. I think I agree with Willow as well. There's no way you're threatening Yilan anyway. They're almost certainly guaranteed to get the burst off, but no.
We're both wrong. It is a normal attack. Tuning, where's the Unseen Razor? Because there's no King Squire in hand. Where's the Unseen King Squire?
Hang on. Okay, so now I know why this makes sense. He has a Tandoori in hand. Yep. Oh, and that Gamble is now. Yeah, the Tandoori giving 2 extra damage to Farazan's skill will actually be enough to take out Farazan even without the equipment. So that makes a lot more sense now. Totally forgot he replaced into that Tandoori at the start of the game. Ooh.
That does not spell anything good for Shan.
No.
You really, if you play Yilan instead of Mona, you really want to be getting that burst off and protecting Yilan. And this is something, you know, Shan really has to consider when he's in this matchup, because Yilan OTK is just a bit slower than Futuizan. So we're gonna have to see if that's what Robot Wizard goes for.
I mean, okay, here's the thing. Your opponent has 1 Tandoori, I think, in their deck. And so, do you choose to play around it? He does not. So Robot Wizard, again, living up to his professional top decker name, has the right card in this situation to surprise. Oh,
there it
coming.
is, Tandoori. That is just the amount of damage that Robot Wizard needs. It should do 5, and the Gambler's equip.
Yeah, I can just almost hear Shan's frustration here. I mean, here's the thing. These are top level players. It's not that Shan didn't know that Tandoori was a possibility. It's just very unlikely by now with Robot Wizard not drawing too many cards from their deck that they have it. But it did end up being the case. Robot Wizard able to punish this opening out of Shan.
Here we go. Gambler's equip into a skill. 5 damage is just enough to take out Yulan. 2 Omni Dice being refreshed for Robot Wizard. And where does Sean go after this?
I think you have to go to Senior. You have to delay that Farazan burst, especially if there's a possibility they have talent. The game is just immediately over for you, right? You are just not beating a Farazan talent. I don't think you can afford to go Manifestation here.
Yep. There is Signora, just as Blood predicted. So Sean is gonna have to try to control Robot Wizards, but he's on with Freeze now.
Yeah. So with that Yelan going down, it's actually a huge hit to Shan's deck for 2 reasons. So one, in the traditional build before Treasure Hunt, Yelan could actually survive. The Yelan deck could survive having Yelan taken out before Burst because it was playing cards that didn't rely on normal attacks. But this build specifically doesn't have Gilded. It's so heavily focused on Treasure, and Treasures get a lot worse when you don't have Yelan Burst up in this deck. So Shan's already in a very precarious position.
Yeah, because you're not really triggering those elemental reactions for Shadow of the Sinking Gilded draws, right? But here we go, Sean playing Lumen, playing Heart of Kavarina on to Signora, playing Boar. I think he's just trying to see what he can draw with that Lumen.
Yeah, so almost certainly we might just see another equipment go down just to replace, okay. I was thinking you maybe just replace the Heart of Kavarina right away to get the extra die and the draw, and then wait for the Shadow of the Sand King.
Ooh, there's Treasure and the second quick swap.
Yeah, but Treasure's not even that good for this deck right now, right? I mean, I know we saw Robot Wizard play a similar version, being on Signora and Manifestation on the Mona deck, but the thing is, the Mona deck runs slightly different cards because it's expecting not to be on Mona all that long, whereas this deck is geared towards making Treasures as good as they can be, but Yelan being out of the picture is going to make it a lot worse.
So Sean runs an interesting version of this Yelan OTK with Sataria, and I have personally, I was casting over a game where he played it so masterfully, you know, played double Sataria and drew out his entire hand, either tuned everything or played it all, and was able to draw his treasures. So I wonder if maybe this or next round, if he's going to be able to do something like that again and just survive against Robot Wizards.
We'll have to see. Here. Yeah, he does have a lot of good cards in his hand for putting all of your cards on the table. Because Sataria only draws you 3 cards in total, but draws you them 1 at a time as long as you have an empty hand. But one of the great things that pairs well with Treasures is because Treasures generate a random die, any cards you don't need that you draw for Sataria, you can tune most of the time. And then keep drawing through your deck and digging or diving for more treasures. I have to correct myself on that one.
Diving for more treasures.
I know, I keep saying digging. It's just natural. But we're in Fontaine now.
We are in Fontaine now. I mean, it's kind of like a library. You don't have to professionally top deck a library from Sonata. you can just play Sataria and tune everything.
Well, I mean, Robot Wizard doesn't even... Another Sataria. Robot Wizard doesn't even need it right now because look at how good his dice are, right? With a Pyro and a Nemo with 3 Omni left over.
The pale flame smolders.
Here we go, Signora going for a second skill here, applying that Sheer Cold. The Robot Wizard has 5 dice at his disposal.
Yeah. Oh, that Tandoori. Ooh.
Ooh, and the treasure!
The treasure's actually really huge because it lets a Signora go back up to 5 HP, which prevents her from transforming. Shan can also opt to swap off of Signora here, but I think he needs 1 more HP. Oh.
Ooh, trying to strat Minty Neat Rules. I don't think the Minty's what you want to see right now, but Sean does end his round. We know that Robot Wizard does not have an extra action here.
Yep.
Probably going to opt to play that Willow, and that's exactly what we see.
Yeah, this is going to be huge. 2 new cards, and then those 2 operas into round 3 are going to give Robot Wizard 10 dice and 4 more cards to work with. So Shan really has to make something happen with that double Sataria. Can he do it? Oh, there's the talent.
Farazan's talent. Another Farazan talent. Where's King Squire?
There hasn't been King Squire yet. That's really the key puzzle piece missing here.
Where is the unseen King Squire?
I guess no longer professional top decker.
Wow. But look, he's an unlucky roller.
Well, I mean, did get 3 pyro. I think Linny might actually play quite a large pyro, so it looks like you either roll well or draw well, but never both.
Never both. Never, unless you are one of our previous players who ended the game in 2 rounds.
True. Oh, that was DVDA, right? Yeah.
Yes, I believe that was
first
DVDA.
game.
Took the first game. Yes.
And of course, DVDA no longer needing to play another match today is qualified, but the winner of this match will have to face off against Hako, and it could be a rematch between Hako and Robot Wizard.
That would be quite the rematch. Hako, of course, knocking Robot Wizard down to this lower bracket. What? We're gonna have to see.
Shan did draw a second underwater treasure hunt.
Oh man, who drew treasure and boar?
Can Robot Wizard do it?
Can Robot Wizard do it? Is Robot Wizard going to run out of steam?
I mean, the treasures represent if each treasure is 1 healing, so 2 treasures you can draw into all of them is 12 heal. That's an entire character. All in one.
Treasure? I love it! Treasure? Like another treasure?
Maybe we can just clip that you saying treasure, and then we don't need you on the cast anymore. We'll just keep playing that
wow.
over and over again, and then...
Wow. Wow. Do you guys hear that? Do you hear how he bullies me?
No. I'm saying you do a great treasure voice that we wanna keep hearing it. And here we go. So
here we go.
Very
quick swap.
So a funny thing you run into with Sataria, as I was mentioning, because she only draws you cards when your hand is empty, there is a situation if your dice are too good and you can't get rid of the cards in your hand, you can block yourself from drawing more cards off of Sataria. It's this very unique balance where you want to make sure your dice are good, but not too good.
I mean, I don't think Sean has that problem. I do see a rainbow in Sean's dice pool. Actually, honestly, I'm wondering if he plays the Lumen Stone or if he has to tune it. Because, like, if you run out of cards to tune and you have, like, 10 dice in your hand and they're not the dice that you need, then that's kind of doomed in its own way,
I think you tune it. I think it's too important to have the dice at this point, and you really just want to maximize your... You have enough card draw, right? You have Chang coming off pretty soon, 2 Satarias. You don't need any more card draw.
Pass swap onto Thunder Manifestation. Going for a skill that's Lightning Rod is on Farazan, so she's going to fall. That talent is not going to come into play here for Robot Wizard, unfortunately.
No, we're most certainly not going to see that talent anyway, because it's not really... It's too late for that, right? Like, Farazan's burst only does 1 damage on hit, so even if you get that refund off of her talent immediately, it's still only 2 cost for 1 damage. And even though you're buffing a Nemo damage at this point, you are also going to go to Linny quite a lot this round, so I think that's pretty okay for Robot Wizard.
Robot Wizard has to decide what to do here. I feel like we're going to see a skill, though.
Yeah,
this could be the opportunity to go to Linny if he chooses, though, because there is not another quick swap right now. But plays Heart of Kavrina on Lynette, which tells me he's staying.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see a Lotus equip here, because Thunder Manifestation is threatening to do a lot of damage. Yeah, it's going to be Lotus. It's going to be 5 with the Lightning Rod and reaction.
And the heal from Lynette's skill. Almost certainly going to see a burst. Oh, the treasure! The
treasure is beginning.
Oh, treasure!
You know, it's really fun to watch this, but when you're on the other side of the table, you're playing from a remote position, just seeing your opponent throw out treasures, got to be pretty demoralizing.
I mean, Sean is basically getting 100% exploration in Fontaine right now with this underwater treasure.
Yeah.
Oh, you laughed at one of my puns. You can't say they're bad anymore.
When did I ever say that? Don't
said it last night.
Whoa. If it didn't happen on stream, it didn't happen. But actually, speaking of bad dice, I wonder if Shan's... So, if you draw a lot of treasures, they give you random die, but then if you don't have the right dice, you might have to end up tuning some of those treasures to fix for Thunder Manifestation. And this is why it's so important not to lose Yelan, because Yelan, with their normal attacks, can make a lot better use of random die here.
Tune the Lumen Stone only has 1 more card left to tune. Playing the treasure. Now the question is, do we also play Flowing Rings? We do.
I think you should have tuned that one. Maybe... You know, he might need to go for normal attacks this round because he doesn't yet, so this is just be a normal attack.
Yeah, it has to be normal tech anyway, so I guess you play flowing rings just to keep drawing. And then that saves Sataria's stacks, but look, Sean is drawing so much treasure!
Yeah, of course, yep, the Lynette burst will go down.
Net burst, of course, will protect Robot Wizard, doing some damage reduction. I think we're gonna see a tune of Farzan's talent and Libin on Robot Wizard's side.
Yeah, that definitely is an option. You could also just opt to do more damage. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it just was a Tune 3 as well, especially because you have that Willow. You do want to get down below 2 cards. I guess a Tune Libin would also do that too. So both are pretty valid options.
You play this or tune it?
What is it?
It's NSC. No,
I think it's an extra die. I think you probably would normal attack. Oh no, I think you tune it. You tune it.
Yeah, you tune it, you tune it.
You tune it.
What is this? Gamblers!
Do you have Board Princess active? You have Board Princess active?
Yeah,
you
you have Board Princess, you play it for the Omni and also...
It actually is interesting who you played it on, because it's not a guarantee you played it on Thunder Manifestation here. And
it's on Senora.
It is on Senora.
There's treasure? What? I love treasure. It's so funny just drawing treasure.
Really? I couldn't tell.
Listen. Thunder Manifestation Burst comes down, and honestly, Sean could swap Senora, play the treasure.
Well, okay, that could be really bad because the infusion on Lynette, of course, when she takes a hit, is Electro. But the problem is, it's overload one way or the other because you could, if you hit it on Manifestation, Lynette is gonna swell next round anyway. I think it's gonna be Libin. I think we're both right.
I think it's Libin. Yeah, I think it's Libin.
Well, actually, what are you trying to draw into?
So
a normal
Lynette
attack
talent.
might not be too bad.
Lynette talent.
I think he's considering. He's tuning for time. Yeah, this is a really tense moment. You don't want to make the wrong decision here because it could be, it's a difference of only 1 damage, but because of treasure, every damage counts, right? You are fighting against your opponent's treasures so carefully.
I love treasure.
Okay, so we have the spreadsheet of the count of how often the Fatui Resonance rolls Pyro. Can we also get a spreadsheet of how often Leah says I love treasure on stream and treasure? Please, someone please do that.
I feel like a Sealy. Sealies are very attracted to treasure.
You are? That is very true. That is very true.
So I think that NSC is gonna be tuned. So the thing is, this is gonna go into next round, right? Like there's no way that Sean
The pale flame smolders.
Wins this round, and he's run out of steam a bit with both Sataria's already used, Lumenstone Tune, 1 Lumenstone Plate, a bunch of other stuff tuned.
Ooh.
So, and that overload is going to take Senora down below the 4 HP threshold.
But Lynette is gonna go down.
Keep scoring. Goodbye, Lynette.
I think it's enough.
My trick.
Oh, it's an
Yeah,
honor to be here.
I wonder if Robozo should have just gone for... I mean, I don't think it matters in the end, but if he had gone for the skill, it would have been a little bit more damage. And with Lynette going down, I was trying to see if Lynette could survive, because if Lynette survives, she doesn't take that 2 extra damage. But I think because Robot Wizard had to pass first, like maybe swap stalling was the correct play there.
Oh, Lotus!
That's still not enough. Like, look at the disparity in HP here.
So
Lotus King Squire's skill would bring Linny up to effectively 6 HP, but then a manifestation... You have Senora Burst, there's no way.
Do you skill now, or do you drop
want
arrow
Pop Arrow
and
first?
save your...
I
You have
think
the
you can-
Lotus.
With Lotus, you can... Yes, you can prop arrow first, and then you can skill.
So the thing is,
believe
Sean
that
does
would be
have a
better.
quick swap over to Senora.
Wait. She has dice.
Your Sean's dice are also really bad, and there's nothing.
He can't skill.
Oh.
He cannot skill a manifestation.
Can't skill and can only burst, but can't swap to Senora to burst because Liddy just takes out Senora. Well, I think Robot Wizard has this. So this is what I was talking about earlier. Sean drew out basically his entire deck looking for those treasures to sustain himself last round. But now he's nothing prepared for this round, so that Lotus on
Is this a solo win?
Huh?
This is gonna just be like a Linny solo finish. This is crazy. If Sean, all he needed was like 2 or 3 Electro. He could have tuned that 1 Chef Mao, and manifestation skill could have been enough.
Oh man.
Because okay, Linny, I think, will take out Manifestation in 2 hits. So all Shan needed to do is have 9 dice, which he does have, you know, one of them being that treasure, but without any way to make 2 actions on Manifestation in this round, he can't actually stall the game long enough to get off Signora's Burst.
I think Robot Wizard has to be very careful with what he does here, because that King Squire equip makes his skill effectively cost 4 dice, right?
Yeah.
He has to be really careful. That's actually...
Okay, here's the funny thing. Robot Wizard has to be careful not to take out Manifestation at the wrong time.
Yes, that's what I mean, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't know about Sean's dice. Like, this is gonna be a normal attack.
He sees that tune. He needs to not kill Manifestation here.
That only 2... Man, does Sean play those, or does he...
I think Robot Wizard needs to normal attack here.
Does a burst take out Manifestation with King Squire?
Yes, it's 4 damage.
Robot Wizard, please. Please. Cure us. Oh no.
Is this a burst?
He doesn't know that Manifestation... He doesn't know Sean doesn't have the dice.
It doesn't matter though, because if you burst, you always lose 2. Like you have your opponent has 2 cards in hand to tune. I guess you might be thinking about either way. If he has 2 dice to tune, he might have 2 Electro. So do you bank on him having Electro or Pyro? This is the gamble of the century. If Robot Wizard gets the read that his opponent doesn't have enough Electro, he saw the tune. Oh, he's good. Oh no, it's 1 off. It's 1 off. It's 1 off.
God. He where's the Unseen Razor to take back the King Squire so the burst doesn't do 4 damage?
Go away! That's crazy. Is this gonna bait Shan into a swap? If this baits Shan into the swap, thinking Robot Wizard is at 0 dice, he has 2 Wovens in hand. He'll be able to play 1, tune 1. Oh wait, no, that's not enough dice.
No.
Oh, Linny still has the King Squire effect on him. Even though Robot Wizard returned King Squire to his hand, Linny still has the discount, so his skill still costs 1.
Yes, so you play 1 Woven, play King Squire, play the other Woven, tune Liben, you're out of cards, you skill and heal for 2 because, no, you heal for 3 because of prop surplus, and then there's nothing Shan can do.
Okay, no, Shan has 1 out. He needs to play a treasure, hope it is Electro, or Pyro. If he hits Electro or Pyro, he can tune 1 and normal attack. That's his only out. He needs to hit. It's 2 out of 7 different elements he has to hit.
He has to play 1 treasure.
Oh no, he swapped! It's over!
There's the Woven.
He swapped. Oh, I think Robot Wizard baited him into that play by thinking he was at 0 dice.
There's the Woven. King Squire.
That's insane!
Come on. 2.
I mean, this is it. This brings Linny above any effective damage.
Squire.
For redemption.
But the summons at the end of turn are going to do it. All Robot Wizard needs to do is end first.
That's it. That's it. And heals for 3 because the 3 prop surplus stacks. Linny is at effectively 6 HP with
Oh no! If this had, we'll see what the dice. Oh, it was Pyro!
Oh,
it would have done it. Shit! Oh, but Robot wasn't executing that perfectly. I mean, it's so counterintuitive. He returned the bow to do 1 less damage because by doing 1 more, he immediately loses the game.
Here we go. Robot Wizard summons, taking out Thunder Manifestation. 2-0 against Sean. Sean does not get the revenge match, but Robot Wizard is still in the tournament. Our previous Prince Cup champion is still fighting for that shot, and top 8 will advance to the lower bracket finals. Congratulations to Robot Wizard, and very, very well played by Sean. It was a good showing.
I mean, I have to say, you know, as much as we focus on how Robot Wizard was able to make those plays happen in the last round, it's because Shan rolled such terrible dice. He rolled I think only 1 usable Electro here. If he had any number of Electro in his hand, you know, he would have been able to skill a Manifestation comfortably, would not have to make that choice in that moment. But he did was forced to, because of those bad rolls, burning all of his resources on the previous turn with Sataria digging for treasure, tuning his entire hand. That is the risk you run playing a deck like that.
Oh, that was such an incredible ending to such a tense game. So much on the line for these players, but really, hats off to Robot Wizard. I remember he was so nervous yesterday, and he went into it today, and I feel like he really played super well.
Look, I mean, he has a lot of expectations riding on him. You know, one of the things you don't know, if you're a top player, having people always tell you that because you're, you know, the #1 Prince Cup champion NAU, you know, you're gonna win, you're gonna be the best. That's a lot of pressure to have. And now being knocked down to the lower bracket, you must be feeling immensely. But congratulations, so well played by both our players. That was a highlight for sure.
Yeah, that was a highlight for sure. And here is our schedule for Group A at least. So of course, DVDia promoted earlier will be in the top 8 attending the Los Angeles live event. So excited to see DVDia being a newcomer, only getting Catskills Gathering placements this year in 2024, but has been a veteran in the community. But Robot Wizard does advance that lower bracket final and will be up against Hako in a rematch. Hako is the one who knocked Robot Wizard down into the lower bracket.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the I mean, rematches are super interesting in this top 8 because, again, the players will have a chance. And just to point out, first of all, we will have a little bit of a breathing room. You know, we'll be talking a little bit more on stream, but the players will take a little bit of a break to prepare for the next match because if Robot Wizard has to jump right into another best of 3 right after winning that last one in a very tense game 3. Like, we'll give him all the time he needs. Give him all the time he needs.
But, you know, so as we get into a little break here for Robot Wizard, we do have some raffle winners down there in the bottom left. So if you see your UID there, you have won a Welcome of the Moon. Congratulations. We will have more raffles. So with every game being played, not just, you know, one set of 3 matches, but with every individual game being played, there will be another raffle. So if you head on over to the Astro Carnival Twitch channel and you type !pick the player you think is going to win or the player you're rooting for and your UID, you'll be entered into that raffle for a Welcome Moon. So this is for all regions. It has to be on the Astro Carnival Twitch channel though, not Genshin Impact Official and not Astro Carnival's YouTube.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, if you liked the action that you were seeing in that last game, that was definitely one of the most exciting moments. If you like that, we have so much high-level play yet to come, not only this weekend, this is day 3 of this weekend, the last day, but we will be continuing the top 32 action later on as well. So make sure to subscribe as well to the Astro Carnival Twitch. They have a YouTube with the VODs of previous tournaments as well are available, as well as on X and Twitter. You know, sign up for the socials, be notified when these events go live, because I'm sure, you know, can't guarantee it, so I'm not going to speak for any future events, but we will probably be giving out more prizes to come. So if you like what you see, if you like what we're doing here, definitely subscribe. Keep supporting Genius Invocation. This is a great community as well. You know, we're very involved with all of the people here, and we love it. I mean, a game like the last one, that last round, is why I love this game. Like, it is so incredible, the types of games that you get to see, and not such a tense moment. Shan, I'm sure he's gonna be going back and looking at the replay. He's gonna realize he had a winning line, but it's easy for us in the caster's seat to look at that and see how easy it was to see it. But he's facing an opponent and he doesn't know what they have, right? And
for sure. I mean, speechless. For me, it's not just watching the games, but, you know, knowing the players. Like, we know probably 90% of the players here in the top 32. A lot of them were big names from last year's Prince Cup, and it's always exciting to see new faces as well. And, you know, casting a one-side bleb that way is always an honor for me. You know, I am so happy to be here, and especially having new casters with Rin and Sumi and Staffla from the Asia Invitational and everyone. We really love it here. So if you want to get on the fun, Catskills Gathering Season 3 is open for registration, but for now, I believe we're going to go to a brief break as we let Robot Wizard kind of take easy, think about what decks he wants to bring to the next match, because we are going to go into that lower bracket final when we get back. We have one more best of 3, Blep and I will be casting.
Yeah.
So, see you soon. welcome back, travelers, to the Astro Carnival Prince Cup Atlantic Tournament. I am one of your casters today, Leah, aka Windflower Leah.
And I am Bleptine of Invocation Academy, and we have been blessed with an amazing day of matches today.
Oh, really? Especially that last one. You know, Robot
Yes.
Wizard was knocked into the lower bracket, but he is making a comeback for sure, and now he has a revenge match up against Hako, who knocked him down into the lower bracket just yesterday, I believe.
Yeah, we'll be casting one more best of 3 series today. It will be the final one for this Group A. We'll see who is the second person to make it out of this group and make it into the live Prince Cup event into the top 8. We already have DVD qualifying. Now it's down between Hako or Robot Wizard.
Hako, Robot Wizard, both previous Prince Cup participants. Of course, Hako making
Yeah.
it top 8 and not quite making it to the live event. But Robot Wizard did make it to the live event and was our champion from Americas last year.
Yes. There's a lot to live up to. Of course, we're going to give Robot Wizard and Hako some time to prepare. Robot Wizard especially because, as we said, we just came off of one of the most tense best of 3 matches, one of the most tense games we've seen so far in this bracket.
So here is our pre-match data on Robot Wizard. Average rounds 4. Average number of effective dice. I feel like that stat is going to be largely 5.
Yeah, it's going to be
throughout.
5 a lot of the time, and we'll see this update as the tournament progresses. Of course, these are not only tracking the games, from only the last couple of days, and we'll have many more weekends to come. We'll probably see these as well into the top 8, but very interesting to look at their luck stat, basically, at the bottom.
Strongest single strike doesn't always come into play as like something that wins the game, right? But I mean, it can with something like Tentori or an elemental reaction, but normally I feel like we've seen it at the very end when a player is going for like a really flashy elemental burst or something like that, right?
8 is probably Chongyun, but it's actually, there could be a fun guessing game if you weren't, didn't watch the previous matches to see think about what it could have been, and 8 could be a Chongyun burst there.
Ooh, Haku's average number of effective dice in the first 3 rounds, a bit luckier than Robot Wizard.
Yeah, it is at 6. I mean, let's see, what did Hako put as their tags? They're pretty similar, actually. Both of them, of course, the players had an opportunity to kind of tag themselves with interesting things. Both of them have Dice Magician, although Hako has Unlucky Roller. I pointed this out because I was casting over this match, I think, yesterday. Hako put Unlucky Roller, but he's been rolling really well on camera. We'll have to see if we can continue that trend.
So Robot Wizard and Hako both put Unlucky Roller. Yeah. Hako put Dice Magician and Burnt Kitchen. Robot Wizard has Professional Top Decker, which we definitely saw earlier.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times. It's definitely, I mean, it's a combination of, making the right place to put himself in positions to win when he draws well or rolls well. But yeah, pretty unfortunate for Shan now being knocked out. He still is making it to the top 16, so is going to walk away with $1,200 in prizes. But his journey in the Prince Cup is over, and that was partly in due part to the bad dice rolls in that final round.
Definitely. And, I think it's so unfortunate. We were talking about this as it was coming up, but, Shan, having the double Sataria, drawing out all that treasure, but the treasure gives random elemental dice, and it's like, you have to choose when you tune and when you play those cards, and a lot of it does rely on RNG. And as we saw, after Shan swapped and used the treasure, it was Pyro.
It was Pyro, yeah. I mean, we were looking through some of the chat between the break in the game, that was just such a hard line to see, but sometimes you have to make that gamble. If he had gone for the gamble there, it's funny to think about it after the fact, but it would have paid off. He would have actually been able to do it, but unfortunately not able to make it out at this point in time. But we'll have to see who is going to be the victor here as a revenge match. Again, both of these players are now on their last life. One of them will get knocked out, but one of them is going to get a spot in the top 8.
Yes, and then after this best of 3, it will conclude our Group A. But I want to give something to you, the audience. We have raffles for Welkins. So if you type !pick, the name of the player you think is going to win or the one you're rooting for, and then your UID into the chat of Astro Carnival's Twitch, not Astro Carnival's YouTube, and not Genshin Official's chat. Astro Carnival's Twitch chat, you will be entered into a raffle at the start of every game. So make sure you get on that as we enter this last best of 3 that Blep and I are casting.
Yeah, and if you are watching for the first time, maybe, competitive Genius of HCG on the official channel or elsewhere, welcome. First of all, we're having a blast here today. But if you did miss the action, if this is just when you're tuning in, make sure to go back, watch the VODs for our previous best of 3 between Shan and Robozwood. I think that, for me, so far, maybe we'll see it beaten, but that was so far the highlight of this Group A, and I've been paying really close attention to all of the games.
I really like the round 2 win with Tuizan from DVD though.
That was also pretty good, yeah. Very quick. I think the DVD versus Hakio games went over very quickly. So one advantage Hakio is going to have walking into this is he's much better rested, having played his matches early in the day, a lot shorter games, whereas Robot Wizard really has had to fight tooth and nail to stay in the tournament in the lower bracket here. But, he is a very consistent player and is showing that consistency by still hanging in there.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we went to a quick break, right? So we just want to give Robot Wizard some time to think about what decks he's going to bring and think about his next opponent now that he's made it through. And I mean, of course, these players were already anticipating who they would be facing against and what they would bring just yesterday and the day before and everything. So I'm sure Robot Wizard has already done a lot of preparation on that front. But, giving the little break is always good.
Yeah, and I think part of that preparation, I mean, we've seen him play one specific deck, the Mona Thunder Manifestation Signora deck. He's been the one to change that out. Like, he's no longer bringing the Yilan version, partly in response to the decks that he's been seeing. And so far, it's worked out really well. Has he lost a game on that yet?
I think he's played 2, and I think he won both of them.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's being able to make those metagame decisions that is so crucial in these high-level tournaments.
But here we go. Robot Wizard is bringing Chongyun Razor combo with one copy of Treasure. This is the deck that we saw being played earlier, right? And yesterday by Riku.
Yeah. Funnily enough, I was pointing out yesterday when we were commenting Riku's stream, she did play against Robot Wizard in one of the earlier matches, was beaten by this specific deck, and then decided to bring the same list in her lineup in the lower brackets, but was unfortunately knocked out and coming top 32. But yeah, it's interesting. We saw a different build earlier, and then people copied Robot Wizard's list.
I mean, when you are up against the Prince Cup champion of Americas, I think it makes sense. You look up to him as a role model. It all ties into what we were saying earlier about having that pressure of the title be on you. But here we go. Hakio's Fatuizan with a copy of Lynette Talent.
Yeah, not only Lynette Talent, but double Tandoori. Those are kind of the flexible slots we've been seeing. Lynette Talent, people are bringing 1 or 2, Tandoori being 1 or 2 as well. Oh, sorry, Lynette Talent 1 or 0. And it's cutting some of the consistency in things like Opera and that Willow, those 2 location cards. Yeah,
it looks like they were cut a bit. So a little less card draw, a little less dice fixing in generation.
I mean,
but
it's kind of the high roll strategy here.
It is the high roll strategy here. And judging by Hakio's effective usable dice every round, he does have an edge above the others in terms of luck.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And of course, that Fatui Conspiracy card has been a bit of a pain for some of our players. And unfortunately, I can't quote the same statistic anymore. But so far, at the very least, if you roll Pyro, of course, Fatui Conspiracy can roll 1 of 4 different elements. If you roll Pyro, because it overlaps with Linny already, it's so far lost 100% of the games that that's happened in.
Yes, and I believe with Sean rolling, what was it, Electro or Hydro?
It was Electro.
I
think it was Hydro. It was Hydro.
Yeah, it was one of them. But here we go, Robot Wizard versus Hakio. This combo deck versus a very aggressive deck. And of course, I've been talking a lot about the meta triangle today, and we mentioned earlier that it's not always so decisive, right?
No, it's just slight favors. But of course, with a new game is going to be a new raffle.
Oh yes. So to enter the raffle, by the way, go to the Astro Carnival Twitch channel and type ! Pick the player you want to win and your UID in the same message. You'll be entered into a raffle for Welkin. We will announce the winners at the end of the match.
Yeah, I was looking in chat from yesterday's stream. I think a lot of people, when this matchup came up, definitely favoring Robot Wizard in the preferences for who they thought would win, but end up being upset a little bit by Hakio. We'll have to see if he can mount a comeback.
Indeed. So, of course, Hakio starting out on Farazan here, which is very important to highlight. You don't want to start out on Linny. We saw this in previous matches, actually. So what happens is if you start on Linny, Robot Wizard starts Xingqiu and immediately cleanses it with Xingqiu's skill because it applies Hydro to himself and cleanses that Pyro.
But unfortunately for Hakio, one of the things Robert is going to notice, there is no King Squire equipment on Farazan. That's been one of the premier cards on Farazan for dealing a lot of damage, and that's going to ease a lot of the pressure on him, and I think it's going to make him go for a few more greedy lines to set up into rounds 2 and 3, because you're not really at risk of a first turn kill here.
Definitely. So, I mean, Robot Wizard going for that normal attack here.
Yeah.
Farazan can do a lot of damage on her own, though. I think it's going to be scary for Robot Wizard. We've definitely seen Xingqiu fall early.
Yeah. And not only that, Hakio's going to need to tune here in order to normal attack. So we might have to see that talent go away.
I wonder if you tune the Tandoori.
I think Tandoori might be too important. Like, damage is so crucial here. He might need to go for a very risky play, which is tuning probably the Letter Talent or Covenant, because you're probably not going to use Covenant this round, doing a normal attack, and then playing that Fatui Conspiracy just to hope he rolls something. But if your opponent has 3, if it rolls, let's see. If it rolls, I guess anything that's Hydro or Pyro. No, Pyro will be fine. Hang on. It changes the math for the Xingqiu.
Hydro's... Oh, wait, no, you don't want Hydro.
Yeah, because then Xingqiu would be able to cleanse the Hydro. Hydro now would be the worst roll, which would mess up the statistics a little bit.
Actually, we should pay attention to that as well. Like, with characters that apply elements to themselves, like Crab too. Crab can apply Pyro to itself, so...
Yeah, which we haven't seen much of on camera yet. We'll hope to see more Crab coming on. So, but this Group A, no more Crabs will be played potentially.
Tuning the talent here, Hakio is going to have to be careful not to auto dice. If you just cast your normal without thinking about it, sometimes you can use up those cryo. Playing Fatui Conspiracy first, and it's Hydro.
No! That's so bad right now.
Oh no.
I mean, I think it's still okay, but it does give Robot Wizard an opportunity, if he wishes, to go for a skill instead, which, of course, normally you don't go for the Xingqiu skill because it's so bad to have that self-hydro, but it does give you 2 extra points of damage mitigation in the form of those rain swords.
So I think one thing Robot Wizard has to be careful about going for another normal attack here is that Xingqiu is going to take 1 point of hydro damage, and if Hakio draws into a King Squire at the start of next turn, that is,
Well, even with Tandoori, that would be enough, right?
Or Tandoori, right?
But, okay, but here's the thing. We saw this almost exact line play out in a different game where Robot Wizard did start on Xingqiu, got Xingqiu taken out very early, and I think it was against It might have been against Hakio as well. Got Xingqiu taken out really early and then just finished on Chongyun Razor and out-damaged Hakio pretty easily. Because while it is important to take out Xingqiu, having to put a Tandoori down is a lot of investment and it will delay Farazan's burst.
Right. Let's see, what if we tune here? Was that a Catherine tune?
I think it was a Catherine tune. Yeah, probably not as important because your opponent doesn't have freeze. You know, that card is mainly there to fight off opposing freeze decks like the Yelan OTK or another Chongyun Xingqiu deck.
Robot Wizard ending here, and Hakio with both King Squire and the Tandoori. I actually don't think King Squire because of the shield from Xingqiu's skill, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, Rain Sword is actually very crucial there, because now it forces Hakio, if he wants to go for the Killer Xingqiu, to commit to a Tandoori, which is a lot higher investment than the King Squire.
With all those Pyro dice, I'm almost certain that you end up swapping to Liddy anyway, right? So...
You might. Yeah, we could just see a burst here. Maybe just let the burst happen on Xingqiu and try and fight on a different axis. I think I like that actually better than Tandoori, but it will be Tandoori.
But it is Tandoori. Tandoori coming down, and this is going to buff Farazan's skill and be plenty of damage to take out Xingqiu. Robot Wizard immediately going for Chongyun here.
Yeah, definitely Chongyun is the right choice to go to. So the way we saw it from here, and actually I wonder, I didn't see it. Robot Wizard kept all those Electro Die. I wonder if that's really anticipating this first turn kill potential, knowing that he may need those Electro Die to go into Razor, because Razor is now going to be the character to focus on, as his burst combos very nicely when paired with Chongyun's Frost Field.
Right, so I mean, this Chongyun Razor core has been popular for a long time. Like, way back during the first Prince Cup, actually, we saw a couple of decks with Chongyun Razor, right? And now it plays with Xingqiu rather than another Cryo or Electro. But it's still strong on its own, even without Freeze.
It is strong on its own. Yeah, it does. It's basically focuses more on damage than control. You would really like freeze against Fatuizan, but just based on how Hakio opened, you no longer have that option. But we have to remember, again, having that Tandoori is a big dice investment. He will be able to recoup a little bit of that by being able to skill on Linny again for massive damage. So I wouldn't be surprised if Robot Wizard stays on Chongyun just so that Razor is kept healthier.
I think the painful thing here too for Robot Wizard is that the Hydro Swirl did come into play.
It did, yeah.
So every reaction with Pyro is going to be very painful.
Oh, it is gonna be the
We
swap.
do see a swap.
Okay. Pretty
Hakio most
aggressive, if you
certainly.
ask me.
I feel like Hakio most certainly has to go for a
Step
skill
right
here,
ahead.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Oof.
Yeah.
Minus.
I was curious if he would have done something like equip Kingsquire, then Covenant into a skill just for an extra point of damage, but looks like not going to opt for that line as of yet. But the window for that Covenant to be useful is closing a little bit quick.
It is closing. Of course, drawing into Sunyata, I believe, and that Gamblers, but I mean, both of Robot Wizard's characters are already very low health. I mean, Chongyun's at 8 with Hydro Aura, but Razor's at 3, and Shinju's already gone.
Yeah, I wonder what his plan is, because I think he almost will want to swap back onto Chongyun at the end of turn. But Razor being at 3 is so precarious, because now Razor goes down to any skill from his opponents. Oh,
Liar Song and
Minty Murals. Wait.
I wonder, with the Gamblers,
But you're not taking out Linny this turn.
you're probably not taking out Linny this turn, you're right. But what do you do here?
I mean, the first step probably is to Sunyata Flower, just to see, because I guess Tamias could be useful next round for you as well. It might be something like you might normal attack on Razor, maybe skill to get up to second energy, and then swap back onto Chongyun.
There's a Sealy, and here's the skill coming out of Razor. And now the question is, Hakio ends right away.
Mm-hmm.
How does Robot Wizard finish this round?
I mean, if he's building energy on Razor, it signals to me like he wants to continue staying on Razor. That's one of the things I was questioning, like, had he maybe wanted to normal attack on Chongyun first, tank that damage, apply Cryo anyway with the normal, and then this would hit with an a Superconduct anyway, and keep Razor at a higher health. Oh, it's just gonna end, so it's gonna sacrifice Razor here.
Ending. Yeah, I mean, I think that's why Robot Wizard went for this skill, because that's all he can really do. He skills onto Linny and applies that Electro, but now, if Razor falls here, that's all of the elemental application that Robot Wizard has.
Yeah, I wonder if you even take out Razor here. So Linny could go for another prop arrow, but I think you do, especially if Hakio, I didn't see if he had a Gamblers in hand. If he had a Gamblers, almost certainly wants to go for the kill on the Razor, just to get 2 extra die and force Robot Wizard onto a solo character remaining.
Also, can I just point out once again, Hakio put Unlucky Roller, but the usable dice is always so high for him. There's a King Squire equip.
Oh yeah, and we might
Triggering
just
the
see a prop
opera.
arrow.
It might just be a prop arrow for now.
Oh, actually, yeah, triggering that opera is huge, because now that King Squire equip is basically free, right? Because it costs you 3, but it discounts you by 2, but it does unblock the opera, which most importantly refunds you that 1 additional dice, so it can be very good this turn.
Can be very, very good indeed. And a prop arrow would be plenty to take out Razor, and then you can go for another skill with prop surplus.
Yeah, I think that it would matter about, the breakpoints, meaning, what HP Linny will end up at. Will he survive another skill? I think he will, because it puts him down to 3 with a skill from Chongyun, and then he goes back up to 4, which importantly is out of range of being taken out by Chongyun. So, oh no, but because of, yeah. So I definitely like the prop arrow line here, and then saving the skill. Yep.
So Hakio only has one more action left here. No card draw, no Gamblers. Even with the skill, it's 1 cost, but then you can't do anything with your other 2 dice.
No,
So-
he has He has Covenant Anima Res into Farazan.
Oh, you're right. Farazan
Yep.
has her charge attack active.
Been saved this whole time. I think that's gonna actually. Let's see. Linny's skill here is going to do. Actually, wait, hold on. Linny's skill is only 1 die cost right now. So that won't actually be necessary. We could just
Covenant,
go
yeah,
Faruzan
Covenant's not
anyway.
even necessary. You just quick swap Faruzan in normal attack, but first you skill on Linny. That's, oh my gosh.
But hang on, Linny's skill here is doing 5 damage plus a price is 7. Yeah, it's gonna be enough. I don't think Robot Wizard has any damage mitigation unless he can really draw into like treasure hunt, like right now.
Right now,
play it.
treasure hunt, and also I don't remember if he brings egg in this deck, but he might.
No.
No, there's no egg in this one.
Actually, what can he go for Sunyata? Maybe something good?
No. No.
Tenchukaku and Hanachi Rusato. I'm surprised I remember that name.
Hanachi Rusato.
Quick quiz, do you know what that does?
It's weapon stuff. Never use. I know exactly what it does.
Weapon
Why are you
stuff?
quizzing me?
I don't know. It's just,
Okay, what does it do, Vlad? What does it do?
what does it do? Okay, so when you play Hanachi Surato, anytime a summon is destroyed on the field, it builds up stacks, and then once it gets to 3 stacks, I believe you can play a weapon or an artifact for free. I could be wrong about that one. It's either free or discounted by 2.
If only Robot Wizard brought Fresh Wind of Freedom.
I mean, even Fresh One is going to save him because, again, Linny's skill is going to bring him above that very important crucial breakpoint of being at 4 HP. Chongyun is only doing 3 damage.
That's true, and Chongyun is brought down to 1 HP. This is almost certainly going to be a win for Hakio. I don't really see any way out of it for Robot Wizard, so I think this revenge match between Robot Wizard and Hakio is going to initially be going to Hakio here.
Yeah, it's bewildering lights out for Robot Wizard here, as I don't think there's anything that he can do to come back from this position. It's almost certainly going to, yeah, he's just going to normal attack. Ooh. And that's it. I think this Faruzan
underwater treasure, but it is much too little too late. Chongyun's burst is ready to go, but has no friends alongside him.
This is his best line. He basically has to hope his opponent doesn't have a way to get onto Faruzan. But Hakio should realize. Oh wait, does he not see it? He didn't see it. Wait, no. He didn't see the line. If you Nemo Res onto Faruzan there, it's an immediate win because you have 2 dice for that charge attack. It is 2 damage that immediately takes out Chongyun. Robot Wizard now has a chance.
What?
I mean, it's a very slim chance. I think it might.
I'm not comprehending.
Okay, does he actually have a chance? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe this is still a win.
Okay, no. Hear me out. You play all of your cards to draw out things that you don't need, like Dunursad into Hanachi Rusato.
Okay, but the thing is, you need 4 treasures. Oh wait, no, I don't think there's enough stacks for Jet. Is there?
Probably not. But Sunyata in hand.
True. So the problem is, you would need 4 treasures to be at 5 to not die to Lynette.
But if Robot Wizard can, because he has gamblers. And Opera!
Opera's +1. I think, yeah, Opera's still +1.
Oh.
So the problem with gamblers though, even if you take out Linny, I think your opponent just goes to Lynette, and then you don't have any ways to take out Lynette after that.
I mean,
Unless
that's true, but I mean, Robot Wizard is at 6 actions. I mean, sorry, not 6 actions. 6 dice, 2 actions right now. Sorry, I am calculating. So there's a strat in hand. There's Covenant. There's Underwater. There's Jet. If you can get enough Jet stacks,
I don't think there's enough dice left. There's too many cards left in the deck for it to be a play that's available.
But Robot Wizard is the professional top decker.
It's true, but even if you survive this end of turn and survive the Lynette skill, it's going to come at you at the beginning. You have no way to take out Faruzan at 1 without potentially having her hit you back. I think Robot Wizard doesn't have enough defensive cards in his deck to make it happen.
He has to win now. He has to win now, or he has to survive 1 action next turn. It's one or the other, I think.
Yeah.
But can he do it? Like he's gonna try, right? So he Liar Song the Gilded.
You always have to try.
He lures on the Gilded. He's really thinking everything through. Like, his actions are so slow right now because if he messes anything up, I mean, luck is also part of this, right? But if he messes anything up here, it is so doomed. He might actually try to save Chongyun Burst for Lynette.
He might need to. Can he actually do it, though?
Because he has... I think he might have 3 actions here.
But even a Chongyun Burst isn't going to take out Lynette in one hit, so I don't think you have enough dice to do that. I think you have to go for the Burst here, just to refresh on Linny. I think that's the only reasonable play, and don't think that Jet is at enough stacks. We're probably not going to see it played here.
Do you underwater treasure strat?
It's unfortunate. If that Cryo was Electro right now, he would actually win.
Wait for skill. Okay, he just uses a normal.
He might actually have it. Wait, does he have enough dice?
So he normals, and that's 3, then he goes up to 4, and then he bursts.
So normal's gonna force his opponent. Oh, I wonder. Okay, I wonder if he mismanaged his dice a little bit now because that Covenant can no longer be played.
No, because you play either strat or underwater here.
Well, you never play underwater because you're not drawing after strat, so I think he has to strategize and see what he hits. I think that's step 1. Oh, but wait, what's the food? Wait, the food's minty meat rolls, isn't it? Right? There's food on Chongyun. That's minty meat rolls.
There is food on Chongyun.
A +1 buff. Wait. I totally missed those minty meat rolls. He needs... Wait, I think that's enough. If it's minty meat rolls. No, he's 1 short. He's 1 short.
Is he one? He is 1 short. Does he play Jet here just to see if...
No, Jet, you might be hoping to draw into like a different companion. So I think he's 1 short because of minty meat rolls. We see that 1 next to the satiated status. It's 1 more attack left that is discounted, but he's only going to be able to get up to 1 dice.
Oh, this is so... Here's Jet. It's at 4 stacks.
Oh, it's at 4.
It's at 4.
If that was 6, it would have done it.
It would have done it. It would have done it.
All right.
We're on the edge of our seats here. So, I mean, a burst is going to do 7, right?
The burst is going to do 7. So, Chongyun will definitely take out Lynette here, but the problem is Farazan is going to survive at 1. Yeah, so we see that Covenant coming into play. Got a normal attack 1 more time, but then that discount runs out.
Does run out.
He needs 1 more dice. He's 1 dice short.
But he's still going for it. Lynette falls to a normal. Out of stacks now. What do you do? There is nothing to do here.
That's it.
That's absolutely it. Robot Wizard has ran out of steam.
I mean, one thing to keep in mind, though, this started off, first of all, with a misplay from Hako, giving Robot Wizard the potential to mount a comeback. Hako missed a lethal opportunity here. Missed lethals are very famous in TCGs, but he missed an opportunity to take the immediate kill on Chongyun. Robot Wizard almost punishing him for that misplay. By the skin of his teeth, Hako makes it out at 1 HP.
It came so close, but Hako still taking that first game against Robot Wizard. It is not quite a revenge match for Robot Wizard yet. Of course, Hako was the one who knocked Robot Wizard down into the lower bracket, and now they are head-to-head once again. But here are our highlights from that match.
Yeah, I guess for Tuizan rolling Hydra in this case, even though it was kind of bad on Xingqiu, ended up working out. So maintaining the high win rate for that for Tui Conspiracy, those swirls on the Hydra on Razor and Chongyun ended up being a huge factor in allowing Linny to output just enough damage.
Yeah, and Hako not seeing that quick swap Farazan charge attack.
Yeah.
And Robot Wizard
almost cost him the game.
So close to punishing him for it. But...
Well, I have to point out, he was 1 dice short, right? If he had he'd been able to pull out 1 more dice at some point during that match, or during that sequence, he would have won. Right?
Instead
Like
of
that's
one.
how close it came. Or if that jet was at 6 stacks, it's a slightly different sequence. He found a line that was so close, but again, off of a misplay of Hakio. I mean, you can't afford to make those misplays. That's why I think Robot Wizard has that many tournament finishes, because he is a consistent player. He sees the best plays in most situations, and then, but sometimes the luck doesn't go your way, right? In that case, he didn't have the right cards to make it out with the win.
But here we go. Here are the picks and bans for these two players. Robot Wizard bringing that Mona Thunder Manifestation Signora deck, and it's banned actually. Hakio bringing the Mona Sayu Yula deck, and that's banned. So now stuck with mirror meta.
Yeah, so it looks like both players brought basically a tech choice for the current metagame with those Mona decks. And Mona decks are particularly good against freeze, right? You have that built-in quick swap, so not only can you play around freeze by sacrificing a character, but also just being on Mona. But banning them out entirely, we are going to end up with basically the standard 3 decks that we've been seeing in Fatuizan, or the Yilan OTK, or what's the last one?
So Bleb. So we have 2 of the Chongyun Razor decks. And then Hakio just won with Fatuizan, and now Robot Wizard still has Fatuizan that he can play because he lost with the Chongyun Razor deck. So does Robot Wizard go for the mirror, or does he try to take a win against the Chongyun Razor deck with Fatuizan?
That's an interesting choice. I mean, he has to play both matches eventually anyway. For the most part, after watching Robot Wizard play a couple times, he likes leading on that Chongyun Razor deck. I think he's more comfortable with it, and he likes playing it. And at this point, it is better just to stay with something you're familiar with, especially in a mirror matchup. If you think you're better at piloting the deck than your opponent, then that gives you an automatic advantage in the mirror, in addition to maybe like rolling first or rolling better or getting slightly better cards. So if I was, I think I could see him sticking with the same deck just because he knows he has to play both matchups anyway, and he might as well go with basically
for the harder
comfort
one,
pick.
right? Like try to get the harder mirror out of the way first. And I mean, something that I've heard a lot of these players talking about before is that, especially in these mirrors that utilize freeze with Chongyun Xingqiu or Yulan and Signora, you have to start with different lines sometimes. Sometimes it's like a Chongyun start. So I wonder if Robot Wizard is going to be confident going into that magic. Here we go! So he is picking that Chongyun Razor deck.
Yeah, and here's the thing. If the opponents are copying Robot Wizard's list, but may not be less practiced with it, they might not know how to play the mirror effectively. Because as weird as it sounds, mirror matches if you're a newer player, mirror matches look boring because a lot of the time it's 2 decks doing the same things, but just one after the other. But for these seasoned TCG players, mirror matches completely change the dynamics of every matchup, and to play them a little bit differently depending on whether you're going first or second. But if you don't know that, don't understand that matchup, it immediately puts it at a disadvantage.
Yep, and of course we are on open deckless conquest format. Hakio is only on this deck for the rest of this set. So this looks a bit different from Robot Wizard's deck, right? So do you have any comments you want to leave, Flep?
Yeah, this is definitely leaning heavier on the combo side with treasure, right? 2 treasures instead of 1. So this is a lot more reliant, a lot more reliant on drawing basically through the entire deck. And we see, of course, every House of Stove was adjusted, but very good in this deck because you are building for those later turns. It's interesting that Hakio is choosing this one still, while mostly the other players have favored Robot Wizard's list. So I guess we'll get to see who's correct.
But for now, we have our raffle winners. UIDs are down at the bottom left. So if you see your UID there, congratulations. You have won a Welkin. And of course, going into our next match, we are going to have another raffle, I believe for 3 winners each time. So if you type ! Pick the name of the player you want to win or you think is going to win, and then your UID, you'll be entered into a raffle. So just make sure you do that by the start of the next match.
Yeah.
We either have 1 or 2 matches left before Bluff and I are off. But here we go! Robot Wizard versus Hakio in a mirror matchup.
Yeah. And this should be the time to start putting your UIDs into the chat for the raffle.
Spam us.
All right.
So, what you want to see here is card draw, right? You really want as much card draw as possible with this deck.
Definitely for Hakio, yeah. So Robot Wizard's deck with Tamias is a little different. So we're probably going to see him keep Tamias and Sealy, put away the other... Yep, there we go. Called it.
Yep, Tamias. Oh, got a Heart of Kavarina. And has that Boar and Liar Song, which could actually give him an edge, maybe.
Yeah, let's say. So more importantly, I think Robot Wizard is starting first.
Dice rolls here are going to be very important. You really want your Hydro. Both players starting out on Xingqiu as well.
Yeah, I think we're both just going to see normal attack. So it's very interesting that most players don't opt to go for the Hydro application on Xingqiu. Even though it is 2 extra shields, it might not matter in this matchup. And it's funnily enough, there's a weird interaction here where sometimes putting those rain swords on your own team is a downside because occasionally you want your opponent's Chongyun to be able to take out Xingqiu with the Frost Field. So if you apply those rain swords to yourself and prevent him from doing that, which forces you into a slow swap, that could actually spell doom for you pretty early on if you're not aware of that.
It definitely could spell doom for you. Hakio having a slightly different start here with Chang, no Tomayas in the deck, I believe. So we're almost certainly going to see a Heart of Kavarina equip. I wonder if you play Lumenstone now.
Well, if you played Lumenstone, you should have played it before the Chang.
Right,
Because now you have to play 3 more cards. I wonder if Hakio's realizing, maybe that was a misplay, realizing that right now, because I think you were correct. You should have played, because Lumenstone, if you trigger it on the same turn, effectively costs 1. So he still would have had enough dice to be able to skill twice. But now, having played the Chang first, loses that opportunity.
I think also the dice are a little bit awkward for Hakio. At 4 dice here, is going to have to float one, because, I mean, maybe you play Shadow Sand King just to see what you draw.
I think you do, yeah. So the Lumenstone opening definitely would have been stronger, but unfortunately not able to make that happen.
So actually, Hakio has significantly better card draw than Robot Wizard right now, because with another normal attack, that will proc Chang. So we'll see what 2 cards Hakio draws here.
Yeah, I think the difference between these 2 lists, so Hakio's list is very much treasure focused. It's trying to draw the entire deck out by round 3, guaranteeing basically all 12 treasures by the end of the game. Whereas Robot Wizard is more about card quality. He's more focused on drawing powerful cards through Tamaya's drawing him Gilded and allowing him to play Gilded Dreams for free, rather than just relying on treasure that heavily.
Of course, this is, by the way, the lower bracket of final. Whoever loses here is completely out of the tournament. We do have 2 previous Prince Cup participants here, with Robot Wizard actually being the champion of Americas. So a lot at the stake here.
He's gonna tune Jet. Oh, there she goes.
There she goes. But Sealy down, and now Xingqiu's Burst is finally on the field for Robot Wizard.
Yeah, so leading off with that to start. So both sides are basically mirrored at this point. 2 normal attacks and a Xingqiu Burst about to go down. Hakio, of course, has a much fuller hand because his deck is really heavy on the card draw.
Yes,
and
I
2
think
quick swaps.
I think now you really want to be playing that Lumenstone, because you just have so many cards in your hand. You're either going to play them or tune them anyway. So this is the time to play Lumenstone, if any.
I think so. Yeah, Lumenstone on 2 is still fine, right? Of course, Lumenstone, for those of you who may not be familiar, it's not too heavily played casually, but anytime you play 3 action cards, it will refund you 1 Omni die plus draw a card from your deck. So critically, the only does it once a round, so you have to play it early in order to make use of it. But playing it round 2 is fine, because by round 3, it will... Oh, okay. So I guess it's not playing Lumenstone.
Not Lumenstone.
Yeah, you want to play Lumenstone first.
Yeah, you want to play Lumenstone before any other cards, but here Sealy comes down.
Yeah, this is kind of piling on. I wonder if this is just... Gilded? Pretty good.
Gilded.
I wonder if this is just piling on from earlier where, like, I think he did miss an opportunity to potentially play that Lumenstone on round 1. And by not doing so, and not doing it again in round 2, could be missing on a lot of cards in die.
So if you're Robot Wizard, what do you do here? I guess you go for the Chongyun skill, right?
It's going to be still mirrored on both sides. Yeah. There's no reason for either side right now to switch up the play. You know, there's no advantage to a quick swap here to take out Xingqiu on either side, because that just gives your opponent that free swap onto Chongyun.
That's true, but I'm looking at Robot Wizard's hand. So there's a Gilded, there's free Gilded, by the way. There's Lyre Song, there's Boar, there's Sunyata, there's Gamblers. I don't know if Robot Wizard is just going to set up for next round and not do anything now, or if there's a potential for Robot Wizard to get some extra damage down this turn.
Yeah, This is definitely interesting. I think this is the first time as well we've seen this specific mirror matchup on camera. Most of the time, one of the sides has banned this deck. This is the first time it's been let through on both teams. It's a very interesting match because, like, the player who goes first is definitely ahead, and we see here Hako playing the Leave It To Me because he wants to get one action ahead of his opponent.
Except he drew a cryo from that NSC. Chef
That's
Mao
really
gave
lucky.
one cryo dice and now has to tune one more thing.
Yeah, that was a very lucky roll there. I think he was gambling for that cryo because he is going to want a Chongyun skill here, but now doesn't have to tune 2 cards for it, just 1.
Of course, Hakio's self-assigned tags for playing are Unlucky Roller, Dice Magician, and Burnt Kitchen. So, have you seen Hakio be unlucky at all?
No, I think his dice have been pretty cooperative so far. He was sitting, of course, at 6 average usable. We'll have to see if it has changed going into future rounds if he makes it through this. But first, let's defeat Robot Wizard on this deck specifically.
Hakio is figuring out what to tune here.
There
It's
goes
supposed to be that Lumen Stone. I mean, if you don't play it the first 2 rounds, probably not going to have much use for it, right?
Yeah, the window's definitely closed. I mean, if he had played it, I think in that round 1, he would have had the right dice, I think, this round, especially with how many cards he's been playing from his hand. So really unfortunate. Maybe a slip up. I have to go back and see if there was a way to trigger it round 1. But either way, it's going to get tuned now, not going to be in play.
The Robot Wizard going for the skill here is at 0 dice. I want to see if he just ends, or if we're gonna see something with the Covenant Gilded.
Yeah, one thing Robot Wizard could try for.
Oh! Here we go.
I was going to say, one thing he could try for here, because his opponent ended first, that kind of puts him on the back foot. If he ends now, then his opponent has the advantage. But one thing Robot Wizard can do is apply enough pressure and damage, take out both Chongyun and Xingqiu, leave your opponent on just 1 or 2 characters, and then that puts the advantage back on you in terms of freeze.
Definitely. And I think Robot Wizard is definitely thinking about that right now because he has that free Gilded equip, and also after using those Tamaya stacks, he could Zenyatta the Tamayas and see if he gets any more value. So there's a whole lot in his hands here.
Okay.
It is definitely a professional top deck at the moment.
I hope he gets a Taromaru, because a couple of times on camera he's gotten Taromaru. He's played it to not great effect. Oh wait, Xingqiu.
Oh. Interesting. I wonder, so why Xingqiu?
To get 3 Hydro? That's actually an interesting one. I'm actually not sure why he went the Hydro dice there. I would have expected him to just normal attack twice on Chongyun.
I wonder if he's intending to swap. I'm not sure. But here we go. His normal attack from Chongyun. It will not be enough to take out Razor. I mean, sorry, Hakio's Chongyun, but...
Oh!
Wait, 2 Zenyatta!
I don't think that does very much. You can't really afford to... Do you play the Lumen Stones here? You can't trigger it, right? Lumen Stone, Falling Ring, Zenyatta, and then playing maybe a second card off of Zenyatta will be enough. But I think he's gonna go for the Gambler's Equip.
There's a Zenyatta.
We'll see what it pulls. Wait, Red Feather Fan? That might come up, because it's a quick swap effect. If you swap twice, the second one is quick swap.
Effect, but I feel like you won't play Lumen Stone.
Do you? You don't have a quick swap effect yet. I think a quick swap going second is really crucial to get around your opponent. I think. Please, okay, I want to be right. I think the right play it's too late for Lumenstone. It might actually be Red Feather Fan.
It could be Red Feather Fan. Red Feather Fan
does cost you one.
It does cost you 1. It's never something that you, take with you in your deck. But I guess in cases like this, where Zenyatta randomly draws into it.
Yep. I think it's correct. Yeah, Master Zhang's definitely not getting played. So either way, you always Gambler here and then Frostfield on Chongyun to take out the opposing Chongyun. Because he does have Ball Princess active, so that replace will be free. He will lose his Gilded, though.
That's fine. I think Robot Wizard has another in his deck somewhere, but he doesn't have Tamayas anyway. So I think this is fine. This is this is going to give Robot Wizard an advantage going next round. So the skill will be
Discourage
plenty.
of
Wait,
evil.
no gamblers.
Chivalry
Ooh.
will never die.
Was that feels like a mistake.
I wonder if he's saving it for something. He might be.
What could you be saving it for? It's 2 extra dice this round. Which you
But what
could
do
play.
what do you do with the 2 extra dice? You'd float
Well,
one
you play
anyway.
Red Feather Fan.
And then what? What do you do with the other one? Okay, is it gonna be Lumenstone or Red Feather Fan? Cast your bets,
it's
chat.
Too late. It's Red Feather Fan. It's gonna be Red Feather Fan.
I feel like Lumenstone's a bit more consistent, but I understand. I mean, I could see Red Feather Fan.
So the it might actually just be a swap off onto Xingqiu here, because the problem right now, the only time I liked Red Feather Fan is if he equipped that Gamblers. If he equipped that Gamblers, he has 2 dice to work with. He can play Red Feather Fan and still have it. Oh, he has Catherine!
Yeah, there's Catherine.
But wait,
So it's fine, no Red Feather Fan.
But it's not. Oh yeah, no, this is correct. This is totally fine. Well, okay, it still could be both. It could be Catherine for the first quick swap, and then Red Feather Fan for the surprise second one. Okay, here's the thing.
Oh,
you Catherine, you Zenyatta the Catherine to discount Red Feather Fan. You
And then
play
it's
Red
one.
Feather Fan, and it's a second quick swap.
Oh my god.
I have the line.
You have the line, and then you can still play Lumenstone. Maybe.
Yeah, so the swap onto Xingqiu here is always correct and is very critical here, because now what happens, even though Hako has priority, if he wants to take Robot Wizard out, he has to hit Xingqiu. That kills Xingqiu, but puts Robot Wizard with a free swap onto Chongyun in order to freeze again.
Oh, wow. So Hako just played Underwater Treasure Hunt, put 6 treasures into his deck, then played Stove God, so it's round 3, so he draws 2 cards. Draws
I don't think it's gonna matter,
Lumenstone and
though.
Treasure.
But the thing is, this matchup is 100% dictated by freeze, and can you outplay your opponent through freeze? And the way the game has gone so far, Robot Wizard is at the advantage with threes. He has 3 characters left alive versus 2.
So what confuses me is that Hako has not played Lumenstone at all. I feel like 2 Lumenstones have come up. He's never played them. It's something I'm not understanding. Do you have any insight to why Lumenstone hasn't been played yet, or do you think it might be a misplay?
I think it might have been misplay. Again, I have to double check what the cards were in that first round. It's possible he didn't want to play one of them, and so he would only be able to play 2 cards after Lumenstone, but I believe there at least was 3. But
I mean, even playing it now, like, it does cost 2, but at least you can... It helps you draw out your deck a bit more, right?
yeah, I mean, at this point, it really doesn't matter. You have that Sealy already. I don't think you want to go dice negative, but at the same time, you basically... So, Haku's decision point here is, does my opponent have a quick swap? If my opponent doesn't have a quick swap effect, Haku wins. But if Robot Wizard does, and he has 2, thanks to Zenyatta, Robot Wizard will... It's basically like chess at this point. It's a completely guaranteed win because they're trading 1 for 1 on each side.
So something to note, Robot Wizard should most certainly go Chongyun here in burst, right?
No, actually, I think you go Razor.
You go Razor.
Oh, okay, you don't. Fine. Okay, the reason I was saying go Razor because you could say Chongyun burst for their Razor, but and prevent you from getting frozen.
So actually, Robot Wizard going for the skill here is so good because it's going to force Hako to either use the quick swap now, and I mean either way, even if Hako slow swaps, it uses like an extra dice, like it's not a free swap on the Razor, like what we were talking about earlier. So there's the quick swap.
I'll scout ahead.
But with Catherine in hand, it's not gonna be enough.
It's Catherine in hand, yeah, it's not gonna be enough. So Red Feather Fan not gonna come into play, unfortunately. Very sad about that.
No Red Feather Fan for you. And then after Robot Wizard uses that quick swap, he picks Zenyatta, either the Junior Zod or the Catherine.
You probably want to keep the Catherine. So one of the other differences now in this matchup, so I think the reason also why Robot Wizard win for the skill is now as Chongyun's Frostfield is refreshed, he's actually going to be able to save one of those Rain Sword stacks for next round and still have access to freeze, whereas Hako no longer has that freeze reaction.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, we're almost certainly... Actually... Wait. But you have to freeze, right? You have to
quick swap here.
You
yeah.
have to freeze
Your
here.
opponent is playing a treasure deck. They look like they're on 1 dice. They're not on 1 dice.
Yeah, they're not on 1 dice. I mean,
They're not on 1 dice.
So this was originally a Hyper Magic deck. It functions similar to a Hyper Magic deck with treasure instead of Hyper Magic.
Mm-hmm. Oop.
Lumenstone. Junior
Okay.
Zod.
So Lumenstone
Catherine.
basically 1 cost. Hope he hasn't messed up the math on this.
Sonata. Use Sonata, and then you get 3 dice, but then... Yeah.
Hang
Sonata,
on.
Junior Zod.
But isn't he 1 dice short?
Oh, Mamere!
He can't swap. He can't swap.
Yeah, you can't...
skill here.
Can't swap and do anything. You could play Unhurry and draw Minty. Or NSC, I guess. You need NSC.
But I don't think he runs that. I mean, there is Minty Meat Roll, so technically that NRE can draw him the card he needs. But then Minty Meat Roll still costs 1 die. Does this miscount?
I
Or is he
don't
just
know,
gonna end?
He might just end. It might be like what I was thinking. Junior Zod, Mamere.
Actually, ending might always be fine because your opponent's already shown you both quick swaps. You know the exact list. They don't run Senjata, so they don't have the ability to come out with a surprise Catherine or Red Feather Fan.
Well, also, Robot Wizard refreshed his Frost Field.
Exactly.
And Hakio lost Chongyun, and that Frost Field is going to go down. You only have 1 more Rain Sword. So Hakio is essentially out of freezes going into next round, and there's no way that Hakio... I think Robot Wizard is certain. There's no way Hakio can actually end the game now. So Robot Wizard is just going to be totally dominating at the start of next round.
Yeah. This is definitely the safer play, I think. You know, it'd be very tempting to go for the quick swap Razor play normally, but I think Robo was correctly identifying that he has the winning move regardless of whether he goes for the freeze here or not, and the safer play is to wait another round. The one downside, though, is we do know Hakio still has, I believe, like 9 treasures left in their deck, so he's going to have to do more damage to fight through those treasures, but he's also going to be working with a full round of dice and potentially Razor Burst as well.
Hakio has not played the Lumenstone. I know I said this so many times earlier, but I really feel like that Lumenstone could have helped earlier on. I know you don't play it by now, but I just feel like Hakio is lacking a little bit on the card draw front with only the Chang and also Sealy in hand. But I mean,
Yeah.
what do you
really
do?
doesn't matter. There's
What do
really
you
nothing
do?
to be done.
I think Hakio knows this, but then the question is, do you swap to Xingqiu or using a treasure now? I guess Hakio's gonna go for a hit here.
Yeah. Just trying to go for damage, I suppose, but even then, I don't know how much I love that play. I mean, you have to play to whatever outs you have at the moment. Honestly, saving those treasures for the 2 extra points of healing might have been more important.
Now, Razor on Hakio's side is definitely going to be frozen at the start of next turn. Robot Wizard having 2 Rain Swords and 1 more usage of that Chongyun Frost Field. Not to mention, Chongyun is still alive on Robot Wizard's side, so I think the battle of the freezes has already been decided.
Yeah, I think Robo was identifying he needed turn priority, so that was the one important reason he made that play instead of going for the freeze, is he was able to end first, which guarantees him the first freeze on the opposing Chongyun, and then freeze versus freeze is the most chess-like that Geniusification can get, because once your opponent's characters are frozen, there's a guarantee there that you know what their plays could be.
Oh, that boar is even more dice generation for Robot Wizard with Tamias at 3 stacks. It's a free gilded equip that is going to give 3 dice on top of what he already has here.
Yeah, this is basically checkmate here. We're going to see Robot Wizard basically play out their hand and lock Hakio out of any action. So I believe Robot Wizard should be able to take this back to a game number 3. Still going to be in it.
Replacing that Tamias, it's already been used with Sealy, so 3 actions will draw 3 more cards. And that Liar Song, it's even more dice generation to Gilded. So here we go, Razor is now frozen. How does Hakio respond?
Well, he's gonna have
treasure.
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 Treasure is the egg of this tournament.
Wow.
Egg?
Egg? No, it's not. It's not.
Oh, it's egg.
Yeah, you have to yell egg like egg. Of course, Rin and Sumi are going to be on to cast the start of Group B for you after this best of 3 ends.
Yeah.
So stay tuned for that.
But we're not done yet. I mean, I don't see a way for Hakio out of this. You know, again, his deck is so focused on treasure that it doesn't really have any tech cards, like cards that get you out of specific positions. And in this particular case, he's really going to be forced to just end round and hope that somehow Robot Wizard doesn't have enough damage.
Yeah, but almost certainly Robot Wizard, especially with that Gamblers in hand. Liar, Gamblers, the two strat, like there's so many resources in Robot Wizard's hand right now.
Yeah.
There's no way out of this for Haki.
No, like I said, this is basically watching a chess match. Basically, by freezing Razor, Robot Wizard put his opponent in check, forces Hakio to make that swap to stay alive, but it doesn't matter. Oh, and even applying a Hydra Aura down to Razor.
There is the Rain Sword, the last one coming down onto Hakio's Razor. Now the question is Robot Wizard gonna go for the flashy finish?
I think he has to. Ooh.
He has to. Wait, but the breakpoint from...
No. It should be 8 damage, right?
Oh yeah, it is 8.
Come on,
it is 8
Robot
damage with the freeze.
Yes!
Okay, so swap onto Chongyun, an Elemental Burst.
Strategize.
He's stratting. Wow. Okay, so this is a strategy to for next round. This is a strategy for next round.
Attack!
Okay, I was gonna
Elemental
wonder if he's gonna play that treasure.
-8 damage is just enough to take out Razor. I think he was looking for treasure. I mean, there's no other reason to strat there. He has everything he needs to win that game, and we are going to a game 3. So, I mean, congratulations to Robot Wizard, as expected, of our Prince Cup champion. But it is not over yet for Hakio. This is the lower bracket finals. Whoever loses here is completely knocked out of the tournament. Whoever wins here advances to the top 8 in the live event in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, the next game is going to be our last run for the day. We won't be done for the broadcast yet. We have 2 more best of 3s and 2 more opportunities to win raffles, of course, in those games. But one of these players will be sent home. I think that must be a very demoralizing loss back here. And as you were saying multiple times, that Lumen Stone not being played in round 1, maybe that made the difference.
I mean, it could have these little things at such high level technical play. Like it's these little things that really do make all of the difference. Like for example, Robot Wizard's King Squire play against Shan. All of these little tiny things add up. And you know, even as casters seeing both sides of the board, we don't always catch everything right. So these players are definitely at a very, very high level play. This is the top 32 of America's server and Europe combined.
Yeah, and one critical thing to look out for in that last game, you know, if you happen to be watching it back, is that moment when Robot Wizard went for the kill on Chongyun in round 2, and then forced his opponents down to 2 character to his 3, basically winning the exchange there in terms of freeze. And freeze was the entire game in rounds 3 and 4.
Yes. And I mean, so we've had many battles with the freezes, but normally I feel like it's been, you know, Yolanda OTK 1-turn kill up against that Chongyun Razor deck. And, you know, we kind of debate like, oh, Yolanda OTK is faster. Oh, I mean, you get Xingqiu's burst up faster, so you can have more control there. But this is the first time, I think, at least for this tournament, we've seen this mirror. So it's been very interesting to watch it play out, but we still have 1 more game to go, and it's going to be the reverse of the first game we saw.
Yeah, and I think so again, we saw 2 different deck lists there, so it was a mirror matchup, but not quite. Robot Wizard's deck, I think, is much better at setting up for that round 2 pressure than Hakio's, because Hakio's deck list leans so heavily on treasure, and treasure pops off usually round 3. But with Tamias and Gilded, which are in Robot Wizard's deck and not Hakio's, he was able to make those plays like on Chongyun in round 2, you know, being able to hit twice. I still wonder about that Gamblers one, because I feel like that would have been good, but maybe didn't need it.
But so, to interrupt Pleb's amazing commentary, we have some raffle winners down here. So if you see your UID, congratulations, you've won a Welkin, Blessing of the Welkin Moon. And there will be more raffles as more games are played. So if you're interested in participating in our Welkin raffles, please head over to the Aster Carnival Twitch channel. You will type !pick the name of the player you want to win or you think is going to win, and your UID in one single message. You'll be entered into that raffle. So congratulations again to all of our players.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the raffle can happen at any time. I'm sure a lot of our viewers would rather win some Primo Gems than hear me talk endlessly about how excited I am for this Game 3.
But speaking of excited, it is time to get hyped up for Game 3 of this lower bracket final. Robot Wizard playing Fatui-san versus Hakio's Chongyun Razor Freeze combo deck. See, the thing is, Robot Wizard played that deck at the start of this best of 3, and Hakio played Fatui-san. Now it is flipped. Kid Robot Wizard also clenches victory.
I mean, part of also playing competitively is a lot of the mental aspect of the game. And of course, with a new game, we should have a new raffle in chat. But being able to take a win on your opponent is very important for momentum, right? You want to have some positive vibes going into this Game 3. You can I mean, it sounds mean to say it, but if you can demoralize your opponent a little bit, make them play worse, that's a valid tactic at a high-level professional game.
I wonder if that's why Robot Wizard played 2 strats earlier, just like looking for something. Like that was a decision.
Yeah. And right off the bat, we see Robot Wizard keeping Fatui Conspiracy and Tandoori in his opening hand. So most likely going to be playing those pretty early.
Wait, he's gonna do the no you. It is. This is a no you because this is exactly what Hakio did to him. Hakio played the Tandoori to take out Shincho, and now we see Robot Wizard starting on Faruzan, knowing that the Pyro from Linny will be cleansed by Shincho's elemental skill, and just wanting to do as much damage as possible, and is certainly going to go for that Tandoori takeout.
Yeah, we'll have to, almost certainly saving that for the future round. Might even just Liben and ramp a little bit as long as Xingqiu is in that lethal range. But yeah, our first matchup, I think, of this specific one, we did see our player start on Linny against Robot Wizard, get punished severely with Xingqiu's cleanse, eliminating all Pyro. But since then, every player in this matchup has started Faruzan.
I mean, it is a valuable lesson to learn, right? Because it's just so brutal. You're trying to get that Pyro application out so you can swirl it around, but if you have characters like Shincho that can cleanse it, it's not great. So, Robot Wizard playing Opera Epiclase and going for Faruzan's elemental skill.
Yeah, interesting to see what the follow-up here will be. Probably a Fatui Conspiracy into another skill, maybe?
It could be, or it could be Fatui Conspiracy into a Liben, perhaps.
Yeah. Actually, ramping here would not be a bad move.
You could Fatui Conspiracy Willow charge attack.
Actually, with that Tandoori in hand, now there's Willow actually on the table as well. Nope.
There's Fatui Conspiracy. Now the question is, it's Hydro. Wait, that's not good.
But it is exactly what Hakio did to Robot Wizard. So it's playing right into the mental game of the no you.
It's a no you mirror.
It is. Wait, it's gonna turn out exactly like if Robot Wizard Liben passes, that is exactly what Hakio did in Game 1, isn't it?
Oh my gosh.
I'm not misremembering, right? It was a Liben pass into a Tandoori skill, saving Faruzan's charged attack until the very end. That was exactly what happened.
That is what. It was something like that. I mean, Faruzan never used her charge attack.
Yes, it was exactly that line. It was a Liben pass into Tandoori skill. Chongyun froze Faruzan. Faruzan did not burst or use a charge attack for the rest of the game. And then, I want to say it right now. If Robot Wizard's winning line is an Nemo Resonance into Faruzan charge attack,
Dare to mess with me?
I'm wishing the universe. I mean, I don't want to root for any particular player, but if that happens, chef's kiss.
Okay, but I'm just saying, Robot Wizard already messed up the mirror. Didn't even play Willow, just went for the skill by tuning Liven. So it is not quite the mirror, but I mean, this is kind of the point of the Fatui-san deck, right? You're trying to get damage out as fast as possible. And something Hakio needs to play around right now is either it would just be Covenant normal, right? So
yeah, there's an interesting point here for sure. Yeah, I wonder if Robot Wizard trying to make Hakio think he's going to Covenant normal. Okay, here's the rain screen.
Still goes for it, but with the Rain Sword skill, even with the normal attack, it would protect Shincho.
Time for some training?
Who's gonna swap off?
Actually, this works because of the quick swap in hand, but that is going to be one quick swap down for Hakio. Because you don't really need it against Fatui-san.
Mm-hmm. This is pretty tense. I wonder if it'd be better to go for that ramp play, especially into this opener now. Those chains are pretty delayed though. You know, because Xingqiu went for the skill, those chains are still at 1 stack.
That swap is so good though, because Robot Wizard does not have that Hydro to swirl, and Hakio is going to be able to quick swap back off Xingqiu and go for the burst. It is unavoidable, but wait, is that no? It's Lynette's talent in hand. I was like, wait.
It's the wrong talent.
Farzan's burst coming down. Why aren't we playing Chef Mao?
I think you're always playing Chef Mao, but I do agree that you would have just preferred to save it and hide it because you don't have any food. We might just be seeing a strategize anyway. So that's the only reason it would make sense.
Is there ever a case where you stay on Chongyun and go for a freeze here?
That's an interesting question. Ooh, there is a Nolan Spike Chicken.
So, of course that Chang is at only 1 stack because Xingqiu did go for the skill, but the freeze from Chongyun would basically lock Robot Wizard's Farazan out from doing any additional damage. I think if you're Robot Wizard, you're gonna swap away anyway with those Pyro Dice, but... Right,
yeah, I think Farazan being frozen isn't a huge deal for Robot Wizard, you know, because there's no King Squire equipped on Farazan. Her elemental burst is already down, and I think that's probably why Robo's went for the line he went for, is he was expecting this freeze and wanted to make sure Farazan's burst did come down as early as possible.
I think that Gamblers is going to be huge for Robot Wizard. Here we go, a slow swap onto Linny.
Yeah, that Gamblers is going to represent 2 additional actions this round, so this quick swap is going to allow Xingqiu's burst to go off, but again, Hakio's list, his deck, is not good at pressuring on round 2, right? This is about as much as he can do on round 2, is run out of dice.
Gamblers equip onto Linny. And a prop arrow is plenty to take out Xingqiu with that vaporized attack. Somebody Grim Malkin on the right there, and Robot Wizard has another action if he chooses to take it.
Do you actually use up the Pyro here? Hang on, it's 5 damage? So Chongyun's gonna go down, and they're gonna be left on solo Razor.
Watch your back.
Okay.
No, we're choosing Razor here.
Oh, isn't this really bad?
Oh.
Hang on, was he hoping? Oh, okay. Was he actually hoping to draw into more? So, this seems really bad because if Linny swells Pyro or hits Razor with Pyro, that swell from Farazan's burst will vaporize Chongyun off field.
That is exactly what's going to happen because Hakio with no dice left is going to end his turn, and Robot Wizard does have enough dice to go for a skill here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that was the correct play because this isn't the freeze matchup where your characters being alive is more important. All you need as the Razor deck is 1 character alive that can attack and freeze and survive against any quick swaps. But this lets Robot Wizard get maximum utility out of all of those elemental auras.
And I do feel like we might even see Robot Wizard going for a Woven Willow play here just for the additional card draw. I could be wrong about that. It is a little bit of an investment.
It depends on his dice. Yeah,
there's
gonna do it. Look, this is basically a strategize, and I know Robot Wizard loves strategize, so...
Oh, there's the Vaporize reaction. Bring Chongyun down to -5, and Razor's at 4 of the Pyro Aura. We are now back at square 1.
Yeah, that 5 is crucial, because again, Robot Wizard has been holding onto that Tandori for the whole game. Tandori will cause 2 more damage to any skill, which in this case, from any of the characters on Robot Wizard's side, will be enough to take out Chongyun in 1 hit.
So this is the key round, right? Because Hakio is going to have to use those freezes and basically use all of those cards in his hand to generate a ton of dice and control Robot Wizard's side with freeze. Can he do it?
Actually, it will come down to the freeze, as I don't see a Nemo Resonance in Robot Wizard's hands yet. He has to strategize. I think he needs to find it. If he draws a Nemo Resonance, he'll win.
Yes.
But he needs to draw it.
I completely agree. Also, the dice are so bad on both players' sides. Here we go. Lumen Stone, Chef Mao, 4 Princess Flowing Rings. So much card draw. There's the treasure going into the deck.
Yeah, treasure at this point could be a little risky. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I guess. So let's see what Stove draws. There's one treasure and there's minty meat rolls.
The minty meat rolls
With the double
is
chef
huge.
Mao, it's huge.
That represents a lot of extra dice. Actually, Hakio might have drawn his way out of this one.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, if Robot Wizard had a one quick swap effect here, I think he wins. That strategize has never been more open. Now we see why he went for that Willow play. Because he needed cards more than dice. He needs one specific card everything. He has 2 copies of Anemo Resonance left in his deck. He needs to draw one of them.
There's another boar on Hakio's side.
Yeah, there's simply going to be... It looks like there's almost like too many dice that are going to be coming out from the Chongyu Razor deck. I believe it will have enough to finish.
There's the strat, another treasure, and another artifact for replacing to generate Omni with boar. Minty coming down onto Razor. Liddy is most certainly going to be frozen here. Treasure.
Yeah, this treasure bringing up to 6 is actually quite important. But I believe that's still enough because of Lynette's burst. So Hakio needs to find one more treasure. If he can find one more treasure and Razor doesn't go down to a Tandoori skill, then he's safe from Anemo Resonance. If he doesn't draw another treasure now, he's gonna potentially, if Robot Wizard can, if the professional top decker
does not top deck an animal res.
Yep. It all comes down to this.
Here we go. Linny is frozen. There's another treasure.
But it could be a turn late because that treasure only heals Chongyun up to 6. It needs to heal Razor specifically to get up to 7. That is the magic number.
We need to strat. If we're Robot Wizard, we need to find that animal res.
There we go.
Here we go. Is it?
Oh, but wait, Conspiracy might be okay.
So in this case, I think you have to go Farazan.
You have to go Farazan. But you also have to play Fatui Conspiracy. But but here's the problem. If you Fatui Conspiracy, Razor's action will consume the Pyro. Oh, and it hit Pyro!
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh
Is this
no.
it?
Oh no. Oh no.
This could be it. We've seen Pyro. Again, so far, if you roll Pyro on the Fatui Conspiracy, it is never won before. Can Robot Wizard break that curse?
Can he break that curse? If anyone could break it is our Prince Cup champion. But Hakio with his treasure, generating all these dice and sustain.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure.
Importantly, though, bringing Razor up to that crucial 7. So now a Lynette skill, even with Tandoori, will not be enough to take Razor out. Although, actually, hang on. That Fatui Conspiracy will go back down to 6. But I think Chongyun is going to be enough to finish.
Is still
Or is it? Does he have enough dice?
So yeah, with Firesun's burst out, Lynette's skill is base 3, Tandoori.
It's going to be enough because of that Trizeki Sealy is almost certainly going to draw into 2 or 3 treasures. I think that's going to give Chongyun at least 1 or 2 more actions.
Wait, but Hakio only played... Did Hakio play a second treasure? Or was it just the one treasure?
He's played 3 so far.
No, I know, the actual event card.
Oh. I think
because he's used a lot of treasure.
Yeah, I think he's only played 1.
over here.
Lynette's skill will heal her up to 10. Razor falls here, and it is all down to Chongyun. Can Chongyun take out both? Both Lynette.
Yeah, but second minty meat rolls could be another 2 dice. I think all he needs to do... Oh, the rain swords are running out. Rain swords are required to do more damage.
So Linny has Hydro Aura. One more normal onto Lynette is going to apply another Hydro Aura. So there's 3 freezes right now for an additional 1 point of damage. But this breakpoint is really bad, actually.
Actually, 5 is, 5 is...
One treasure.
Oh no!
I haven't lost yet!
Oh no, I haven't lost yet.
No! That's it!
Oh wait, no, but this swap is so huge! No, he's not gonna swap.
No swap! That's it! That's it! This is it! This is actually it!
Does he have gamblers? Does he have gamblers?
I haven't lost yet treasure!
He needs 3 more die. If he doesn't have gamblers, he needs 3 more die from his hand. He only has 2.
He has Boar Princess.
But, okay, remember.
He has Boar Princess.
Oh, that might be enough. Okay, with Ball Princess might be enough because he can't normal attack, right? Minty meat rolls.
I haven't lost yet.
His normal attack is not enough damage, but this I haven't lost yet. I think. Would it have mattered if Robots had swapped? I wonder if he needed to swap and just force a skill out. This I haven't lost. You know, I haven't lost yet used to be an extremely played card before they adjusted. They can only play one a turn. So far, a lot of players have not always ran it in most recent tournament decks, but here is where it's great.
Right.
Wait,
oh, just a normal attack.
What?
What's going on?
Wait. What happened? Is it okay? It could still be winning.
So Hako has one more.
No, he only has 2 dice.
One more Minty left. No
Correct.
gamblers.
So, but if there's no gamblers, that should have been a burst there. I wonder what happened. I mean, I think a burst was.
That's it.
Going to win him the game because of that Ball Princess. I wonder if he didn't see that Ball Princess in hand.
Wait, but this is actually there's not one more dice.
No, there is no one more dice. This is it. I guess that's it.
Wait, so what? That's Heart of Cavarina, right? On Hakio.
It is Heart of Cavarina. It is not a Gambler's. Gamblers would have been enough with another normal attack into a burst, but without another way to generate an additional die, that is over. I don't think Hakio can draw into any more cards from his deck. In a major surprise, yeah, Robot Wizard just hanging there barely. I mean, he was off by 1 die in that game 1, and now Hakio finds himself off by 1 as well, but due to a potential misplay.
You guys can't see my face right now, but I'm speechless. I am speechless. The timer is running down here. Hakio has to think hard about what to do. I think he realizes his misplay. Going for a normal attack to take out Lynette, but trick. No more Minty left. A treasure will heal him to 5.
I mean, even Minty would have been enough because he needed the exact sequence of burst into a skill.
He needed to use burst for that breakpoint. Using 2 actions on Lynette was actually what lost him the game. Robot Wizard going first with that Farsight skill, swirling the pyro for -2. All he needs to do.
Oh, there's the Gamblers! There's the Gamblers! Oh no! And this is second treasure.
He didn't play a second treasure. There was no more treasure. There might have been like 1 or 2 left in the deck, but that was it. This is it. Robot Wizard, our previous Prince Cup America's champion, is about to make it to the top 8 and meet us in Los Angeles once again.
Wow. It was staggering.
Kingsfire.
Kingsfire. That is the correct way to finish this game.
Here we go. Elemental skill -4 on the Chongyun. We have our 2 winners from Group A. Robot Wizard and DVDia make it out. Congratulations to Robot Wizard. We were on the edge of our seats there.
Yeah, Hakio not managing to beat Robot Wizard a second time, and I think definitely a lot of very big errors there in the last game. But again, the pressure, I keep saying this, the mentality, it's very easy if you're sitting right at home to see that and wonder what happened, but the pressure is immense in these tournaments. There is so much on the line, and when the timer is ticking down, if you miscalculate just a little bit, and it can be the end of your run, and the consistency is what matters. And I think Robot Wizard having so many tournament finishes is very used to playing at these high level events and probably better at managing that high stress situation. And that consistency definitely helps him get ahead of his opponents, like in this best of 3.
I mean, not only was Robot Wizard our previous Prince Cup America's champion, but he has had multiple first place placements in the Catskills Gathering, both last year and I believe this year. I'd have to look again. There's so many. There's like a whole list of them. It's hard to keep track at some point.
He has 5. He has 5 first place finishes in Cat's Tail Gathering tournaments.
But here is our Group A. bracket. DVDia making it to the top 8 with 2 lives, and Robot Wizard barely making it out through the lower bracket final. And everyone else is knocked out of the tournament. So congratulations to DVDia and Robot Wizard. We will be seeing you in Los Angeles. That is so exciting.
Yeah, and of course, one thing to keep in mind, being the lower bracket, this will carry forward into the top 8 brackets as well. So Robot Wizard is still on 1 life, whereas DVD still has 2 losses. So very important to make it out there. But congratulations to Hako and Shan, both coming in top 16, going away with $1,200 in prize money. And of course, not to mention our other top 32 competitors in this top 8 bracket. Let's go down to Fufu, Kaori, Biluo, and Riku for coming in top 16. $600 prize money, which is still an incredible amount for playing what's essentially a free game within Genshin Impact.
Definitely very, very incredible, and it has been amazing to cast the finals with you today, Blep. Of course, very shortly.
We're not quite done yet, right?
Yeah, we're not quite done yet, but I mean, you and I are going to be handing it off to Sumi and Rin very soon. I believe we're gonna have some raffle winners first, so just waiting for those to appear on screen before we say goodbye for this weekend. But
I mean, we need some time to decompress as well, because those last 2 games. I mean, not only were they like the critical point for all the players being about to be knocked out, but they were some of the best games we've seen today. Again, very unfortunate that in that last match, I feel like both Shan and Hakio had opportunities in both of their matches to come out with the win, but either didn't see the line, made a misplay, or were thinking about the right things. I mean, again, it's very easy to see the mistake, but I know when you get hyper-focused in these situations and you're focused on one particular thing, you can miss other lines very easily.
And I feel like that is kind of what differentiates a player, how consistent they are despite the lack of RNG. Because one thing I've heard a lot of players talk about, like not these high level players, but just maybe more casual players who are not used to playing a lot of gamification. RNG kind of sets them off a bit, right? But there are ways to mitigate that RNG. We have very consistent players who were here last year showing up again this year. And it's because they have that consistency nailed down. They have that understanding of the game. They know how to build their decks. They know how to pilot them. And this is what puts Robot Wizard just at the slightly better edge to some of these other players. It's proven.
But DVD living up to his name as the dark horse, right? Coming out on top of Group A. That top place finish, again, we should stress how hard it is to not only qualify for this top 32. I tried and I didn't qualify. I got knocked out by some of the other competitors here in the top 32. But not only to qualify, but then even to make it into the top 8. So huge congratulations to all of our players, not only this weekend, but we're 3 more groups to bring you in the coming weekends.
Yes, and so I believe we're taking a break next weekend, but we'll be back the weekend after that, if I'm remembering the schedule correctly. Just pay attention to the Astro socials, you'll see updates on that. So
yeah, don't rely on your memory. Make sure to subscribe to the Astro Carnival Twitch, YouTube, as well as Twitter. All the announcements go out from there as well. So if you're subscribed, you won't miss out on future exciting matches and potentially future raffles for prizes.
So speaking of raffles, we do have raffle winners. They are not going to be shown on screen just yet. I think for now, Blep and I are going to be saying goodbye. We're going to go to another short break as we bring on our casters, Rin and Sumi, to start out Group B. So
hard act to follow.
Yeah, congratulations once again to DVDia and Robot Wizard, and to those of you watching on, whether you're on Astro Carnival's YouTube, Twitch, or Genshin Official, thank you so much for watching along with us for Group A. It's been a pleasure to cast for you. We'll be seeing you very shortly, so
yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to Genshin Impact's Genius Invocation TCG Prince Cup Atlantic. We're going to host the next group of players, but before that, I'm Rin Taicho, and I'm joined by...
Yes, this is Sumi coming at you once again for the start of our Group B.
Yes, and don't forget, we are streaming also on the main Genshin Impact official Twitch channel, as well as Aster Carnival, and giving some welcomes away throughout this tournament. But in order to win those, you have to be over on the Aster Carnival Twitch to enter. So as you can see in the bottom left of the screen right now, we are giving out raffles to UIDs. In order to enter, just before every match, there will be a message in chat. Just type in !pick the person that you want to win and your UID as well in order to qualify. Other than that, how are you doing, Sumi? This is the first time we're casting together.
It is, but I'm sure it'll be great regardless. I mean, we just came off the back of an amazing series to finish off our Group A of Robot Wizard versus Hako. An absolutely nail-biting match going all the way to 3 games.
Yeah, watching them go back and forth like that with like mirror matches to just like some very different plays being shown, and then just all the pressure that they were going through, fighting through that. Yeah.
I hope Group B can be just as entertaining and just as intense, but before we really get into our games, I think the first thing we should do is take a look at our bracket once again.
Yes. Let's see who's up next here. Just getting that up right now. One moment. Before we actually get into that, hang on 1 second here. Let's talk a bit more about the last match still anyway. Fatui-san, a very popular deck that has been shown here.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been by far the most popular deck from our players, and here is the bracket. We will be doing the first 2 games from our upper bracket today with Birdie and Tamar, followed by Scrubby Duck and Jibu.
Oh yeah, there's one person I am familiar with this on here, Jibu. I met at the USA final from last year, actually. Pretty cool guy. Actually, I think I recognize a few others in this bracket as well. Do you have any info on them?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Leo and Matt Mario are both very long-time players, with Mr. Pello and Silky Love being a bit newer to the scene, but have been doing really well in community tournaments this year.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm excited to see the next few matches coming up here. So before we get started, let's talk about some of the deck picks that we have seen of this tournament.
For sure. I think starting off, though, like we have to mention Fatui-san. It is by far the most popular deck of this tournament, having 25 players bringing it for their matches, followed closely by Yelan OTK with 22. And,
oh, what the heck?
Whoa,
what is
this? Yeah.
That's interesting. All right. What we got? Huh. Let's break this down.
I've not seen this deck so far. I mean, Kenki's always been a really strong solo character, released all the way back in 3.3. Before he was actually so dominant, he was able to do over, I think it was like 28 damage by himself within 2 turns. Being able to get those cryo and animal summons to get those swirls off by himself is going to be a super, super impactful ability. Combining that with an electro summon of the Sara is going to be able to get massive spread damage across the team, and the Crowfeather buffing powers on skill as well.
I don't think I've ever seen Kujo Sara up in a tournament level, so that's exciting. Oh, and here we go with Fatui-san pick as well. Pretty standard we've seen throughout the tournament.
The thing I do want to mention, though, about Fatui-san in particular, is that players are actually teching in that one Lynette talent. Like, day 1, we saw no players running it, but then going into day 2, and now day 3, a lot of players are deciding to run that fallback option.
Yeah, I think I remember one deck that actually had that talent, but never really came into play. But maybe we'll see it this time, as it will do some really heavy damage, especially combined with the Tandoori that was also in that deck there. But the Kenki deck, Kenki, Farazan, and Sara, was it?
It was, yes.
Very interesting to see how that one's going to be played out here.
Yeah, like Kenki is such a awkward character to play sometimes, as like, of course you do have your free swirls by yourself, but then you have to do one more action to get that energy before you burst. But then you also want to set up the Sara summon as well, so it's like, what exactly do I want my turn 1 to be, and going into turn 2? Do I want to play for that burst, or do I perhaps just want to set up those end phase summons and then play more of like Farazan skill combined with Crowfeather, combined with King Squire? Yeah,
maybe leading in with Sara might be the go-to here, just so you can have that buff on one of them should you decide to go that way. Oh, they're running Fresh Wind as well. Interesting.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. I mean, typically Farazan players do like to run the Covenant of Rock because it pairs very, very well with her reduced charge attack after using a skill. Kind of what we saw with Klee back in the Klee Mona days.
All right, well, let's see their dice rolls here. Both, Tamar looking pretty good. Birdie looking really good right now.
I think one of the really important things, like when you are playing Kenki, is to get that 3 cryo dice turn 1, because of course Kenki is an animal character at base, so you cannot tune for that cryo summon.
Right, correct. And it also might be a bit tricky to play around needing up to even 4 dice on one side. It's really limiting when you only get 8 per turn.
Yeah, and like that is why we see Birdie running the toss-up. Like dice fixes like toss-up and Best's Travel Companion, our cards have been really falling out of favor as we do get more dice-efficient options like the Opera Epic class and like other power cards.
Yeah, so actually some fresh, interesting content fight for the viewers at home, because most of the decks we will see today are fairly similar because they are at the top of the meta, but Birdie bringing in something completely different today here, and I'm very excited to see how this is going to go.
And before I do forget, if you are watching on the Astro Carnival Twitch channel, we are doing a Welkin raffle, so enter !pick and your choice of who you believe is the favorite to win, either Birdie or Timar, as well as your UID. At the end of this match, we'll be handing out Welkins to 3 lucky winners.
All right. Leading in with the Grim Malkin. Its name is Grim Malkin. That's all I remember.
Is it in the lore somewhere? Is like a community name?
I think that's its actual name, Grimalkin Cat, and then there's the Boggle Cat from Lynette's.
Yeah,
Right.
that one I remember because like it's
Yeah.
in the name Bottle Cat box.
Yes.
I didn't know that was his name, like Grimalkin. Interesting.
Pretty sure it is. I could be
Too
wrong.
late for regrets.
We can see like Timar kind of just going for the standard prop
Yeah.
arrow into skill
I
on
will lead
Farazan.
us
Really
to
cool that they
victory.
did actually grind for that the interactive skin with the special animation. That's really cool. to
Oh
see.
yeah, they actually, I noticed that. Kind of looks out of place with everyone else though. All right. Swaps off to Sara.
Yeah, I think Birdie just going for the standard double Kenki summon.
Yeah.
Yeah, just gonna get those swirls going on for free. Of course, like, because it's tied to the summon, it is unavoidable, and because summons aren't really popular in the meta right now, players aren't choosing to run Send Off or the
Yeah.
new card, Control Directional Blast, so those will go unopposed throughout the game. We'll just have to see how much value they get.
Panorama being played to suck up that last dice there, so Birdie can start right toe-to-toe with Tamar there.
And yeah, we're gonna see the cryo and then the animal hit.
There it goes.
Something I do want to point out though is that Calx Art's in Birdie's hand. What that will allow him to do is set up the Sara skill and then fast swap over to Kenki with the animal resonance, play the Calx to bring the energy onto Kenki, and then burst for massive piercing
Ooh,
damage.
yeah, that's a great strategy actually. Huh.
We'll have
Oh,
to see
yeah.
if Timar plays around it, as like Kenki is a character that we don't see anymore. Oh, those dice don't look good.
Yeah, not very good right now. Oh, we have to tune something. Oh, they brought in one of the newer Fontaine cards that got added too.
Oh, they did, yeah, White Glove and I forgot what it was, White Glove and something.
Let me go double check that one real quick. Not familiar with that one yet. That just got added. It is called, yeah, the White Glove and the Fisherman. Create one called
that
in
it
for
is.
cleanup. Place it randomly amongst the 5 cards at the top of your deck. Cost 0, and your active character will deal 1 damage the next time they deal damage. Can stack up to 2.
Yeah, so it's like a budget cryo res. Like, of course it costs 0, but it also
Yeah.
gives you half the damage.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Bunch of
Mhm.
new cards in this deck. This is exciting, actually.
For sure, and it also brings back a lot of cards we don't really see as often anymore. Of course, like the dice fixes we talked about a little
Yeah.
bit, as like Kenki, the Sara, even the Calx to some extent.
Yeah. Interesting shit. But as you said, yeah, Kenki can dish out a lot of damage really fast, especially with all his ads out on the field.
I think Timar here is really considering if going for a second Farazan skill is worth it, right? Because if you do that, you do open yourself to applying the Electron. Oh,
Electro
rolling the
application
Electro
this
as well.
time. That's different. Okay.
Yeah, that is for sure different. This actually does leave Birdie's Manku Kenki open to something like a King Squire, or no, not even King Squire, just a Tandori skill, because of course it will overload it onto the Kenki. So that is something Birdie might need to watch out for.
Yeah. Wow, that's very unlucky.
On the other hand, if he decides to ignore it, he can save that animal resonance for later.
Yeah. Farazan.
Too late for
Go for the
regrets.
skill, yeah. Dishing out tons of damage already onto the other side. So if you're Birdie here, do you tune to try to get something down? Oh, that's what that card's for, yeah. Toss up.
We'll toss up to fix those dice. Is trying to roll for a 3 Electro, 3 Animo. Does appear to have gone in.
Yeah,
Wow, that's a
perfect,
quite a nice
yeah.
roll, actually. Even has some left. Oh, another Omni. Dude,
another-
you take that.
Wow. All right, much better position. That's just definitely what that card was used for in this deck here. All
Oh,
right.
and there is the swirl, but it will apply Electro, which will give Timar like a free double overload onto Verdi's off-field
Ooh,
characters.
Yeah.
That will cleanse the auras, though.
Do you want to do that?
I mean, you take a lot of damage, right? But it
Tons of
cleanses the
damage
auras.
to
You have
the
less
side.
swirls for later, but honestly,
Right.
I think in a really aggressive deck like Vatuizan, where you're trying to get out as much hurt as possible, as early on as possible,
Yeah.
you take the early damage.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, definitely went for it for sure. I think that's the right move right there.
Something really cool as well is that, like, because you applied the status onto Kujo Sara,
Yeah.
Birdie
Oh,
will be able to end on Farazan to get that buff, but we can talk about that later. Kenki's
Yeah, here
gonna-
comes that burst. Yeah. So
Yeah,
what's
bring in
this first hit?
World of Hurt.
Okay, here we go.
Oh,
Oh man.
oh, that's so much damage.
Oh wait. Yeah, Farazan gets taken out.
Oh yeah, no Farazan burst to
Oh.
buff the Animo damage. That's actually huge.
That's massive. Farazan taken out already. Both sides going really fast right now here.
Oh, and there's the Ivan lost yet, so Linny can respond with a kill,
Right.
but it's gonna be still so tough to deal with because like
Okay.
there's the summons end phase as well.
Yeah. Yes. Definitely gonna go for it though.
I think you kind of have to for your Team R, right? You're already down quite a lot of damage.
Do you want to tune to get Grimalkin out though?
I don't know. I mean, like, you expect that one of your characters may be taking out end phase, so you could tune away the animal resonance, but you kind of want that food, which I assume to be a Lotus, which is super crucial in end phase, but he's gonna tune for it. Oh, the Covenant going as well. That's not great.
All right. Did keep the food though.
Did keep the food.
Yeah. Maybe.
Perhaps Neymar is thinking of skilling instead. Maybe the breakpoints work out better next turn.
Yeah. Wow, this match has gone really fast already. This is awesome.
Yeah, like an absolute fast-paced, just slugfest by both of our players. Something I wanted to point out earlier, though, is that because Neymar chose to do the empowered charge attack onto Sara instead of the burst, it will force Birdie onto the Sara end phase, which means that instead of giving the Crowfeather buff onto Farazan, which is what he would have wanted, it will kind of go wasted onto the Sara.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Summons are going to come in, though.
Yeah, here they come in. Spread across there.
Bop.
Ooh.
And one more. Oh, that's...
Oh, man.
that's gotta hurt.
This is so... Oh, my gosh.
Oh,
hey,
and there's the white one, too.
Okay.
I can shuffle back in. Does Birdie top deck another fast swap? Because, of course, if he does, he can take out that lineage before he gets his to use his prop surplus, and will also deal like additional damage onto Farazan thanks to that superconductor.
Yeah. Birdie also can play Fresh Wind as well and take the next turn.
Oh,
here. Yeah.
Wait, if Birdie like can somehow top deck a fast swap, of course he has no draw in hand, but if he did, he could have fast swap over to Farazan skill with Fresh Wind, which would have put Linny onto 3 and skill again for the victory.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't manage to draw, but I mean, with the cleanup in hand as well, that's gonna help with breakpoints. Playing the strategize. Oh, it actually gets it! That's crazy! That's actually insane!
Oh man, that's insane! All right, I think Birdie takes this round.
I think Birdie takes it. Yeah, there's the animal res coming in.
There goes Fresh Wind, likely, yeah.
Yeah, we're surely gonna see it, right?
Right there,
yeah. The kill is guaranteed. Like, the skill's gonna come out.
Yep.
Oh my! And the superconduct taking Lynette down to 3 HP as well.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Oh, and like because you played the Fresh Wind, you don't allow Lynette to heal off her skill.
Nope.
Which means you can just take it in 2 actions. All the cleanup coming in as well.
What a fantastic display! Whoa.
Oh, look at that.
And Birdie takes to this first round. Congratulations, Birdie. Wow, that was awesome.
Yeah, no, that was like for sure an absolute roller coaster. It was the battle of 2 aggro decks, just the amount of damage both these decks can put out. But of course, Birdie absolutely rolling the perfect cards he needed exactly when he needed it. We can see the highlights over here.
Do you think because it's a newer deck that just kind of got introduced after being shown the, probably the same 4 or 5 decks, maybe Tamar was a little unfamiliar with how to handle this one?
Potentially, of course, like when you are learning a new deck, even if it is a fairly simple deck like Fatuizan, there are things that like you're not used to playing around, especially when Birdie brings up this deck out of left field, right? Like it's so unusual and it's unlike anything we've seen today. Like maybe that unfamiliarity really played into some of the breakpoints. Yeah,
well, that was a very impressive showing there, but so a couple more rounds to go. Obviously not done yet, but I didn't expect the first round to go as fast as it did. Also, the Fatui's on the Fatui card, Conspiracy, actually drawing Electro this time. So,
it did, yeah.
So 0 for 1 on that one. I don't know if it's ever pulled Electro in this matchup yet.
Not in this matchup in particular, but it has rolled Electro in the past.
Has it?
It has, yes.
Okay. All right.
It is on this wonderful spreadsheet I have. I'm going to go fill this in a little bit more later, but it has rolled Electro 2 other times in the past.
Oh, okay. Well, before we continue, my bad, don't forget, raffle's going on. So if there is a message in chat to enter the raffle, make sure to type in ! Pick the person that you want to win and your UID. And if you're watching from Genshin Impact Official, make sure to come over to Astral Carnival Twitch in order to enter, because you can only enter here as you can only type here. But sorry, deck selection coming up right in front of us here. Oh, Mew's coming in as well.
Yeah, Mew's in here as well. It's a kind of an unusual deck. We kind of expect to see a lot in the tournaments like these. Of course, it hasn't appeared too much so far. Only one other game being played. I talked with some of the players, and they believe that Mew had like a better matchup into the Xingqiu Freeze deck as opposed to Yelan. So a bit curious as to why Birdie banned that, but maybe it was for his Kinky deck, as Xingqiu does have that self cleanse, which could mess with the summon order.
Definitely, for sure. I think Mew's still a pretty strong deck, though. As long as you make sure you draw your cards early, it should go probably just as fast as the deck that we just saw. I think we need to name this new deck, though.
I mean, if you do have any cool names and ideas, you can go drop it into the comments and the channel. We'll go take a look at that later, and if it appears again, we can go name it after you.
Yeah, oh, man, that's gonna be awesome. I want to see it later. All right.
It is for sure a super exciting deck, but
yeah.
Next game, Birdie, because it is Conquest format, Birdie will be forced to play Mew. What do you think Timar will bring in as a reaction to it?
Probably definitely Yelan OTK, I would think. Something familiar. Oh, first winner just popping up at the bottom left there for the EU. Congratulations. There will be 3 winners per game, so the more games we play, the more winners. So best not to cheer for one person, right? You want both sides to go at it.
There's a second winner right there. We will have one more after this one, and then we can move on to our game. But yeah, I think these raffles just give you more of an incentive to cheer for the underdog. And of course, if it goes to round 3, that will be one extra raffle for you. Yeah,
and obviously, if you're also watching this and you're new to TCG and you want to join, come join us over in the Genshin Tavern and communities around us where you can come and learn TCG and even participate in these tournaments as well. The people playing today will eventually get to go to the grand finals for like some massive cash prizes. And Birdie does bring in Mew here. Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, like is forced to play. I mean, I think this new deck is kind of what we generally expect for it. I think the one tech card that is really noticeable is that Heavy Strike, of course, combined with Wander's Wind Favored passive. You are able to do 5 damage to an off-field character, which can be quite strong. It could force your opponent into some really bad situations.
Yeah. Also running Calc's Arts in here as well. Another Fresh Wind. Very aggressive. 1 Paimon for some ramp, but otherwise, yeah, a pretty standard Mew deck.
And on the other hand, I'm sure Timar's list will come up soon. They could either get a run back on the Fatuizan for a bit of an aggro mirror, or they can play Yelan OTK.
And it is Yelan OTK.
Yelan OTK, yeah.
All right.
The underwater version, which is kind of what we expect.
Yeah, all right. Is this still pre-nerf treasure, correct?
This is, yes. So today will be the last day we are playing on the pre-balance changes. So if you are watching tomorrow for the rest of Group B, Yelan Burst will do 3 damage on cast and 1 damage on follow-up, and Underwater Treasure will cost 2 aligned dice to play.
I don't think not tomorrow, though. I think in a couple of weeks from now.
In a couple of weeks, yeah,
yes.
Sorry. Next week. Yes. My apologies.
Yeah. Not the next weekend coming up, but like the next weekend. There'll be a bit of a break in between here, but all right.
The next time we stream.
Yes, the next time we stream. There'll be a few more weekends coming up here, but here we go. Yelan OTK versus Mew, a very classic matchup. Let's see the rules here. Birdie's got a decent hand to start with.
Yeah, no, like really nice to have ramp options like Paimon, like the Live and early on.
Yeah.
The general start that Mew likes to do is Mona skill into ramp with 5 dice and end. As of course, if you do end first, you can guarantee a swirl with Mona's fast swap. And coming in with ramp next turn gives you a lot more wiggle room to work with for those swirls.
Yeah. On Tamar's side there, they do have Minty. As long as they have their 5 usable dice for Yelan, they should be okay as well.
It's time to pull the trigger.
Yeah. Classic lead-in.
I think as opposed to Birdie, like Timar is actually much more hungry for those 4 Hydro dice. Only getting 2. That's not easy. Oh, Birdie getting 0 Hydro.
Birdie no. Nothing there. Oh my gosh.
Oh, there's the reroll.
Right, there it is. Okay. There's some missing one.
I think
maybe
2 is. Oh no, wait, but he can't play the Paimon. As of course he doesn't have 3 aligned.
No.
Well, that's terrible.
Maybe he might have. Okay, strategize coming in.
Strategize for. Oh, that's not. You don't need either of these. That's not good.
Probably tune. No, I can't. Which one would you do?
It's so bad. You can't like pass on 5 here. You can only really play the Live, and as of course, like your other 2 ramp options need 3 aligned dice. This is terrible for Birdie.
Right. This Liben isn't too bad right now.
It's not terrible, but you would have ideally liked more. This is not great. I mean, like, if you're really ambitious, what you could do as Birdie is normal attack, and then just live and end. As of course, most Yelan players typically do like the skill normal, right, into burst next turn.
Yeah.
So you kind of gamble the fact that they stay Yelan, and you can still get those swirls, which does appear what Birdie's going for.
Yeah. I mean, you make do with what you gotta do, right? So
yeah,
let's see how this goes here.
Sometimes things don't turn out the way you want, and
yeah.
Oh, Chimar just going for
it, yeah.
Yeah, the 3 normal turn 1. This is like slightly less dice efficient, and I think against a deck like Mew, which doesn't have a lot of direct damage. I mean, it has a lot of damage, but not focused on a specific character.
Right.
You would have preferred the skill to normal attack line, as it would give you more cards to work with later on.
Yeah. So both sides not starting with their optimized dice here. Yeah, I think Birdie just ends turn here for sure.
Yeah, I don't see anything else you can do. Oh, it's actually such a bad start.
At least they do get their quick swap, so they have their options at the start. Yeah.
They do get their quick swap, but like the thing is, because Timar is going for like the 3 normal attack line, the Minty Me roll will discount 1 more attack. So like they have 1 more dice to swap off as well if they so desire.
Yeah. All right, Yelan definitely has their burst ready to go, and that is perfect.
Yeah, like we'll swap up Thunder Manifestation.
Yeah,
this will deny.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, this will deny Birdie like his swirls, and like this opening just turned from bad to worse.
Also, just the freezes as well from Eula to prevent Yelan from doing anything on the next turn.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Got their Hydro. Yeah. Mars definitely going to run that line there for sure. Oh, Birdie follow up with here.
You could do like another normal attack, and then like expect they swap back to Yelan or something. Or you can just start hitting with Wander, and they'll go back to Yelan anyways and get another swirl off, right? Just a little more damage efficient that way. Of course, Mon only doing 1 damage on normal attacks is kind of feels bad.
Fortunately for Birdie does start with the dice advantage though, so
that is true.
More room to work with.
And looking at Timar's hand right now, it doesn't appear that he'll be able to do anything more than Yelan Burst, and then potentially another normal attack on the Thunder Manifestation with the follow-up attack with, I believe that is a Northern Smoke Chicken. Fast swap over to Yelan, okay. I think this is a reaction to Birdie, like potentially being able to fast swap over to Eula and getting the freeze and denying that burst, which would have really like slowed down Timar's game plan. Chang's of 9th as well.
Yeah. Definitely want to get those card draw to start going here.
Game's up. Fun's over.
It will just be the burst. Oh.
Yeah, so tomorrow's gonna be definitely be hoping for some cards.
Yeah. Oh, they could normal attack on Yelan. Of course, there is the Flowing Rings plus the Breakthrough Barb.
Yeah.
Would draw them 2 cards, which could be quite helpful. Oh, is Birdie just ramping again? Oh wait, you can play Paimon Wagner, which would be 5 dice, right? You draw your last Wolf's Gravestone, then you can double equip Wander next turn.
Yep.
Wait.
It's not a bad idea actually.
I think this is what Birdie's going. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. I think that's a really good move.
I think this is like quite smart, as like you don't have enough dice to really continuously swirl, and if you do go for that play, you kind of like apply Hydro Aura onto the Wander, which makes it that much easier for Tamar to freeze you.
Yeah.
And like Tamar just burnt their fast up as well, right? Like by ending first, like this, you guarantee yourselves like 2 swirls, empowered swirls as well with those weapons.
Right. Also, you do have Eula's freeze as an option too.
That is a use of desire, but yeah.
I think that might be a good move too, just because Yelan's burst will run out after the next round.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah.
Like, next turn will be 1 round left for Tamar to make use of it. Yeah.
Yeah, just
if you can get like the
lock her
double
out.
freeze.
Yeah. All right. What will Tamar do with the last 3 dice though? Switch to Manifestation.
Okay. I mean, this will be enough to get rid of Birdie's Mona, so no more free fast swaps the rest of the game. And this will make playing around freeze a little bit more difficult on the side of Birdie.
Right. Yeah.
Are fading.
You lead in with Wander this time.
Yeah, Wander.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, without that fast swap, it is now kind of just a damage race.
Yes.
Because it's
now we go. Oh, coming in there. Oh, no, okay. Hang on a second.
Oh, we got a game. Unfortunately, it is Yelan and Thunder Manifestation that does have the Hydro Aura. If it was Thunder Manifestation and Signora, I think it would kind of just be over.
Right.
But yeah, it will just be Birdie just attacking with the Wander equipped with 1,000 Floating Dreams, but
You think, yeah, just go for an assault right now, or just deny them a freeze here?
No, I think you go for it.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's definitely the line that they're gonna run.
The thing is, Birdie has more dice to work with, but no
Right.
instructors equipped as well, so won't be getting any refunds on that. The thing is, though, Thunder Manifestation with that Yelan Burst is much more damage efficient compared to Birdie.
I think what Birdie could have done. How many cards does he have in hand right now?
1, 2,
9?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, yes.
Maybe he could have equipped the other catalyst to draw out some more cards, see if he would get instructors, and then equip the other catalyst.
The thing is, Instructor's turn 1, the turn you equip it, is more often than not just dice neutral. So it wouldn't have done him too much good here. It is much safer to just keep it, as of course, if you do play that, like, Thousand Floating Dreams, you aren't able to play Wolves Gravestone this turn.
Right. Or you do want to keep that then?
Thunder Manifestation now in 4 HP, though. This could still be quite threatening for TMR. Of course, Wander, though, is one-shot. Unless Birdie eats food. I believe that should be a Lotus Crisp in hand right now.
I think Birdie could maybe quick swap to Eula, equip Gravestone, and take Manifestation out right now.
Oh, and then there's the Fresh Wind as well.
Yeah, or put Lotus on Eula just to protect her a little bit.
I don't think you need to protect her from the first hit.
Right.
But yeah, that could be something you go for, as Thunder Manifestation is a lot of Timar's damage. Like, Signora and Yelan only doing 4, like, and without that piercing, you're kind of evening out the damage advantage.
Yeah, there's that
What's
quick
your
stop
battle
going into
plan?
play here. Going to Eula. Gravestone definitely going on here, yep.
Yeah, there you go. Fresh Wind.
Fresh Wind? Yeah.
Yeah, the Fresh Wind is to make sure Timar can't go to Signora and friend the freeze. This will force Timar onto the Yelan instead.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no gamblers get that dice refund, so it will only be one more action on the side of Birdie. Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, and Birdie does get to carry a Grimheart on Eula too. I think, yeah, Birdie in a really strong position right now.
Unfortunately, that should be the end of Birdie's turn, though. Just no more dice in hand. Like, nothing like, no Gilded, so they can't really use that Lyre Song. And no characters defeated this turn, so those Ivan Lassiats are going to waste a little bit. But Timar is now coming in with the Yelan. Sorry, the Signora.
Yeah. Right. Timar's gonna try to draw something out with Flowing Rings here.
What Timar really wants to do is be able to do 2 attacks, because if you can just bring it down, if you can bring down Eula, it will be Wanderer solo at 4 HP, right? And then with no freeze available, 2 attacks will be all it takes for Timar to close out this game. That's 1 attack.
Or Princess.
Oh, Boar Prince is 0 cost. That's another.
That's huge. I think what do you do there? You Boar Princess, I think that's Kavarina, right?
It is. It's a 0 cost Kavarina, which gives you 1 more dice for 1 more normal attack.
Yeah. You go for it, though.
I think you do go for it, right?
I think you do, yeah.
And then you get Signora Burst, which deals 4 damage, which forces out the Lotus from Birdie.
Yeah.
And then also apply Cryo. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, Boar Princess there. Kavarina. Too bad not Gamblers, but...
I mean... No, Gamblers wouldn't do you much good. It would just effectively be net neutral.
Yeah. Wait, Gamblers
it does still have the Gamblers.
Oh, yeah, I guess you could do that.
You can use the dice to swap back to your Yelan, I guess.
Sorry.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it forces Birdie onto
Not a
Wander.
bad idea.
I think that's it.
Oh, man. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have played Fresh Wind. Maybe you should have held on to then use Lotus Crisp, perhaps.
No, but if you use Fresh Wind, they go Signora and just freeze you, and then you can't really swap back to Wander, and like your entire ramp turn goes to waste.
Right. Oh, they're putting out Lumenstone instead. Okay.
I mean, not much else you can do. I believe that last card in hand is Egg, so it wouldn't have been too useful this turn.
Right. Yeah, that was an egg in there.
All right. I mean, I don't believe Birdie can dig out of this hole, as of course there is the Lotus to negate the first hit.
Yeah.
But then all Timar needs to do is normal attack to break it. And then even if Birdie can somehow go through Signora's Revive, it would still just put Timar onto Galen, and then like she can just freeze. So shouldn't be any way to come back.
Maybe the fruit. What else is Birdie carrying in that deck? What else could they draw out?
There's the load. I mean, nothing to heal him, which is kind of what he needs right now.
Strategize. Maze, drawing out.
A little bit of a late gilded.
Okay. It's potentially, yeah, Instructors. And Liar Song? And Gilded? Liar Song, Gilded, Liar Song, back to Instructors. I don't know, just like potentially just try to do everything you can.
Behold.
Or just gonna go over it.
No, we'll just be a skill, yeah. I think the really tough thing here as well is that Senor still has her revive, right? So
yeah, that too.
It kind of forces just one extra attack from Birdie, which makes it really rough.
Your soul will be incinerated.
Yeah, there's the burst. And like now with no Lotus, just any attack will be it to end Birdie's run. Liar Song.
Gilded. Liar Song, and then Instructors. Well, probably not even
Nah,
that.
just normal attack.
Yeah, just normal.
Yeah, you get some draw going.
Yeah.
Oh, another Lotus.
That would have been nice, but you already used the Lotus anyway. Unfortunately. All right, that round goes to Tamar. 1-1. Nice close
Timar,
match, actually.
It was relatively close. I think Timar off the back of a Cavarina top deck is really what took it.
Yeah, definitely.
Let me see if that's one of their tags.
Oh yeah, check out their tags. Actually, I'm very curious to see what Birdie might be running as well.
Birdie is a mathematician and a grinder, whereas Timar's Captain Slow, Underdog, and Unlucky Roller. I would like to contest the claim of Unlucky Roller.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Well,
As
maybe
I'm pretty
they
sure
mean by
right here. Or no, sorry, not here. They do.
Yeah.
I believe they do top deck the Cavalrina off of the Chang the 9, so we have to pay attention to that in the replay.
Yeah, maybe not Roller so much. Well, their dice earlier was kind of bad, but
Yeah, it was not ideal.
All right, yeah. Everyone had some really good plays going up, but yeah, Tamar just got luckier at the end there, I think. I think that just came down to luck.
I think you can really just see why, like, oh, there it is, there's the top deck. But this is why you can kind of see, like, this Yelan OTK deck is just so popular, right? Because it is damage efficient with Thunder Manifestation, but it can also really threaten you with those freezes and lock you out of your characters.
Yeah, that's why this deck has always been performing very well. In the Asia Invitational, we definitely saw this deck along with Mew as well being played tons of times. And yeah, it's still strong today, even with some of the changes coming up. I even think, even with the Yelan changes coming up, it should still be seeing some play. Probably not as much, but I think it could probably still stay within the meta just for a bit longer.
Potentially. I mean, back in, I believe it was like 4.0 or 3.8 to 4.0, we saw like decks that have similar effects, like Beidou, like Yoimiya is still being played because they're follow-up attack in other combo decks. So Yelan could fall into that similar niche, as well as having a little bit of extra draw. So I do agree with you a little bit.
Yeah, but before that, there will be some more winners coming up as we check out their next deck selection. So don't forget to enter when there's a message in chat that says raffles are open. You type in exclamation pick, and then the person you want to win, and then your UID. Let's look at their decks here again.
Yeah, now we are on game 3. Timar will be back onto the Fatuizon deck, while Birdie is going to be playing Mew once again.
Okay. Tuizon versus Mew. Who do you think stands on top of that one?
Oh, it's actually kind of an interesting matchup. I believe Fatuizon has more direct damage, thanks to like the Farazan Burst and King Squire. But I think Mew has more damage overall if we account for like the weapons and like their free artifact equip, because they have that leeway off their turn 1 and don't need to set up as much.
The leeway, you said. I feel like there's a pun there somewhere that we can try and shoehorn into this, but I can't think of something right now.
If Leah was here, she'd have one, but...
Yes, Leah, you watching? Let us know. Give us some puns here. Help us out. All right. Well, I think I'm a bit more of a fan of the Fatuizon deck right now, just because of the damage potential and just how much damage it can give out. Farazan being pretty new to the TCG scene, just being added this patch here. Oh, first winner down there. Yep. That goes to another EU account holder. Congratulations. A couple more coming up here. There'll be 3 per game. And yeah, we'll get the most out of this one since it is best of 3. We're going to round 3 for these two.
I think I do agree with you that like Farazan is able to threaten your characters more, but I think like a theme we've been really seeing with Fatuizon decks is that they really struggle with dice, as their damage does come from like elemental skills, which is more dice reliant than just like the win favor normal attacks from Wanderer.
Yeah, do you think you add more dice fixing to the deck? What would you replace though?
I don't know, because there's the second winner. Like the deck kind of needs every single card it has, so it's kind of difficult like justifying replacing it with some type of dice fixing. And I think NA winner this time.
NA winner. Congratulations. Sorry.
And something that I've been hearing a lot from players is that draw is dice fixing, as of course you could just tune those cards, right? So.
But I guess every card in every deck is very important and built around their strategy, right? So I see a lot of the cards in the Fatuizan deck you don't really want to tune. But if you had to add like some kind of dice fixing, what would it be? I guess maybe a Jade Chamber or something, perhaps.
Jade Chamber is such a contentious card in the
I remember hearing. Yes, I do, especially with the recent changes and what it does now. Yeah, it just hasn't. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say after the recent changes, there was a little bit of experimentation within Hyper Magic, as of course it is a zero cost like support card.
Yeah.
So players have been using it for Jet Fuel, but I think they have like turned away from that in more recent times.
Okay, unfortunate. All right, Mew coming back in. Hopefully the first dice roll for Birdie, the first two will be a little bit better, as they didn't really get the Mona dice they needed for the first round.
I mean, you can only be unlucky so many times. Where game one, Birdie, I would say, got absurdly lucky with like how their dice and their hand was.
Yeah.
And then round two kind of evened out that luck, right? So
it
normalizes between 50-50.
Yeah. All right, Yelan OTK. Is that correct? Yes, right?
Yes.
Was it? Didn't Tamar just play that deck? Or am I mistaken?
Yeah, Tamar just won with that deck, so they are supposed to play Fatuizan.
Okay, they should be playing Fatuizan. Correct, right? Yes.
Yes. It may be a graphical error, but we'll have to see.
All right, we'll have to double check that one. But yeah, there should be two aggro decks going at it right now, if I recall. Yeah, I know. Wait. Oh yeah, a quick reminder once again, raffles should be open right now, so make sure you enter in with the command ! pick. Player you want to win and your UID. And
then at the end of every game, we will be listing out 3 winners. So, more games equals more raffles for you lovely viewers.
Yeah, and make sure if you're watching from Genshin Impact Official, come over to Astro Carnival over on Twitch, and it has to be the Twitch channel to enter in. But hello, if you're watching from Genshin Impact Official, come on down over here if you want to chat with everybody, because you can chat in this chat room, but not the other one.
Join the crowd, enjoy the prizes.
All right, let's see
here's
what we
our
got.
game. Yeah.
That's Yelan OTK. Is that right? Can we get a double check on that?
Yeah.
I swear Tamar just won on it. Didn't they?
Tamar for sure just won on it.
I'm pretty sure they did. Okay, well, let's see here.
Hopping into game now.
It's an
Yeah.
honor speech.
Okay, it was just a graphic error. Okay.
It's a graphic error. All right. Okay, all good. Things happen, you guys.
Everything is all right. And Birdies start much better this time, having 2 Omni as well. A little more flexibility.
Oh, where's
One
that?
of those Hydro.
Where is it? Oh, where's that Hydro? Come on.
We'll still have to tune 1, but you'd rather tune 1 than tune 3.
Yeah. All right, Junior Zad going out. Probably Lieben.
Yeah, the lineman
We will
just
draw.
Oh.
What do you
That
tune
is something
now?
you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, tune the fruit.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, you already have to strategize for the draw, right? And
Yep.
yeah.
I think it's a good spot right here. Okay, then off to Tamar. Looking at their hand as well. Looks like they do have an extra dice in hand. Strategize, bringing in.
Oof. That's the Lynette talent. You would have much preferred the Farzan talent earlier on, as like that is kind of your fallback anchor option.
Right.
Opera class coming out to kind of fix those power dice. Oh.
Ooh.
Wow. That's a lot of Omni.
Bad. Still okay. Yeah, strategize and then probably enter in there. Ooh, okay. Instructors.
Instructors. Yeah, you do want that.
Okay, that's a decent setup.
Decides not to play the Paimon. I think that's a little bit interesting. Typically, like, Paimon gets more value early game, as like, of course, she does take 2 turns in order to get her full value. Whereas like Lab, you kind of come in any time, you can kind of feed him dice along the way. But of course, Birdie's hand is a little bit empty, and critically, Paimon does not give you cards.
Right. I think that's fine too. Maybe you draw another Juniors out, you play that for free. Then you could play Paimon again on the next turn.
Yeah, and then like maybe it draws you like a Tamias or something for free instructors.
Exactly.
Will be a lot of damage coming out onto that Mona though.
Yeah. Well, Mona has kind of served her purpose for the most part here.
Yeah, just apply that Hydro link, she can kind of go.
Yeah, other gamblers.
Gamblers.
Okay, but what will Lieben bring?
You know, if Liven brings like a second Dunyazar, it can just be like another Dun Liven, right, for free companion draw, thin out the deck a little bit more if you want to dig for something later.
I thought Dunyazar only brings out one companion per match, unless it got changed recently.
It is one per Dunyazard.
Is it?
Yeah, so if you play a second Dunyazard, it will also draw you one.
Oh, I thought it was just one completely.
No,
okay.
no, it is one per companion, or like per Dunyazard played.
All right.
Each Dunyazard will draw one.
Okay.
The wording on it is a little bit odd sometimes.
It is a bit odd. So I remember it said match, but I don't know. Maybe we'll see. All right. Anyway, sorry. Wander with the skills. I mean, more hydrate, everybody.
Card wording aside, it will be Birdie's turn to really go in on those swirls. Just a nice skill to start us off. And Instructor is generating some animal dice for him to play around with later on. And the cool thing about Wander that like not any other animal character can do is, of course, with that Wind Favorite, he's able to guarantee swirls no matter what character you swap.
Yeah, definitely. Wonder if Tamar plays the Fatui Conspiracy right now. I kind of want to see what they get rolled here. I'll be Pyro.
Probably. I mean, like every time we've seen it, like in matches, actually, like most of the time, actually, it only rolls an element that you could have already swirled.
But I think what Tamar should do. Sorry. Go ahead.
You go.
Continue your train of thought. That's fine. Okay. Cryo this time. Okay. Not bad. That's gonna be a nice melt hit. What I was gonna mention is that use your burst here. Just try to get them down as low as you can, because right now you are carrying Lynette's Talent and Tandori, so you can get a really surprise kill on somebody on the next turn.
Well, the Crow hit as well. Oh, this could be like a Melt Swirl end phase if Birdie does decide to get another hit on the Wander and just end there. Shoot. Oh, it will be another Melt hit, because Tamar will two cards and do an elemental skill. Oh, Mona going down as well, putting Mona and Wander so critically low. Oh no, Birdie's in danger.
Good. Very, very much in danger. So if you're Birdie's side here, ooh.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
Yeah, I think you gotta get.
I think what you're trying to do here is like maybe draw like. Oh, I think try to finish off a character and then normalize the game with like the Favonius, or I mean, Freshman of Freedom burst, right? And then you can bring it down to Linny, Eula 1v1 with Hydro Aura.
Right.
Oh, that's actually gonna be really big. I think if you're Birdie, you end first here, right? Next turn, you play the Thousand Floating Dreams on Wander, Heavy Strike, normal attack to take out Lynette for 5 damage, and then that'll give you burst. And then with Freshman of Freedom, you burst onto Farzan, deal 8 damage, leave it onto Linny versus Eula 1v1 with Hydro Aura, and as long as Tamar doesn't have enough dice to finish you off that turn, you should be able to win.
They do have haven't lost yet though. They will get an extra dice from Opera Epicles. Well, not yet actually. They don't have any equipment. Gamblers going on.
Oh, the Gambler's real quick, because you are expecting that lethal onto Lynette next turn.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Opera doesn't proc because Birdie has more equipment, like, value compared to Tamar.
Yeah. So it won't proc on the next turn. They still get...
Yeah, like, no extra dice. You don't get to swap off. You're kind of just forced to stay here.
Okay, they're calculating their move right now. They haven't ended their turn.
I believe like Tamar's just using this time to calculate for next turn, as like you don't really have anything to play for, right? You're just thinking of what could Birdie have? Why did they end early? They could have attacked again.
I wonder if Birdie should have played Paimon just to have that dice advantage on the next turn too.
No, but then they wouldn't have been able to equip Gamblers, right? And then Gamblers would give you +2 immediately because you are going to guaranteed like to get rid of that Lynette.
Right.
So I think overall, I think Gamblers gives you more value if you equip it now, because it's +3 while Paimon is +2.
Fair. Let's see how this goes here. Goes down to the dice.
Oh, that's not ideal.
Birdie not looking too good right now. Oof. Oh, some options.
A little bit better. I mean, the gamblers will do a lot to fix it.
Yeah.
Oh, the fast swap as well. Hold up.
Starting with a freeze then, you think?
We could. Oh wait, no, the Fatui Resonance though. You can't do the skill into burst line because the Fatui Resonance will lethal wander before that he has a chance to do so.
What if? I think he's gonna go for us. Maybe a trade.
I think because you equip the gamblers, you have to go for the heavy strike line.
Yeah. So gotta fix your dice here.
Needs to play one more dice. You need to get down to even dice somehow.
Yeah, so you gotta put gamblers on.
Yeah, gamblers and directors. Okay.
Yeah. Here you go. Do you play Freshwood now or later?
I think you kind of have to play it now to try to get that freeze onto Farazan. Because if Farazan's able to attack, right, that's like already 4 damage. If they have Tandoris, it's game over. So you have to kind of go for the gamble.
Yep.
Gamblers refresh.
Yeah. That also takes off the aura though for Eula. So.
I mean, like single character. I mean, it does deny the vape or the melt from Linny, but it shouldn't matter for the Farazan. There it is. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, Timar critically, no fast swamp.
Oh, they have a Grimheart though. Grimheart does 5. With the reaction on Linny should be 6, no?
It should be, yes.
Yeah.
It would be barely enough to take out Linny, but the issue is though, because Wanderer went down before we can do a second action, you're not getting that second Gambler's refresh. It'll only be Instructors, leaving you on 1 dice. And then I believe with that Tandoris in hand, Birdie doesn't have enough to take out Farazan. On the Lotus as well. Oh, we're gonna stay on Farazan?
Yeah, end your turn there. Yeah, don't switch.
Oh, that's so smart. Timar recognizes that Birdie only has 1 action left in the tank. We'll just stay on Farazan.
Yeah, yeah. And you can carry Tandoori. Yeah, this is going to Tamar easily.
Yeah, no, like it should be.
Yeah.
Man, like that Fatui Ambushers though. If it wasn't for if it wasn't for that card, we wouldn't be in this situation. I think Birdie would have taken it.
Yeah. Farazan just needs the Tandoori and she'll be. I think that's it. That's GG.
Farazan doesn't need the Tandoori. He's just 3 HP on you.
I mean, I still have a nice meal before we go.
Tandoori chicken is quite delicious.
You can also, you know, mess with your stats around because we have these little stat screens that show up.
Oh, we're trying to freeze your burst.
Oh, never mind. Let's do it. Just went for it before the screen even fixed.
Yeah, we'll play it safe, understandable, with so much on the line. I think, like, win over stats.
Oh, well. Tamar, congratulations for advancing, but a really good show by Birdie still, especially with that first deck with the Kenki, Sara, and Farazan. So hopefully we do get to see that deck later on the lower bracket.
I mean, if you are excited for more Birdie, though, there's like, looking at the decks he shows, I am, but this won't be the end of his story. He will still have 1 more chance to play for a spot in top 8 in that lower bracket. Of course, it will be much harder than the upper bracket. You'll have to play more games, but it is still a second chance.
All right.
Here we can see where it all went wrong.
Yeah. Oh, man. Once again, both had pretty good lines coming through, but then just, what was the turning point, you think?
I think it was the Fatui Ambushers rolling Crow, right? You get that double melt, it puts Birdie so critically low, and most importantly, because you have that leftover aura, like, you leave Wander on 1 HP after the summon, which means Birdie isn't able to follow up that heavy strike normal attack onto a Lynette with a burst. Not getting that second Gambler's refresh makes it so he doesn't quite have enough to finish off Timar's Linny.
Yeah, unfortunate. Good heads up play by Tamar though to end with like a bunch of dice on hand. Most people would think, yeah, you should just switch over to Linny, but sometimes the better strategy is just fold and just wait for the next turn.
Like a lot of times where like you think, oh, I gotta get the actions done here. Like I think Tamar really smart recognizing that no matter what happens, as long as I live this round, I will win, and just not rushing the damage.
Yeah, so definitely take that as a note, new players for sure, because I do see that a lot. People playing their entire dice out, but sometimes the best option is just wait it out, see what happens. Anyway, next matchup we will have Scrubby Duck and Jibu. Jibu I'm very familiar with, having met him over at the USA Duel Finals last year. Do you have any history on Scrubby Duck?
I do not actually. This will be Scrubby Duck's first tournament appearance. Scrubby Duck did qualify through the wildcards. They do have a little bit of a tournament gameplay behind them, but no major appearances, like no appearance in the Cat's Tail, no previous Prince Cups. So this will be a blank slate for Scrubby Duck for their first debut in the competitive scene.
So a rather new player versus a veteran. It's going to be very interesting to see how this goes here. Just getting caught
I do
up on my
have
notes here.
some interesting info on Scrubby Duck, though.
Sure.
I combed through their wildcard deck, and they qualified with a very interesting deck we don't quite often see. The raffle winners aren't appearing on screen, though. Yeah. That is a side note. But Scrubby Duck qualified with Ganyu Superconduct.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who else was on that deck?
It was Ganyu, Raiden, and Keqing. This is like the newer version after the 3.7 balance changes to Ganyu's burst, now making it 3 energy instead of 2.
Okay. Very interesting. But yeah, as we mentioned just a bit earlier, raffle winners showing up. So if you want to win, make sure to keep an eye on in chat win to enter. You type in ! pick, the person you want to win, as well as the UID. And then there will be 3 winners per match. So if we do go to best of 3, there'll be up to 9 winners. A little bit of additional note on the players. They do have their tags pulled up now. Scrubby Duck is Burnt Kitchen, while G-Boot is Mathematician. I can see G-Boot being the Mathematician. I believe.
G-Boot Toxide was like a very interesting aggro player, like making Cleave Vape their signature deck and playing in a very slow, methodical manner.
That sounds very torturous then, especially with Klee. All right. I believe I remember talking to Jabu last year. I believe he is the Hutao main. It's just literally in his name too. So so I remember taking fun notes of all the players that participated last year and all their mains actually in game. Because sometimes when we play TCG, I forget there's actually another rest of the game to Genshin Impact.
Yeah, I mean that's where that's what the raffle's gonna go towards, right? You gotta pull on your favorite characters.
Yeah. Definitely want to save up for some of the upcoming characters. Chlorine, Siegewein, that new guy that showed us, Sethis, I think his name was. Or maybe you can try to get Father that's still out right now.
I actually managed to pull Father recently. I was left with exactly 1 gem in my account.
My pulls did not go very well, but I did get her. So
one win's a win. We take those.
Yeah, a win is a win. All right, Scrubby Duck. Oh, lovely PvP. Oh! There it is, right there.
Yeah, this Ganyu Superconduct. Yeah, this is the deck we were talking about. This is like a very old, like I wouldn't say old list, but like it is a very, it's a list that we would have seen back in 3.8, right? With like stuff like Send Off for Oceanid Fischl decks, right? Running Adeptus Temptation for stall breaking, and like even like the Liu Su and stuff to just rush out Ganyu or Raiden's Burst as fast as possible.
This is all energy. I believe that's Exile Circlet, correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that was the one that grants burst to, or not burst, energy to other teammates when you use burst?
Yes, it grants 1 energy to your off-field characters when you burst.
All right.
On the equipped character.
Yeah, a lot of just burst spam strategies I haven't really seen played, but they can work. And I've actually been trying to build one around the Shinobu deck. I wonder if that's going to make an appearance at some point.
G-Boot Toxide bring in the old classic Fatuizon. This is going to be a deck we're probably going to see even more of today.
I love how you called it old when Farson just came out recently.
Look, when Fatuizon has appeared in, I think it's like 28 of like the past 30-something matches, at some point you got to call it what it is.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, let's see how this goes. A veteran versus someone new. A proven deck versus a rather different deck, but very interesting matchup here. How did you... Sorry, keep going. Run your train of thought.
I think the thing about Ganyu Superconduct in particular after the changes is that your game plan's a lot slower than other decks, right? Ganyu Superconduct before the change was a really aggressive deck that tried to get Ganyu Burst out turn 2 for those massive piercing damage to chip down the opponent's team. But after the 3 energy, you have to spend 2 additional actions, which is like at minimum 6 dice. So it was rather expensive. And this is probably why we're seeing a lot more of like energy acceleration cards in a Scrubby Duck's deck as opposed to dice generation or card draw.
Yeah, and they carried that 1 send-off in there too, which we never see up in the meta these days because people are doing a bunch of other aggressive strategies. So, very balanced. I'm very curious how this is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, the send-off could be a meta read though, as Fatuizon is the most popular deck of the tournament. So sending off that burst could be a really nice like surprise factor.
Well, does send off completely remove the burst, or does it just remove
2
charges?
usages?
Right. Okay. Yeah. So we'll still get something off at least, but not completely.
Mhm.
All right.
If you play it the turn Farazan Burst is summoned, it'll only last that turn. So it is still quite nice to have in the back pocket.
So how would you play Scrubby Duck's deck here then? Would you just lead in with Raiden as usual to get the burst to everybody?
It's
You
actually a little
also
bit tough because you want to stay on one character a long time, charge up that Ganyu burst, right? Or to
Yeah.
either stay on the Ryan to like charge her burst up to give Ganyu her energy. But if you do that, you kind of leave them open for Farazan to take them, like just
to work.
absolutely chunk them.
Right, exactly. You want to shut down Farazan as well. Oh, this will be interesting to see how this goes.
For sure. I mean, like, this is Scrubby Ducks. At this point, I guess I'd call it their signature deck because they're the only one playing it.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something they
Signature
know
deck.
that we don't.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, so much energy. Oh,
Yeah.
look at that.
All that energy. Oh, they're running that arcane card too, actually. The damage reduction one.
Yes. So this is an arcane card that we don't actually see very often. It is a Day of Resistance. There was a little bit before or after that. I can't remember the full name, but it is Day of Resistance, and what it does is that the next 4 instances of damage you take are reduced by 1 for a maximum of 4.
One of my favorite arcane cards. I run it myself, actually. But the name of it is, Day of Resistance, Moment of Shattered Dreams.
What are
Very
my
long
orders?
name. Very fitting with Genshin.
Turning on Ganyu.
Prepare to be amazed.
Oh, is it just gonna be charge shot spam?
Actually, I could totally see that.
The Daiso requirements are like pretty crazy though.
Right.
Oh, you know what? This could be starting on Ganyu because you want to swap to Raiden with Liu Su to give her that energy.
Yeah. Oh, that's not a bad idea, actually.
This is something that was really common back when Xingqiu freeze decks were in the meta.
Right.
You'd start on the off-field character to swap onto the character you wanted the energy on for like earlier burst for Liu Su.
Yeah,
We're not seeing this as
pretty
much
fun.
these days because those decks have different game plans, but
Tian gives energy to person without energy, correct?
yeah,
Or is it
but
active
only in the end
character?
phase. It is
Okay.
it will give it to it'll prioritize the active character, but if they already have energy, it will give it to the next character.
Stay close
All right.
and you will live.
So yeah, as you said, switch it off to Raiden.
And then I guess it'll be
Wait. They have that energy, They have the energy.
Wait,
or-
no. And then
the
they can,
resonance card.
yeah, they do. No, I think what they're gonna do though is it's gonna be skill Iron Tongue Tian into Willow, right? Because then the skill would give the energy, and then Iron Tongue Tian will give Ganyu 1 energy because of how it's positioned, right? Because Raiden's
Right.
energy is full. It'll give it to the off-field character to the right.
Yeah.
And then next turn you Raiden Burst, which will charge Ganyu's burst up completely.
Right.
And then the Willow will fill your hand if you need card draw. That's
What
actually
the-
so smart.
Oh my god. All right, let's see how it plays out here.
There is no
skill
escape.
as you said.
The pieces are coming together.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. Like, I can't believe like this game plan. I don't know. I was questioning the deck a little bit going into it, but like seeing how the pieces fit together, I might be a believer now.
I just love seeing new strategies just play out in front of me like this.
Yeah, look at it.
Oh, hang on, had a little bit of a hiccup here.
Yeah, there is a Tian. What's really smart as well is that Scribida kept the Day of Resistance because like Farazan does have some first turn kill lines, right? So keeping them on the Raiden makes it so that it's impossible and you can guarantee you're getting the burst off.
Wait, they did play that right off bat. I completely missed that. Oh my gosh, This is interesting. I'm very excited to see what's going on here.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, but
This
let's
is-
focus on Jabu for a second here.
Jibu is
Alright.
going for a little bit more of a standard line, probably just going to be Farazan skill. It
Yeah.
will be King Squire. Tuning 1, I guess? What do you tune though? I think if Jibu is going for this, it is tune into Covenant normal attack. Will be the Fatui Conspiracy, so we won't be seeing any ambush or shenanigans this game for now, at least.
Jabu has seen enough of what could possibly happen, so that is gone right now. All right, so yeah, Raiden burst the next round, provided they get the dice for this, so that's gonna come up. It's gonna be the next thing.
Oh, I mean, second Liu Su, that's just gonna be free tuning fodder, so when you worry about that,
Yeah.
energy from Tian going on to Ganyu as well. Oh, the
90%.
toss up,
the
no,
toss up, huge.
don't need to worry about energy no more.
Yeah. Right, Jabu got a nice roll there.
Oh,
Scrubby.
lots of cryo. Ideally, a little bit more electro.
Scrubby didn't get too much. Let's see, better roll, much better roll.
You can just tune that
Holy.
like that Liu Su. You won't be using
Yeah.
that second copy. And it's like, wow,
Exactly, yeah.
wow.
And you carrying a quick swap with you too.
Yeah, you can carry that for later.
Oh my gosh. All right, so we were probably expecting a Lusu tune. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Into
Super.
Ride and Burst.
Yeah.
Now you shall perish.
Energy for everybody.
Oh, look at that, yeah.
All right, but as Jabu now, you probably just want to get Farazan's burst out as fast as you can.
Mm-hmm. We'll get like a few more swirls going as well.
Yeah. Okay, this one, yeah, Jabu needs to just start dumping out as much DPS as you possibly can here.
Mm-hmm. I think Ganyu SC was one of the fastest decks in the meta. Like the piercing damage, like because it's a +3 reaction as opposed to like every other reaction like Vaporize, like Melt, which is +2. You're able to output damage a lot faster than most other decks, but I mean, it was rather spread out. It will kind of be a damage race though.
What are my orders?
Yeah, the Ganyu swap. Burst fully charged up. Oh, the Farazan talent in Jibu's hand, that's going to be really nice.
Checking my notes here on the side.
Yeah, go ahead. It should... Oh, Strategize coming out. What is
Strategize
Jibu
coming out.
drawing? A Tendori's?
Tendori.
Okay.
That's huge.
Unfortunately, not enough. The breakpoints aren't quite there. Probably just burst into skill. Yeah, with talent as well, going to refund the Anemo dice. There it is. Ganyu now on 6 HP. Burst should be coming out from Scrubby Duck. You have the dice for it. There isn't really a reason to not. Oh, wait, and then...
Glaze over.
Yeah, there's the burst coming out.
Yeah.
Oh, free Super Duck as well. Oh, 1 HP on Power
That
Charge.
hurts. Ooh.
Oh, absolutely chunking G-Bood.
Yeah. And you got a quick swap with Kuching right now, too.
You could, if you had dice for it, but yeah, you could like fast swap burst next turn.
Yeah.
Oh, that would absolutely chunk.
Yeah. That's super aggressive.
It's
Because-
G-Bood's turn currently, though.
Yeah.
Okay, tune for skill, yeah.
We'll see about that.
Oh, 1 HP. You know what? If Jibu just ends their turn right now, it would force Scrubby Duck like onto the Raiden because of the Farazan status, and then the Swirl would take out both Raiden and Ganyu, leaving it Kuching solo.
Right.
Versus, like the 2 remaining characters of Jibu.
Yeah.
And Scrubby Duck forced to end first as well because of the character status. That Raiden will be dragged up. I think despite this excellent start, it might not be well enough.
We'll have to see what Scrubby Duck draws off the top of the deck there, though.
Mm-hmm.
They do have Lotus there, I think, yeah?
Most likely. I believe their 2 food cards were Lotus and Adeptus, so it shouldn't be running any other 1-cost food.
Okay. They have that energy card, too, so Kuching could get a burst off next turn.
Mm-hmm. It all depends on how the breakpoints work out for Scrubby Duck.
Yeah.
I think if you are G-Boot, though, I would just end turn right now, right? Like, Ganyu will fall end phase to, like, the Swirl on Raiden, so there isn't any reason to commit the Woven or, like, commit the Covenant of Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Puzzle
It'll be a trade.
still unsolved.
Who do you go to?
I think G-Boot is calculating right now whether or not he can get away with swapping onto the Linny. Because Kuching Burst will do like 4 base, 5 with the Raiden Eye, 6 with reaction.
Yeah.
And then, and then you take 1 damage with the Ganyu Pearl. So we'll put Linny on exactly 6. So you probably are forced to swap to Lynette right now. Oh,
Yeah,
really?
so piercing damage, too.
I'm not sure if this is a calculated play by Jibu to make use of that I haven't lost yet, or whether or not it is like a slight miscalculation, not taking into account that Scrubby Duck could have that Electro Resonance in hand.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if this comes back to bite them.
Let's see here. Enough dice for now.
With the card Scrubby Duck currently has in hand, Electro Res burst into skill. That will be all they are able to do. Whether it is enough damage to take the game home is another question.
Yeah, they have 3 moves on that side and a Tendori. I think Jabu does have this round.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think as long as Jibu's able to Tendori skill, I think that's it, right? Because Lynette does 3 base, 5 with Tendoris, and it'll be 6 with Farazan Prism.
Yep. Could be just enough. We'll reroll the dice though.
Okay, it says one reroll left because this is toss up. Gets one more electro. Okay.
Yeah.
Those two leave it to me's won't be used, so you can get rid of those.
Yeah.
Scrubby deck probably deliberating right now whether or not they want to use that Lotus. Because if you do use it, you can't use the Electro Resonance and still get 2 attacks. Ching Burst being rushed out now.
Yeah.
Downward Sword. Bring Lynette onto just 3 HP.
Ooh.
But of course, I don't believe it's enough, as Tandori plus Lynette's built-in healing should be enough to take the game.
Yeah,
It'll be Jibu's turn now.
Yeah. The Farazon grants +1 animo damage, correct?
It does.
Yeah.
So it should be enough. Tandori's skill is 5, and then Farazon should make it 6. We'll have to see if Jibu sees the play.
Yeah.
There's Tandori's.
Yep.
And there's the skill.
There it is.
6 damage.
Dang, right down to the wire for both of them. Very, very good.
I mean, Jibu Toxide taking over Scrubby deck, who, despite a rather excellent start on an unconventional deck, I think the raw power of Fatuizan managing it to bring it back for Jibu.
Well, at least we won't have this. Well, for Scrubby deck, won't have to see the Fatuizan deck later. Maybe they could give it another shot on their signature here, because it did pretty well leading up.
It did look really good, right? But I think the problem that Scrubby deck was facing with this deck is that it does a lot of piercing damage, right? Which makes it so it's quite slow at taking out individual characters, great at chunking out teams, but slow at taking out individual characters. And we kind of saw the problem with that in the end game, where Lynette, with her more access to direct damage, with her healing, was just able to withstand Scrubby deck's pressure.
Yeah. We'll have to see how the next matchup comes here. I wonder what else Scrubby deck brought. Still very, very close though, I think. Still a very close match.
I think still a great job by Scrubby deck, keeping it as close as it was against one of our more powerful decks.
Yeah, and a veteran too.
And a veteran, yeah.
Yeah, pretty good play all around.
Can't forget the competitive experience when we're talking about players.
Yeah, definitely, because in this kind of tournament, just atmosphere will be very pressuring. Oh, Scrubby deck brought in Crab.
Wait, Scrubby deck brought Crab. Wait, and a Seahorse Linny Asian deck.
Ooh.
A full roster of unconventional stuff here.
Crab, please. I want to see Crab.
Unfortunately, looking at the matchup, I don't believe Scrubby deck will bring Crab, as Jibu's last remaining deck is a combo deck, and combo into stall typically goes in favor of combo. So it will likely be that Ganya SC deck coming, but I wouldn't mind seeing Crab, so it surprised me.
I mean, you do have 2 lives, right? So, right. Do you want to gamble it on this kind of a stage of a tournament? But before that, we have our raffle winners popping up at the bottom left of the screen. Congrats to the NAUID. If you want to enter this, you have to be over on Aster Carnival Twitch. There'll be a message going through the chat on when to enter, so make sure to enter when it says with !1 pick, person you want to win, and your UID.
Of course, we've been giving 3 of these per game played, so always cheer for the underdog, because more games is more raffles.
Right. So we'll have at most 2 more, so best time to try and get them in so you can get some Primo Gems for your next pulls coming up. So, what do you think is going to come up here?
I think we're going to see Ganya SC again. I think the matchup's a lot better.
You think so? Okay,
I think so. The one thing I will watch out for, though, in that matchup is Xingqiu does have that self-Hydra application. So he is able to cleanse Cryo and kind of mess with your game plan of you doing super conducts.
True. Very interesting. I want to see. I really just want to see the Crab deck get played at the tournament level, though. Right here. You got to do it here, man. Come on.
We've only really seen 1 Crab deck so far in the tournament.
Yeah, I do believe we did see one. First day, I think we did, yeah? Yeah, yes!
Oh, it is Crab!
Oh, hell yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Treasure Crab, too. Lots of food.
Oh, yeah. This is actually a different version of Crab than we've seen in day 1. Of course, the one we saw before was running Abyss Herald, and this one's running Candace. Because Candace, is an open word shield stacking on her skill,
Yeah.
Whereas like Herald applies more hydro, so you kind of pressure the freezes more, pressure the vaporizes a little bit more.
Yeah. So this one is truly a real stall, I believe, then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Running the NRE Chef Mao combo for infinite food.
Yeah.
That is something to watch out for.
We're running Sumeru Resonance too, I saw in there. That's the redraw up to how many cards?
It will draw you one card, and then it will give you a mulligan.
Okay. Yeah,
and
should
then
be running in. Yeah.
Yeah. Classic Lubinstone Treasure. The Xingqiu Treasure combo deck. We've been seeing this a lot throughout the tournament, and probably will continue to see it. Maybe.
We
Of
will
course.
have to see.
Yeah. Next time we're on, Treasure will be 2 aligned dice, so we might no longer see some of these Treasure combo decks.
I think we probably still see it, honestly. I don't think it's that bad of a change, personally, but that's just me, though. So, yeah. All right. Very curious to see how this goes here. Scrubby Duck could totally just, like, skew the stats later. They can land, like, a huge crab burst, actually.
Oh yeah, that's true. Cause like the way Crab Burst works, it will do 1 plus half of your shield amount as pyro damage.
Yeah.
I think like as soon as Crab released, people were trying to get big screenshots of damage. I think the record is like 260 or something.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they got a lot of shields on that play.
Yeah, but I believe the people were like coordinating to try to just make it really big.
Chivalry will never die.
Yeah, it was scripted, so they actively tried to get it as high as possible.
So the record for doing it during a match is still open.
I'll have to go back and see what the record was for the one game we did see. I don't believe it was that high because they were playing against Fatuizan, and Fatuizan actually chunks the shields of Crab.
Yeah. All right, so we do lead on Layla, so we definitely expect a skill.
Gonna get the shield stacking going early.
Right.
Hopefully Scrubby Duck has the shield generation artifacts as well, the Tenacity of the Millilith, as well as General's Ancient Helm. Those would be quite helpful. Oh, there is one in hand right now.
There's one in hand right there.
Top of the Talent. That will be quite nice to have for even more shield stacking.
Yeah. Who do you put the helm on, though? Do you put it on Crab, or do you put it on the other two?
I think for the helm, you could place it on whatever, as of course, like whatever shield generation it does give will go to Crab either way.
Right.
But I think Tenacity of the Millilith, you will put it on Crab because he will be your anchor, and so
Right.
dice generation will be much more useful on him.
True. Does Superconduct count as piercing damage?
It does, yes.
Okay.
It will count as piercing damage if you're off field.
Right. Yeah, that
So
could
it
be a
will-
problem.
I mean, there is no Superconduct in this deck until you get to really, really late game. It is mostly the
Right.
freeze as the early damage threat.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, what's really funny though is because Crab self-applies Pyro, you can actually mess with the first freeze.
Oh,
Melt
actually.
instead.
Yeah. All right, double Lumenstone. That's a really good start for Jabu right there.
There'll be a lot of dice generation, like just cycling through the deck early on.
Yeah.
Oh, the Chef Mao played as well. Second one hasn't procced yet. Could play, I believe it's a Northern Smoke Chicken in hand. This will delay Xingqiu's energy generation though, I believe.
Right.
Or will it? No. No. We'll bring it back to 5 dice. So you could still normal attack twice. I lied.
Yeah.
Thanks to the Chef Mao as well. Ah, there it is. 5 dice. Ooh.
Okay. Arena there as well.
Could even normal skilled if you so desired, but of course that does leave yourself open to a freeze.
This is a normal. Yeah.
Response. I assume. Ooh. I think
Arena to the
Arena
crab.
swapping off. Expecting that second hit. Okay. Do you skill if you G-boot? Just like you take that free vaporize and like, yeah, you'll eat one back, but you also have the damage reduction, so.
And you get to
is it
chunk
really
your
that
shield
bad?
a bit too. Right? You want to kind of keep those shields off?
I mean, Kreb doesn't do damage without shields. Even his skill is actually reliant on having, I believe it was 3 or 5 shields to do 2 damage.
Right.
So if you keep chunking at Crab's shield, like, he's not really that much of a threat.
I guess. But you don't want the shields to build up either, so. Okay, just goes for normal.
No, I'm not gonna eat the vaporize. Okay.
I think that's a good idea, because you want to save that huge melt reaction or overload for later, if you need to.
I think it might be more likely that like Jiwood's expecting Crab to punch him next turn with the skill, and then so you can get a cleanse instead of like eating a free vaporize.
Let's see how the dice roll here.
Electro dice, not what you want for Jiwood.
No.
Hopefully there is still the reroll left. Ah, there it is. Okay. Oh, keeping the cryo, that's quite interesting. I guess, I mean, burst into skill, yeah, you do have enough dice for it. Well, there's a lot of pyro dice from the side of Scrubby Duck. And the shield being eaten by Crab as well. Oh, the extra food. Chef Mao will refund it.
Yeah.
Round, okay.
I'm very curious about how this deck works.
Oh,
the NRE, yeah.
NRE is such an uncommon card. It hasn't been played in a long time, so I wouldn't blame people if they forgot what it did. But it costs 1 dice to play, and when you play, it'll draw you 1 food card from your deck, and then every time you play a food card, once per turn, it will draw you another food.
So different, a little bit different from Mao. Yeah.
Won't generate dice, but it will refill your hand with those food. And like, if you combine it with Chef Mao, you can kind of just play food for free. Because he will give that food a refund. Procking the double Luminstone once again, and yes, Script Deck did skill on Crab, so it will be a free cleanse from the side of Jiwood. 1 less reaction to worry about in the future, as well as getting a Vaporize on the Script Deck's Crab, blowing those shields a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Witness the power of Pugwa.
Wow, that's disgusting how little damage that did. Like hitting Crab in the end game feels like smashing your head against the mountain. There's just so much shielding going on, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. That's why you go for the superconduct approach here. Alright, Vonarana out to eat the rest of the dice.
Be more ramp from the side of Scrubby Duck.
Yeah.
This is kind of interesting because you do want those shields on Crab because like he will be the one person doing damage. So it's a little bit curious how you're not tanking a little bit more on the Layla or the Candace, who you will be sacrificing later.
I mean, at most, the next person to do damage to Crab would probably be at least another 4 off his shield, I think, right?
It should be 3 because it'll be Swap Chongyu with no reaction.
Okay, yeah.
We'll bring it down to 6, and then after that, Jiwood very unlikely has another action as Double Lumsum did already activate.
Right.
Oh, never mind, it did not, I lied. Okay, now they activate.
Yeah.
Lotus, that'll be quite nice end game. I don't believe any of these cards are useful to Jiwood right now, though, which is a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, definitely a moment.
I think setting up the Frost Field is still the correct play, though.
Yeah. The Razor, okay.
Ooh, what are we drawing for right now? Jiwood's searching for something, I'm just not quite sure what. Should just be the skill, I believe.
Swift and merciful.
Yeah.
And do we play... Oh, no Northern Smoke Chicken in hand. We can Covenant, and then I believe there's a Minty Meat Rolls, and Chef Mao will refund us some dice. We can do 2 normal attacks here. But is it enough to kill Crab? It shouldn't, but it will build us our burst and force Scrubby Duck to swap off.
Right. I think, yeah, you just push back their shield a little bit and also build up your Chongyun burst at the same time. There's nothing threatening Chongyun right now either.
Yeah, like no aura, 10 HP. The only unfortunate thing though is if we do go for the double normal attack line, we will use both of our rain swords. We'll hold back on it for now.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the freeze next turn is just much more valuable because like Scrubby Duck has no dice, right? We can just do the damage next turn.
Exactly.
All right, going into round 3, both players have not really hurt each other too much.
Nope.
I think the onus will be on Jiwood though, as Scrubby Duck has effectively infinite sustain.
Yeah, Jiwood's trying to figure out what line they're gonna run here.
The dice aren't the most ideal, of course. There is still 1 reroll left. Probably wanting a lot of crowdless run, just go absolutely ham on Chongyun.
Yeah. I'll have to keep the Electro as well. Okay.
That's interesting. Will be just a Crab skill. We'll refund that Chi a little bit. Oh, stacking up the Layla stars. We haven't really seen them being too effective yet. For those unfamiliar, the way Layla stars work is that the first time you cast your elemental skill, Layla will get 2 shield and generate the star status at 0 stacks. Every action you do will increase its stack count by 1, and it'll also gain 1 stack during the end phase. When it reaches 4 stacks, it'll do a follow-up cryo attack.
I wonder if Scrubby Duck just tries to just tank this turn here and get rid of the swords before they make moves, because they're just going to get everyone else frozen if they swap here.
You could. Oh, you know what? Maybe Jibu kept the Electro because they're trying to get Razor Burst out, right? You do have the Minty Meat Rose, you have the Covenant of Rock as well, and you have the Gamblers. If you combine the Razor Burst with the Frost Field with the Rain Swords, you could absolutely chunk Scrubby Duck for damage.
Let's go for a walk then.
Just a Layla. I believe Kavarina just got equipped on her as well.
Will be some extra draw on the hands of Scrubby Duck. Swapping off the duck is, swapping off Crab as well to avoid the reaction from Razor. If Jibu did decide to go for elemental skill, would have done Superconduct.
Yeah. And they have Shadow King equipped on Razor too, so more card draw, but too many cards right now in Jibu's hand.
No, for sure. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards in hand. Oh. Yeah, I want to get rid of a few of those. I mean, like, the Chef, I believe one of those Chef Mouths haven't activated yet, so would give another food card in hand. And, like, there's the Lumen Stone as well, plus the Shadow of the Sand King. Jibu could overdraw a critical card.
Yeah, none of the... Wait, did Chef Mao proc already? Earlier?
I know one of them did. Right? I don't know about the other one.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just be playing the 2 treasures. We're rid of one of the cards currently in hand. Still a lot more to go, though. Like, half of those are food. Minty Meat Rolls.
Alright.
Oh, never mind. Both of them did proc.
Yeah, both did proc. Okay.
Safe from overdraw for now.
Yeah. Or Princess.
Or as well. Okay, that will be the Lumens. Oh, a treasure. Is that second treasure? Oh, another Shadow of the Sand King. Okay. Technically free draw with that War Princess as well.
Yeah.
And the Sealy, we're gonna dig for even more treasure soon.
And that setup with treasure now is just crazy. Gosh.
It also feels like a little bit of a gotcha every time, right? Because like, you don't know what you're gonna draw, of course, because it is randomized throughout your deck. Oh, there is a treasure right there.
Another treasure right there, yeah.
It's always so exciting when you just see that little gold icon on the chest pop up with the little pink clam.
Oh my god. I hate it. I personally hate it. Yeah.
Oh, but it's treasure. How can you hate treasure?
I hate treasure. Get it out of here. Treasure hater.
Damn, okay.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm casting the treasure hater. Do you even play gacha games?
Oh, don't get me started on my history of gacha games.
Oh, my history of gacha is not good either.
Yeah. I guess... No, I won't flex here. It's okay.
It's a good history. Okay.
Well, I don't know if it's a good history, but it's a very expensive history. Let's just go with that.
It will just be another normal attack, but yeah. Well, even more draw, chain the 9 too.
Man, this is crazy seeing how fast that hand just fills right up.
No, absolutely. Man, like the olden days, you had to like ramp to get cards, you know? Like, or if you had to wait until end phase. Oh, I sound so old when I say that. It's like, man, card draw is not the same as I remember.
No.
But where are those who share the memories?
Speaking of, we never see Zhongli anymore in TCG. Unfortunate.
A little bit too expensive compared to other stall options. Like, the 5 cost is just so pricey.
Yeah, but that Petrify, though, is huge sometimes.
It is really strong. It's like basically a freeze, but, you know, you stall too.
Yeah. All right. Swapped off the Layla. Probably don't want to like go into Crab anymore either. That's more reaction than normal.
If you go into Crab, you're going to get triple frozen. Like, all your dice this turn are a little bit wasted. I think probably just a Razor Burst coming out, no?
I think so.
I think so as well. Yeah, I think like we try to keep those rain swords a little bit. We get that Razor Burst and like we can start treasuring. You
don't want to lose your Layla or Candace that soon though either.
I mean, both are currently out of lethal range. I think personally does 3 after some changes way back. Fun fact, Razor Burst used to be 3 energy and did 5 on cast.
3 energy, 5 on cast. Wow.
That was a long time ago, though.
Yeah.
Crap time, but G-Boot still has treasure.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, really smart. We burst of normal attacking, so we can still play our Covenant, and we get even more dice to work with. Oh wait, there's a second treasure in hand as well.
Yep.
And we have Sealy and Chang coming, like, about to activate soon. That could be even more treasure in hand.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. And oh my god, so much reaction damage too. I wonder if they can lethal Layla just from reaction and get gamblers on at the same time.
I think it's for sure possible. I believe G-Boot has minimum, like, 1 more action remaining with all 3 treasures currently in hand.
Yeah.
So, like, I wouldn't put it past him to potentially attack again.
Ooh.
That will be all of our Rain Swords, though. Unfortunately, Razor's follow-up attack goes before Rain Sword, so no freeze onto the crab. Chef Mao.
Mao.
What is it, Mao double treasure? Ash Brown.
Alright, keep Layla up. I think it's a good move.
Oh, we got our dice back.
dang.
Oh. Roll double Hydro, though. Not what you wanted.
Yeah, they need to play a card too before they end turn here.
Oh,
They got
yeah, you're
9.
right.
Yeah.
That's a really full hand. Probably double treasure, right? And then we can keep 1 dice for Panorama.
Well, if you play both treasure, and I don't know how many cards did they draw out of their hand right now, because you don't want them to be all bottom deck here either.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. Yes. Oh. Okay.
Oh, you need to play.
Too late.
You can play them for free next turn though, because might as well bring himself over to 3 stacks.
Yeah. Still gotta get rid of at least 1 more.
Well, just go the treasure.
All right. Good luck.
All right. I mean, the deck has been stacked. Distribute attack in with 3 treasures. It is a possibility.
Boo needs to at least spend 1 card here. Oh, actually, if they do attack, they need to spend a bunch of cards for sure.
Nah, Jibu need to spend 3. Oh wait, no, and then the Sealy and Chang both go off. Oh,
there's a lot coming in.
Wait, you treasure to play treasure. Sorry, you play treasure to play underwater.
Right.
Which will hunt for more treasure later.
More treasure, yes.
But the amount of times I've said treasure, I feel like a pirate. A dice pirate, that is. The best kind of pirate.
Oh my gosh. You're a treasure hoarder now. That's what you are.
Oh. I could be.
You could be.
I'm gonna like dig for treasure in Fontaine. They have lots of ruins there. It'd probably be a pretty nice gig.
They threatened Kirara. I was upset.
Did they? I don't remember that happening.
I think it was part of... Who was that? Shiori's story quest, I think.
Oh, I haven't played those yet. So I'm really behind on my quests. I'm sorry.
My quest log is like almost completely empty right now, actually. So.
I don't believe I've done a single non-Archon quest, like dating back to, it was like
really
3.4.
Oh my god, I did the Maripede quest just to get the Pancration card, just to try it out.
I haven't actually done that one yet.
Really?
It is the one card currently missing from my collection.
Oh man. What do we do here though? We can do a normal attack. Yeah. All right.
I mean, our hand is empty now. Oh, but we'll draw us 5, and then Enphase will draw 2 more. G-Boot might actually overdraw. Oh no, 0 cost saves the day. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, 2 more treasures.
2 more treasure.
I don't believe it's enough to attack. Oh wait, no. Boar Princess, replace, double treasure, normal attack.
Yeah. So
Throw
the other treasure back into.
Yeah. Oh, and if we play the floating rings as well, we could maybe draw into even more treasure.
Oh my gosh.
Actually, no. I believe G-Boot's drawn all their treasure already. Never mind.
Yeah. So they use 3, 4. That should be 5 or 6.
There might be 1 more in the deck. I'm not too sure.
So Boar Princess, flowing rings,
and the normal attack. Yeah.
Most likely they get an Electro, They might have to tune something.
I mean, like, no, Boar Princess will give you.
Oh yeah, that's an Omni, right? Correct.
Oh, they already had Boar Princess. Doesn't even need to play the second one.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it should just be normal attack here. This will be quite a lot of damage. And
Princess
critically,
only procs once per round, is it?
it is twice.
Oh, is it twice? Okay.
It is twice per artifact equipped per round.
Okay.
There it is. He has the first hit. Oh.
Oh, all the shields are gone though.
Is G able to squeeze out one more? I don't believe so. Not with the
No.
correct cards in hand.
No, not there.
But still, like putting Crab on 2 HP is actually quite massive.
2 HP, no shields.
No shield. You guys have to stack those back up again.
Yeah. Doesn't have Tenacity of the Millilith on either. It's not looking good for Scrubby Duck right now.
And I think this is kind of why we see that combo typically beats out stall decks, right? There's just that one big turn that cripples your team, and going forward, it's kind of hard to deal with. But critically, no more rain swords, right? We have our frost field wearing out, so no more free superconducts unless we reset that.
Yeah.
There is still a chance for Scrubby Duck, and there's also the General's Ancient Helm as well to help them get a head start on their shield stacking.
Yeah. Let's see what they roll for here. No pyro, one pyro, but no cryo though either.
Not great dice. There is still some treasure. Could RNG a little bit of that back, and treasure can heal the crab as well.
Probably do that first, yeah.
Oh, roll pyro. Oh, it did roll pyro.
Not bad.
And some shields coming back onto crab thanks to the Tenacity Millilith as well as the General's Ancient Helm.
Yeah.
Another treasure. Oh, Geo this time. I don't think we burst.
No.
Because burst is a prepare skill that also is dependent on how many shields you have, right? If we burst, we can just break it.
Yeah. It's every 2 shield plus 1 damage.
Oh, and the skill only doing 1 damage because we don't have at least 5 shield. It will give us 2 more shields, so bring us back all the way up to 6. Still not a great position though, because like Razor with burst, even without frost field, still I believe does 4 damage normal attacks. So rather threatening. And then there's still treasure to contend with.
Huh. Oh yeah, the crab really is a good self-sustain, huh?
Yeah, like he heals, he deals damage, he does like burst damage, he heals. He's crab.
He's crab, yeah. I've always wondered, like, why is it a crab? And I remember there's like a whole bunch of crab like enemies outside Fontaine in like different sizes.
Oh yeah, those I forgot their exact name. Man, they were rather annoying to hunt for Navia because you have to use like the special underwater mechanics.
Yeah, the
Which are
Funtimer
pretty
Aberrant or
cool.
something, I believe.
Ah, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Or Princess
Or
coming
Princess? Shouldn't be a gamble. Actually, I don't believe you replace it now if you are normal technique. Oh, treasure. Oh wait, Jiwa has no cards in hand. Jiwa's entire deck is treasure.
in. Yeah, it should be by now.
Wait, Jiwa just drew the entirety of his deck and and more because he put back cards with treasure in the span of 3 turns. That is actually crazy.
Oh my god. Treasure, another cryo one?
Oh, not what you wanted. I mean,
What
at
are you
this
looking
point,
to do here?
ooh,
Oh,
I think it's just normal attack spam. Oh, should have my
Okay.
refunding dice as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this follow-up attack. Your goal? Keep crab away from shield.
Yeah.
Because
But-
you do more damage than crab heals. Oh, and this also like makes a Scrubby Duck can't really swap off to the Candace or Layla. Because Razor
No.
does 4 on normals, and like if you do that, it's just free gambler's value.
Yeah.
You're kind of forced to stay on crab unless you want to invest food.
I think you should invest food. At least you'll get a couple dice back from Double Mao.
True. I know one of those is a Lotus, one of those might be a Hash Brown. Not sure what that 2 cost is. Most likely an egg. I can't remember the exact list Scrubby Duck is
I'm
using.
pretty it was an egg, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, Tenacity Millilith going down on crab. Oh, I guess we're staying on crab. Our dice aren't good enough to scale them unless we want to start tuning, but we kind of don't because we want that food for sustain.
Yeah. You kind of want to put that shield on someone else so you can get more.
I mean, crab will absorb his own shield as well,
Yeah.
but
I mean, like
I promise to
off-field
keep you
shield.
yeah, off field.
Kind of nice.
Oh, I didn't roll any pyro for crab. I think I rolled double electro, which is not ideal. We'll be swapping to Candace with a little bit of hash brown healing. This does bring her out of lethal range. She will have to work a little bit harder to get that gambler's reset he so desires.
Let's see here. What is that one cost dice in Duck's hand there on the left side?
That's probably Sealy.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, gonna replace Kavarina's. Little extra Omni dice. Normal attack? Yeah, there is a normal attack. Bring down Candace's 2 HP. Ooh, more treasure in hand as well, yeah. Even more actions for G-Boot. Even more healing as well. I think Scrubby Duck might be forced to sacrifice a character.
Back on the crab.
Okay. Playing around those breakpoints, playing around the HP. This will be the last time Scrubby Duck is able to swap without sacrificing something, though.
Yeah.
Unless they feel like investing more food onto the Layla.
Maybe Lotus onto the crab.
Oh, you could, right? Like, use the shield to tank a little bit, and then you Lotus after.
Yeah.
I think the only issue is, though, because Razor's a follow-up attack, it actually goes through Lotus.
Right. True.
Right, because we see here, it'll bring it down to 2 HP.
Yeah.
And then if we play Lotus, first attack will break, second attack will kill Crab.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's not good.
Not good right here. Yeah, and there hasn't been any damage done to the rest of the team on Jabu's side. It's not looking good at all for Duck right now.
Yeah, that's... Oh, it's not looking great for Scrubby Duck. I have to go check if Crab generates shield if he doesn't have any. I believe I remember reading a line where he has to have shield before generating it. Let me go double check that.
Mushroom Pizza gets played on Crab. Looking for a swap, maybe?
Oh, no. Okay. Crab will generate 2 shield no matter what. Okay, so I read it wrong.
Treasure
Underwater.
Laid.
You could draw a lot of it with that in every house of stove. Yeah, it should be 3 cards. Ooh, one treasure. A little bit of healing will do wonders. It'll do the 4, and as long as you can get 1 more HP thanks to the crab shield, it will be barely enough to survive 1 more attack.
You're coming out. Dendro
dice. Not rolling good on the random dice. Silly being played as well. If we can get 2 more actions after this, it will draw us a lot of our treasures. The only issue is we kind of have to survive until that point.
Yeah. Jabu has another whole attack right after this one.
Crab skill. There it is. Yeah, we'll generate a little bit of shield. We'll keep Crab in the game a little bit longer, but you can kind of see the tension. Scrubby Duck is really thinking through all of their options.
Yeah.
Trying to get to that next round.
What a difficult difficult deck to work with here.
For sure. Oh, really
cryo. Yeah.
Not ideal. Jibu's gonna have to start tuning soon.
Yeah. Probably just one of the quick swaps, I think, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Won't be needing that for now. First hit, second hit, yeah.
Oh gosh.
Oh, all of Scrubby Duck's characters are within lethal range.
Yeah, off the Layla.
G-Boot has that Gamblers too. This might be it.
Yeah, play all 3 treasure and Gamblers on 1. Tune if you need to.
Second treasure.
Yeah.
Third treasure. Gamblers, okay.
Yeah. That's right, War Princess is on.
Yeah, it'll give you an Omni and the normal attack. Ball up dealing 4.
Oh,
I think that's it. This is gonna start the chain reaction of Scrubby Duck's defeat because 1 dice remaining, both characters satiated. 1 more normal attack for Razor is all it will take to finish it.
Yeah.
I promise to keep you safe.
I think that, this is it.
I
don't think Duck can win here, yeah.
Yeah, 1 more treasure in hand as well. Bring Razor back to 3 dice. 1 normal attack to start it off. Candace goes down, left on only Crab.
Yeah.
No one else but Crab to tank follow-up.
Then comes in, slashes the Crab, and Scrubby Duck is taken out 2-0. Unfortunate, but Jibu advances to the next round. Wow.
I think, honestly, I think that's kind of what we expect in this matchup. It is combo into stall. But I think Scrubby Duck did a really good job at withstanding like G-Wood's pressure, did a really great job at playing around those breakpoints, almost making it to the next round, where G-Wood would have run out of steam.
Yeah, but as featured though, how strong Treasure is, and just drawing your entire deck so you can guarantee 12 more like extra dice for free and 12 healing. It's ridiculous how to try and counter that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like without those treasures, G-Boot wouldn't have had the dice to like take out Scrubby Duck. Scrubby Duck would have made it to that next round, where G-Boot wouldn't have had enough cards to tune for damage, wouldn't have had enough like resources to deal with all of Scrubby Duck's shield stacking. But that one turn is all that matters. G-Boot managing to break through just in time.
Yeah, there wasn't enough dice for Scrubby Duck either. They didn't get all their artifacts right off the bat, so they couldn't get more shields like they'd like to.
Yeah, I think
unfortunate.
But great job by G-Boot, despite how unfortunate it was for Scrubby Duck. It is a great play on G-Boot's side to capitalize off of those misfortunes, like getting enough dice to take out Scrubby Duck before they were able to execute their game plan.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Birdie and Scrubby Duck, well, not unfortunately, fortunately, they have one more life to try and survive through this and a shot at the grand finals later. But Jabu advances to fight Tamar. And the next time we come back, I believe we're probably going to be looking at Lyle and Matt Mario, Mr. Pillow and Silky Love, right?
And
Probably.
I think we're also going to see the lower bracket as well with Birdie and Scrubby Duck.
Yeah. Okay,
And,
well.
Yeah. But lots of exciting games to watch in the future when we do come back. But before that happens, our raffle winner should be appearing on screen soon. So congratulations if you did win. Oh man, I'm sad to see Crab lose.
Yeah,
it's such an exciting deck.
Sorry, I'm just thinking of the Crab deck right now and what it could have been. I wonder if other stall decks would come into play now.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
because Treasure got hit, Yelan like isn't as strong as it would be, so lawless combo. So we might actually be seeing more stall decks in the near future.
Yeah, so the next tournament will not be the weekend coming up, the weekend after. I believe that's the week of, or Friday the 17th, I believe it would be the next one coming up. Be another 3-day weekend where you can also win welcomes during those events, or during the games, sorry. As you can see down there, another raffle winner. So make sure to tune back in those days to watch the rest of the TCG event that we're doing.
That should conclude our day today, though. We finished up the upper bracket for Group A, so we know 2 players who have already qualified for top 8. So congratulations to both DVDia and Robot Wizard. Yep. And in Group B, we saw our first 2 matches, Jamar and Birdie, and Scrubby Duck versus G-Boo. Those were some rather exciting games on both sides.
How much money did the people that did qualify today, how much did that guarantee them at least? I think it was $1,200?
Top 16 is $1,200.
Yeah.
And then I believe if you, Robo Wizard and Timar advance to top 8, which increased the prize pool yet again. Let me go so I can go pull it up how much that is. Yeah. I think it was $1,600 was the amount.
Okay, because people are playing for, I think the grand prize is $16,000 at the end of this,
it is.
Right? Yeah, it's a huge chunk of change for playing TCG, you guys. So
yeah, if you manage to win, take your prize pool, add a 0 at the end of it, and there it is.
Yeah, so Catstill Gathering Season 3 signups are open now, actually, so make sure to go sign up at the Genshin Impact Tavern. If you want to participate in this, you can also get exclusive card backs, Primo Gems, and even a shot just to participate in a tournament like this, and even go on a trip to, I believe we're going to LA for this one. So that's
for this
really
one,
cool. Yeah. So, all right.
Yeah, that will be for next season though. So if you do want to appear on the big screen like these players here, be sure to participate in that. If you do well enough in the regular season, you get invited to a special series showdown tournament where if you win that, you get invited here. Otherwise, you will have to compete through the wild card bracket.
Have you been in any of these tournaments, Sumi?
I have actually. Last year I competed in the wildcard for North America. I managed to make it to top 32 before doing a couple misplays and unfortunately falling out.
Yeah, my little experience with it has been I went 11 and 15 in the prelims, so I didn't even get through the first time, but it's pretty intense, so
it is quite difficult. So if you make it onto the big stage, despite how some of the scores might appear, these players are playing beyond most of us.
Yeah, definitely pressure, and that's why we're here to cast, because sometimes when the pressure gets to you, you might not see the plays that you want to do during the game. But anyway, with that, that'll be the end of today's games. Thank you very much for watching. Genshin Impact Official, Astro Carnival, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, I believe is also on there as well. Leah and Blep for casting the games earlier. Sumi, the first time casting with you. It's been a pleasure.
It has. It was a pleasure casting with you. It was a pleasure seeing the players play. And with that, I think that's some of my closing words. If you have anything, feel free to say them. And we'll see you guys the next time.
Have a good night, everyone. Bye-bye.